Welcome to the Motion.dev. Motion.dev is a powerful animation library for modern web projects using JavaScript, React.js, or Vue. It goes far beyond the basic CSS animation, unlocking a whole new level of interactivity and motion design. With Motion.dev, you can easily create complex animations like advanced transformation, exit animations, spring-based animation, scroll animation, gesture-driven interaction, sequence animation, layout transition, and much more. Motion is trusted by industry leaders like Linear, Figma, Tailwind CSS, Vercel, and many others. And you want to know what the best part is? Well, it's super simple to use. Let's say you want to build this spring animation in just pure CSS. You would have to write tons of code and tweak a lot of CSS properties around. It's as easy as passing just two properties and you're done. That's going to be a great journey, so now let's get into it. Now to install Motion in our projects, we just have to use npm install in Motion, so it's going to install there in our projects. However, if you want to install there in the Vue.js project, you will have to use npm install and then motion-v, and that -v is for the Vue.js. So in this course, we are not going to be focusing on the Vue.js, so we will install there by using npm install and then Motion. Now let's talk about the heart of Motion.dev, which is called the Motion object. So Motion is an object that provides a set of components and hooks for creating animation. Now there is one thing that you have to keep in mind. If you are using a client components, which means like if you want to use Motion in pure React.js, you will have to import it like this. First of all, you are going to be importing there, then you will destructure the Motion from the Motion and React.js. However, if you are using a server component, which means like if you want to use Motion in the Next.js, you will have to import it like this. So you will import every single thing as a Motion from the Motion and then the React client. So this is how you are going to be importing a Motion in your projects. Now that we import the Motion object, the next step is to use them in our apps. So to use them in our apps, we will need to provide the Motion dot at the beginning of the element. So this code simply means that we want to tell the Motion that we want to animate this specific element from our UI. And that element can be basically any HTML element. You can provide motion.h1, motion.section, motion.image, motion.input, motion.dev, or any other HTML elements. So you're going to have to provide this motion dot and then any other HTML elements. So now we are telling motion.dev that we want to specifically animate that specific dev. This is how we are going to be importing our Motion. This is how we will tell Motion that we want to animate this specific element. Now let's talk about the most important props in Motion.dev, which is initial, animate, and exit. So let's just start from the first one, which is the initial prop. So the initial prop is used to define the initial state of the animated component before it enters the DOM. It specifies how the element should appear when it first renders. Now let's talk about the next one, which is called the animate prop. So the animate prop is used to create animations for a component. It lets you set the target value for the different CSS properties, making it easy to have smooth changes when the component state updates. Now let's talk about the final one, which is called the exit prop. So the exit prop is used to define the animation that occurs when the component is removed from the DOM or from the React tree. This is particularly useful for creating smooth transitions when elements are unmounted or removed, enhancing the user experience by visually indicating that something has disappeared. So now let's make a setup for our coding journey. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to right click on there and open my terminal. And let me just make it a bit bigger so you guys can see everything a bit better like this. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be using npx and then create next app at latest. And I'll just give it the name of like demo, and you can give it any name that you prefer. I'll just provide a yes right now. And I'm going to just choose TypeScript, yes, len, Tailwind CSS, and src directory, app router, yes, turbo pack, no, import aliases, no. So it's going to take a bit of time to install all of their dependencies, and I'm going to see you in a few seconds. Now that's successfully done. I'm going to open there by using the code. So let's just write a code and then demo. So it's going to open there in my VS Code. And this is how it looks like. So I'm going to just delete this public folder. I'm going to go to the src, remove this favor icon from there, go to the globals. I'm going to cut this line out and replace that with the rest of them. Then I'm going to go into my page and remove every single thing from there, and I'm going to replace that with just a home. Let's just save this file right now. Now I'm going to open my terminal and I'm going to be using npm run dev. Now let me open there by using this localhost and then 3000. So it's going to open there in my machine. So here you can see we are now getting our home, which is looking cool. So the next thing that we have to do is that we have to install Motion inside our current project. So to do that, we're going to have to go into our Motion.dev, and here you can see this is how we are going to be installing there. If you are using React.js or if you are using a Vite or anything like that, you just have to write npm I and then Motion. Let me just click on this quick start, and here you can see you can just install there for the JavaScript. You can also install there for the React.js, Vue.js, and you name it. So I'm going to just choose React.js for now, and currently they don't have any option to install there for the Next.js, but this is exactly how we are going to be installing there for the Next.js. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just copy this line of code from here. I'm going to go into my terminal. I'm going to kill this terminal right now. Let me just reopen there. And now we just have to specify npm I or npm install and then Motion. And now let me just hit enter right now. So it's going to add there to my project right here. So now that's successfully done. I'm going to go into my package.json file. And as you can see, we are now successfully adding this Motion. And this is the current version of Motion that we are currently using right now. And chances are, if you are watching this video in the future, this version will be changed. Okay, so yeah, so now let me just close this file right now. And that was it about for our basic setup. So that was it about the installation. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to take care of the styling. So I'm going to go into the globals.css file, and here we're going to be defining the most basic CSS styling. So I'll just write like body and change the background color of that to 1010 and 10, which is kind of a black color but not exactly a black color. I'm going to also provide display of flex today, and here we have to provide the justify content of totally center, and the align items will be also set to totally center. I'm going to also provide the height of AT viewport height. Let's just save this file right now. I'm going to also select the box, and here we're going to be using this box again and again. You will see that in a few seconds. Now let me provide the width today, and width will be set to 100 pixel. I'm going to also provide the height of 100 pixel, and the background color will be set to totally yellow. I'm going to also provide the border radius of that to 100%. And now let's just save this file right now. And that's all the styling that we have to provide forward. Now let me just close this file, go into my div, and inside this div we are going to be just using another div with the class of box. So once I do that, and now let me just save this file right now. And now let me open my terminal, and I'm going to be using npm and then run dev. And once I do that, it's going to take a while to render my content. And now let's just refresh there. And here you can see we are now getting this circle right here or our box. So now let me just make this side by side so you guys can see everything a bit better. And I guess that's totally fine. So I'm going to have to also hide this area. I'm going to just hide there. And this is how it looks like right now. So now let's talk about how we are going to be defining the most basic animation in Motion.dev. So to do that, the first thing that we have to do is that we have to import something called the motion. So if you are using a React.js, you just have to import your motion like this. So you're going to be importing there from the motion and then the React.js. If you are using React.js, I want you to keep this in mind. If you are using React.js, you're going to have to import your motion like this. But if you are not using React.js, and you want to use that motion inside the server component, so this is how you're going to be doing this. Now let me just delete this file right here, or that specific line of code. We're going to be first of all importing every single thing as a motion. You can give it the name of like M if you prefer there, but in my case I'm going to just give it the name of motion. And we want to import there from first of all the motion, and then we want to import there from the React.js and then client. So this is how we are going to be importing that motion object from the framer motion or from the motion.dev by using the server component. If you are not using a server component, which means like if you are not using a Next.js, you don't have to import it this way. You have to import it like this. Let me just show you that. You have to import it like this if you are using a React.js. But if you are not using React.js, you're going to have to import it like this. Okay, I'm going back and back. This is how we are going to be using there, because currently this component is a server component and we are going to be using this motion inside the server component. So we are already providing our class of box today. This is how we are going to be importing our motion object. And now we are going to be telling our framer motion. Why am I keep saying framer motion? This is a motion.dev right now, not a framer motion. So this is how we are going to be importing our motion. Now we have to tell our motion like which object or which HTML element we want to animate. So in this case, I only want to animate this div, so I'm going to have to wrap them by using that motion. So I'm going to use like Motion.dev, and we also have to specify our Motion.dev right here. Okay, so let's just delete them. Now let me just save this file right now. I am going to explain that once again. First of all, we have to import our motion. If you are using React.js, you already know how you're going to be importing them. The next thing that you have to do is that we have to use this motion, and then we have to tell this motion which element we want to animate. In this case, we are now animating this div. So that's how we are going to be using the motion and then dot and then the element name. If you are using like the image tag, so you're going to have to provide your image right here. If you are using the h1, you're going to have to provide your h1. If you want to animate the body, you're going to have to provide the body. If you want to animate the input, you're going to have to provide the input. But in my case, I only want to animate this div, so I'm going to have to provide this div right here. So this is how we are going to be telling the motion or a framer motion like we want to animate this specific div. That's the next thing that you have to keep in mind. And I'm not going to close it like this, even though we totally can, but I don't want it to. So I'm going to cut this line of code from here, and we have to self-close it like this. Now let me just save this file right now. And the next thing that we have to do is that we have to provide the animate attribute, and this attribute will allow us to animate our specific element. So I'll just write like animate, and here we have to provide our object right here or our literal. So let me just hit enter right here so you guys can see everything a bit better. I'm gonna also hit enter right here, and this is how it looks like right now. And here inside this animate, we have to specify our transformation. We're going to be learning about transformation a bit later, but you don't have to worry about that right now. So if you want to animate this specific box on the x-axis, so this is how we have to specify there right here. So we're going to be providing like x, and we have to provide like the value. So I'm going to just write like 20 maybe. So if I save this file right now, it's just going to move there right here. So if you want to specify like 200, so now let me just specify like 200. I'm going to save this file right now, and bang, so it's going to move there right here. Okay, so let me just explain that once again. First of all, we have to import the motion. Then we have to tell the motion like which element we want to animate. So we are going to be using, like in this case, we want to animate this div. So this is how we are going to be telling our motion like we want to animate this specific div. After that, we have to use our animate attribute, and inside there we are going to be animating that specific div right here. And there are a lot of attribute and a lot of things which I'm going to be explaining later in this course. You don't have to worry about that right now. Let's talk about the transformations. So transformations allow you to change the shape, size and position of the element. So let's just start from the first one, the position. If you want to move your element on the x-axis, you just need to use the x property and then provide how much you want your element to move. Same will goes for the y-axis. You just have to use the y property and then provide how much you want your element to move on the y-axis. Let's talk about the rotation. If you want to rotate your element on the x-axis, you just have to provide the rotate x property and then specify how much you want your element to rotate on degrees. Same will goes for rotate on the y-axis. So you just have to provide rotate y, and it will rotate your element on the y-axis. There is also a shorthand for that, which is to just use the rotate property without providing the axis. It will rotate your element both on the x-axis and also on the y-axis. Now let's talk about the scaling. So if you want to scale your element on the x-axis, you just have to provide the scale x property and then specify how much you want your element to scale. Same will goes for the y-axis, so provide the scale y and it will scale your element on the y-axis. There is also a shorthand for that, which is to just use the scale property without providing the axis. It will scale your element both on the x-axis and also on the y-axis. Now let's talk about the final one, which is the skewed. So if you want to tilt or skew your element on the x-axis, you just have to provide the skew x property and then specify how much you want your element to tilt or skew. Same will goes for the y-axis. Provide the skew y and it will tilt your element on the y-axis. There is also a shorthand for that, which is to just use the skew property without providing the axis, and it will tilt your element both on the x-axis and also on the y-axis. And that was it about transformation, and now let me just show you that in action. So that was it about the basic animation. Now let's talk about the transformation in Motion.dev. So what is a transformation? Transformation simply means how we are going to be changing the state of our element from one state to another, whether that's going to be changing the position or the shape or something like that. So now let's just see that in a lot of great detail. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just expand this x-axis right here. So this x simply means we want to change the position of our element on the x-axis, either from the left to the right or from the right to the left. So if I just provide like maybe negative value right here, so if I just write like negative 200, and now let me just save there, so bang, it's gonna push there right here. So if I just remove there and provide maybe 50, let me just provide the positive value, so it's gonna push there from the left to the right. So let's just save this file right now. It's gonna push there from the left to the right here. If I specify the negative value, so it's gonna push there from the right to the left. And if I save this file right now, bang, this is how it looks like right here. So this X transformation will allow us to change the position of our element on the x-axis. And what about if you want to change the position of the on the y-axis? So how in the world we are going to be doing there? If I just remove this x-axis from here, so it's gonna put that right here on its default value. So if I just specify like y, so it's gonna allow us to change the position of our element on the y-axis. So now I can specify my positive and also the negative value. So if I just write like 50 maybe, and now let me just save this file right now, so it's gonna push there right here. If I just write like maybe 100, and now let me just save this file right here, so it's gonna push there a bit more. And if I just specify like negative value, so let's just provide like negative, and once I save them, bang, so it's gonna push there from the bottom to the top. So this is how we are going to be changing the position of our element by using the x-axis and also the y-axis. So x-axis will go from the left to the right or from the right to the left, and the y-axis will go from the top to the bottom or from the bottom to the top. And what if you want to rotate our element? So if you want to rotate there, first of all, we're going to have to go into our globals.css file, and we have to just comment this line out, which is the border radius. And once I save this file right now, and this is how my box looks like right here. Now we are going to be rotating our box. So how in the world we are going to be doing there? We also have another property for them, which is called the rotate. So if I just write like rotate, you know what, first of all, let's just talk about rotate on the x-axis. So now we wanted to rotate our element on the x-axis, and then we have to provide our values for the degrees. So we want to rotate our element on the x-axis to 60 degrees. Once I save this file right now, and now let me just refresh this, so we are getting some sort of error, and this is how it looks like right here. So if I just hit enter right now, and I'm going to also hit enter right here, and this is how it looks like. So this is how we are going to be rotating our element on the x-axis 60 degrees. If I save this file right now, once again, you know, let me just change the degree to that to like maybe 20 degree. I'm gonna save this file right now. Let me just make that a bit bigger. So it's gonna make that as a 20 degree. If I want to change that to like maybe 90 degrees, so let's just provide like 90. So it's gonna totally hide there from the UI. Okay, because that is a 90 degrees. So if I want to make that like 180, so it's gonna give us our element back. So this is how we are going to be rotating our element on the x-axis by providing this value for the degree. So if I just write like 2, it's gonna just flip this out. And what if we want to rotate our element on the y-axis? So let's just provide like capital Y, and then we have to provide our values for the degrees. So I'll just write like maybe 60 degree. Once we save this file right now, so it's gonna totally tilt this out. Okay, and let me just provide like some other value, maybe 20. I'm gonna save this file right now, and this is how it looks like if I just write like maybe 80 degree. And yeah, this is how it looks like right here. So this is how we are going to be rotating our element by using the x-axis and also the y-axis. We also have a shorthand for that, which is called just rotate. So if I just write like rotate, and we have to specify our value, so it's gonna rotate that value on the x-axis and also on the y-axis. So it's gonna work for both of them, on the x-axis and also for the y-axis. So if I just write like 20, and now let me just save this file right now, so it's gonna rotate it like this for also for the x-axis and also for the y-axis. Now let me provide like 60 right here, save this file right now. Bang, this is how it looks like right here. So this is a shorthand for writing the x-axis and also the y-axis. Let's talk about how we are going to be scaling our elements. So to do them, I'm going to delete them from here. I'm gonna also go ahead and go to my globals once again, uncomment this line out, save this file right now, and here we have to specify the scaling on the x-axis, and then we have to provide how much we want to scale our element. So now you want to scale our element twice like the size of this specific element right here, only on the x-axis. So now let me just save this file right now. Let me just show you that. So currently we are now providing the width of 100, and now if we specify the scaling on the x-axis of 2, so it's going to make the 200. Okay, so it's going to increase the width of this. So you know what, let me just remove that from here. I'm going to just remove this line of code from here, and I'm going to only provide like 200 right here. So still we are getting this same UI right here. So now let me just back that to 100. I'm going to also provide the right here. So it's going to scale out the element width only on the x-axis of 2. So if I just write like maybe 4, so it's going to double the size of that to like 4 times. So if I save this file right now it looks kind of like an egg. Okay, so this is how we are going to be scaling our element on the x-axis. And what about how we are going to be scaling that on the y-axis? So now let me just bring that back to the 2, and I'm going to just change that to like y-axis. And now let's just save this file right now. So it's going to scale that twice only on the y-axis. So if I just change that to like maybe 5, and now let me just save this file right now to the 5, and this is how it looks like right here. So now let me just bring this back to 2, save this file right now, and this is how we are going to be scaling our element on the x-axis and also on the y-axis. But there is also a shorthand for that, which is by just using a scale, and this scale will allows us to scale the element size on the x-axis and also on the y-axis. Okay, so this is a shorthand for this. So if I just write like maybe 5, and now let me just save this file right now, and now this is looking bigger. Okay, so I'm gonna also change that to like maybe 3, and this is how it looks like right here. Let's talk about how we are going to be tilting our element. Okay, so to tilt there, we have a skew property for there. So I'll just write like skew on the x-axis. So now let me just provide like skew on the x-axis, and I'm gonna provide like 20 degree. And once I do that, so it's gonna skew our element on the x-axis of 20 degree. So if I just write like maybe 50, save this file right now, so it's gonna skew there like this. It will be looking a bit better. So if I comment this line out, now this is looking better right here. Okay, so this is how we are going to be skewing our element on the x-axis, and then we have to specify our value for there. What if you want to skew there for the y-axis? So I'll just have to write like skew on the y-axis and save this file right now, and this is how it looks like right here. So I'm gonna just change that to like maybe 20, and still this is looking cool. We also have a shorthand for there, which is by just providing a skew, not the x-axis and not the y-axis. So it's gonna work for both, for the x-axis and also for the y-axis. So now if I save this file right now, so it's gonna skew our element 20 degree on the x-axis and 20 degree on the y-axis. So that was a lot of stuff. So now that we covered how we are going to be transforming our element by using the x-axis, then the y-axis, this is how we are going to be rotating the on the x-axis, then for the y-axis, then for both on the x-axis and also for the y-axis. We also cover how we are going to be scaling our element by using the x-axis, then for the y-axis, and for both like for the x-axis and also for the y-axis. This is how we are going to be skewing our element on the x-axis. This is how we are going to be skewing our element on the y-axis, and this is how we are going to be skewing them both for the x-axis and also for the y-axis. I hope you enjoy this lecture. I know that you like transformation, but now I'm going to tell you about yet another property which will make you fall in love with itself. And that property is called the transitions. So let's talk about it. What are transitions and why you should even care about them? So transitions are the effect that control how the animation happens, and you can think about them as the rules of how the element moves or changes. So there are a few properties about the transitions, which is called the duration, easing, and the delay. So let's talk about the first one, which is called the duration. So duration simply means that how long the animation will take, and easing simply means the speed curve of the animation, like it will start from slow and it will go fast, or it will go fast and then it will stop slow, and something like that. Then we have a delay, and delay just simply means how long we have to wait before starting the animation. So yeah, that was just the basic theory about the transitions, and now let's just discuss that in action. Let's talk about the transitions. So before we jump into the transition, there are a few properties that you have to keep in mind. The first one we have is a duration, and which is, let me just highlight there, which is how long the animation takes. The next one that we have is the easing. The next one that we have is the easing, which is the speed curve of the animation. And also we have another one which is called the delay, and you guessed it, how long to wait before starting the animation. So now let me just explain that a bit more. First of all, we have a property which is called the duration, which is how long the animation will take, whether it will take like 2 seconds or 3 seconds or 4 seconds to complete our animation. Then we have a easing, which is the speed curve of the animation, something which we are going to be discussing in a lot of great detail right now. Then we have the delay, like how long we have to wait before starting our animation. So these are a few properties that you have to keep in mind. And now let's just discuss there. I'm gonna go inside this dev, and inside there we are going to be first of all using our Motion.dev. So I'll just use like Motion.dev, and I'm going to close there like this as a self-closing tag. I'm gonna also provide the class name of box today, and once we save our file, so this is how we are now getting there. I'm gonna just uncomment this line of code, and now it's gonna make it as a circle. So now we are going to be using a transition. First of all, we have to provide the initial state of our transition, like when our transition starts, how we want our transition to be when our transition start. So I'll just write like initial, and this is an attribute, and here we have to specify the properties for the initial value of our transition. So I'll just write like for the x-axis, we want to start our transition from 0. So once I save this file right now, nothing will happen because this is going to be the starting point or the initial value for our transition. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to provide the animate property, which will allows us to animate our element. So I'll just write like animate, and now here inside there we have to provide like we want our transition to go to the 100. So now let me just save this file right now, and now let me just explain this code. First of all, we are now providing this initial value. We want our animation, or we want our transition to start from the x-axis of 0. Then we want this animation to go to the x-axis of 100. So this is how it looks like right here. So this is how we are going to be providing the initial value, and this is how we are going to be providing the ending state of our animation. So that's totally done. Now we have to use our transition, so which is also another attribute. So now let me just write like transition, and here for this transition we have to specify either delay or easing or duration. So first of all, I'm going to just specify my delay, and I'm going to show you how that's going to work. So I'll just write like delay, and I'm going to provide 2 seconds. So which simply means we want to start our animation from the x-axis of 0, then we want to go to the x-axis of 100, and we want to delay this process till 2 seconds. So once 2 seconds is done, then we want this process to start. So now let me just save this file right now, and now first of all we want to have to refresh. So now let me just refresh this. So 1, 2, and bang. So now we are providing a delay of 2 seconds. So it's going to wait for 2 seconds, then it's going to start this process right here. So if I just specify like maybe 4 seconds, and let me just save this file right now. First of all, you want to have to refresh there. 1, 2, 3, 4, bang. Okay, so this is how we are going to be providing a delay of how much we want. Okay, so that was our first transition property. Now let me also show you another one. So let's just use our transition once again, and here for this transition, now we are going to be providing the duration, which is how long the animation will take to complete. Okay, so I'll just write like the duration, and I'm gonna only provide like 2 seconds. So now our animation will be super smooth, and also it's gonna take 2 seconds to complete. So now let me just save this file right now, and once I refresh this, so here you can see it's gonna take 2 seconds to complete. So if I just change it to like maybe 5 seconds, so now let's just save this file right now, and I'm going to refresh then, and now it's gonna take 5 seconds to complete our animation. So it's gonna start from 0, then it's gonna go to 100, and while doing this, it's gonna take 5 seconds to complete this animation. So this is how we are going to be providing a delay, and this is how we are going to be providing the duration for our transition. Now let's talk about this last piece of the puzzle, which is called the easing, and which is the speed curve of the animation. So there are a lot of different methods for easing, but I'm gonna just show you a few of them. So first of all, let me just change that to like 2 seconds, and once I save my file and refresh them, and the first one we have, so let's just provide like ease. The first property we have is a ease in. Okay, so if I just specify the ease in, so it's gonna start slow, and then it's gonna go a bit fast. Okay, so let's just save this file right now. Now let me just refresh there. Oh, that was the other way around. So it's gonna start slow. Yeah, it was correct. I said it correct. So it's gonna start slow, and then it's gonna speed up. Okay, so let's just refresh this, slow, and bang. Okay, so we can also change that to like maybe 1 second, and now let's just save this file right now. Start slow, and then it's gonna speed up. That was our first easing. So that was the ease in. We also have the ease out, and let's just save this file right now. So it's gonna start fast, and then it's gonna slow down a bit. So now let me also show you this ease out, and let's just refresh there. So it's gonna start fast, and it's gonna take a bit of time to complete. So bang, this is how our ease out works. And now let me just delete that from here. And we also have another one which is called the ease in and out, and I don't even know what the hell this one's supposed to mean. But now let me just refresh the save my file and refresh this. So it's gonna start a bit fast, then it's gonna slow down, and then it's gonna stop a bit fast or something like that. And now let me just delete them from here. And now let me also provide the linear, which will go totally linearly. And now let me just refresh them, and that was the default behavior. Okay, so this is how we are going to be providing the initial value, and this is how we are going to be providing the ending state of our animation. This is how we are going to be delaying our process of our animation. This is how we are going to be providing a duration, or how much time our animation will take to complete. And this is how we are going to be providing our different easing methods. Welcome to one of my favorite topic in this entire course, which is called the keyframes. So what are keyframes and why should you even care about that? So keyframes allow you to create more complex animation by specifying multiple points in animation sequence. Instead of just animating from one state to another, we can define several intermediate states, or you can also say frames, to control the animation more precisely. And I know that's a complex definition to say, but to put that in more simple terms, you can think about the keyframes is like splitting or dividing animation into multiple frames or multiple parts. So that's just as simple as that. So how the syntax will look like? This is how the syntax will look like. So first of all, we are going to be using the array, and inside this array we are going to be providing the starting point and then the ending point, and we can provide as many as we want. So that was just a theory about the keyframes. And now let's get into the coding, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So now let's talk about the keyframes in Motion.dev. So what are keyframes and why should you even care about that? So keyframe just simply refer to how we are going to be splitting our animation into multiple frames. And you can totally provide a keyframe for all of those properties which you can animate. So what do I mean by that? Let me just show you what do I mean by that. First of all, I will just use Motion.dev, and now I'm gonna have to specify our animate. And now inside there we are going to be providing our scaling. So let's just provide our scale, and here for the scaling we are going to be using this array. And by using this array syntax, we are now telling our Motion.dev that we want to use our keyframes. So we want to start our scaling from 1 and we want to go into 2. So here you can see by default our scaling will be set to, let me just show you there. By default our scaling will be set to 100 and also 100, to 200 and also 200, and then it's gonna scale there a bit more, like twice. I hope I'm not confusing you. So now let me just show you that if I save this file right now, it's gonna just make that a bit bigger right here, and it's gonna change the size of that twice. So it's gonna start from 1 and then it's gonna increase the size of that, or the scaling of that, twice. We can also provide another value. So now let me just provide a comma. We want to start from 2, then we want to go to 3. Okay, so we want to just start from this state, and we want to even increase a bit more size of there to 3. So let's just save this file right now, and this is how it looks like right here. So now let me just refresh there. You know what, I'm gonna also provide a transition today so you guys can see everything a bit better. So I'll just use like transition, and for this transition I'll just put the duration of 5 or maybe 4 seconds. Let's just save this file right now. It's gonna start from 1, then it's gonna go to 2. Okay, then it's gonna start from this 2 and it's gonna just increase the size of there to 3. Oh, I just messed it up. So that was 1 and 2, then it's gonna just increase there to 3 right here. Okay, so this is how we are going to be providing our keyframe for the scale. Let me just also change that to something else. So then we want to start from 4 scaling, and then we want to go to 3, and then from the 3 scaling, then we want to go down a bit. So we want to just make that 2, and now let me also provide a 1 right here. So you want to first of all scale this up, then you want to scale this down. So this will be for scaling up, and then this area will be from scaling it down. So let's just save this file right now. So it's gonna first of all increase the size of there, and then it's gonna decrease the size of there. And here we are also providing a duration, so it's gonna also take a bit of time to complete this animation. So let's just refresh there once again. It's gonna bump it up, and then it's gonna make it smaller like this. And that was it about for the scaling keyframes. We are not just limited to provide a keyframe for the scaling, we can also do that for the rotation. So I'll just use like rotate, and by using a rotation, first of all we have to comment this line out, and now we are going to be providing a rotation. So we want to start from 0, then we want to go to the 0, then from that 0 we want to rotate our element to the 270 degree, and then from there 270 degree we want to just rotate that back to 0. So once we save this file right now, and here you can see this is how it looks like. So now if I just refresh there, oh, it will just increase the size of this. So I'm gonna have to comment this line out, save this file right now once again, So first of all, it's going to start from 0, then once again it's going to convert that to 0, and then 270, and then from there 270 is going to revert it back. You know, let me just even provide something inside there. So I'm going to delete that from here, and I am going to close that like this. What the hell am I doing? I'm going to close it like this, and here I will just write like hello maybe. And now let me just save this file right now, and now if I refresh there, and this is how it looks like, and it's gonna just revert it back to its old position right here. Okay, so that was it about how we are going to be providing a keyframe for the rotation and also for the scaling right here. Now let me just comment this line out. We are also not limited to provide there for the rotation and scaling. We can also provide there for the border radius, and we want to just start from like 20 border radius, and we want to go into the 20 border radius once again. Then from that position we want to go to the 50 border radius, and then from that 50 border radius we want to just go back to the 20 border radius. So let's just save this file right now, and now let me just refresh there. So it's going to just first of all start from the 20, that's going to go to the 20, and then from there it's going to jump into the 50, then it's going to stay a bit for the 50, and then it's going to revert it back to the 20. Okay, so now let me just refresh there. Here you can see this is how it looks like right here, which is looking amazing. Now we can also assemble all of them. So now let me just show you there, and Avengers, this is how it looks. Okay, so yeah, it is looking awful, I know there, but yeah, this is how we are going to be working with the keyframes in Framer. This is how we are going to be working with the motion keyframes with the Motion.dev. There we go. I personally feel like these keyframes are a bit powerful tool to work with. So you know what, let me just give you a few examples of there. So I'm going to delete this code from here, and now let's just save this file right now. And inside there we are going to be defining our motion.button in this case. Let's just work with them. I'm going to close there like this, and here inside there I will only provide like click me, and now let's just save this file right here. And now we are getting our click me button right here, which is looking cool. I'm going to also provide a bit of classes to this, like pairing on the x-axis will be set to 4, pairing on the y-axis will be set to 2, text will be set to totally white, and I'm going to also provide the background of totally blue of 500. Let's just make that totally rounded, and outline will be set to totally none. I'm going to save this file right now, and this is how my button looks like by providing these classes. Now we have to animate this. So if you want to animate this, we are already telling our motion.dev that we want to animate this specific button, and now we are going to be using our animate, and inside there we are going to be just providing a few properties. So first of all, let's just provide the scaling, and we want to start our scaling from 1, then we want to go into 1.1, and then we want to go back to the 1. And once I do that, let's just save this file right here, and now let me just refresh that, and let's just refresh there. So here you can see it's going to increase the size, and then it's going to decrease there. So this is how we are going to be scaling them by using the keyframes in Motion.dev. Now underneath there we also want to change the color of there, so I'll just use like background color, and here we have to specify like different colors. You are more than welcome to choose any color that you prefer, but in my case these colors are a bit fine. So first of all we have a totally blue, then a bit light blue, and then we have a totally blue once again. Okay, so now if I just refresh this, so here you can see it's gonna also increase and decrease the size of there, and it's gonna also change the color of there. Now let me also provide a bit of transition so that we can see that a bit better. And inside for this transition, first of all we have to provide a duration, so I'll just use like duration of 0.8 seconds. I'm gonna also provide the easing, and easing will be set to like ease in and out. And now let's just save this file right now, and I'm going to just refresh there, and here you can see this is looking better. I'm going to also provide another property which is called the repeat, and it's gonna allows us to repeat our animation that much time. So I'll just use like repeat, and here we can just write like 2 times or maybe 4 times or maybe 100 times. I'll just write like maybe 2 times. So once we save our file, and now let me just refresh this. So that was 1 time, and that was another time. Now if you want to just repeat this animation infinitely, so for that we can totally use infinity. So if I just write like infinity and save this file right now, and by the way this is a JavaScript thing. Okay, so now let me just refresh there, and now this animation will repeat itself for the infinity, forever. Okay, so this is how we are going to be working with there. So that was the example number 1 of our keyframes. And now let's just make it a bit smaller, and this is how it looks like right here. So that's totally done. You can find all of that code in my GitHub repository. Now let me just give you one final example of these keyframes, and that's going to be it. So let's just save this file right now. Now let me give you example of the bouncing loader. So what I'm going to do is that first of all let me just provide like flex, and also spacing on the x-axis will be set to 2. And inside there, let's just iterate over through a bit of data. So I'll just use like array, and I'm going to just write like maybe 3 elements, and here we are going to be just defining our elements by using this array. And now let's just use our map method, and we want to just ignore the first portion. So I'll just write like, oh my god, what the hell is going on? If I just ignore there, and this is how it looks like right here. We also have to provide our index, and based on that index we are going to be getting our data. Oh, that's because first of all we want to have to wrap the nested, and inside then what do we have to do? We have to use our Motion.dev, and I'm going to close there as a self-closing tag like this. I'm going to save this file right now. Of course it's going to give us a few errors. So first of all we have to provide our index for the key. So I'll just write like index. Let's just save this file right now. Now we are going to be also providing a bit of classes today. So width will be set to 8, and also height will be set to 8, and background will be set to totally teal of 500 like this. I'm going to also provide a rounded of totally full, and this is how our loader will look like right here. Let's just go back, and now let me just refresh there. So this is how we are going to be getting our balls. So if I just write like 5, so we are going to be getting 5 of them. But you know what, let's just change that to 3, and I guess 3 will be fine. So now this is how we are going to be providing our styling, but now we have to provide our animation. So we don't have to do much, but we only have to provide our animate property, and inside there we are going to be only animating the y-axis of the. So we want to just start from 0, then we want to go to the -50, and then we want to go back to the 0. So once we save this file right now, and all of them are now jumping. So now let me just refresh there, and this is how it looks like right here. Now the next thing that we have to do is that we have to provide a bit of transitions today. So I'll just use like transition, and here inside there we have to provide our duration, which will be 0.6 seconds. I'm going to also provide the easing, and the ease will be set to ease in and out. I'm going to also provide the repeat, and it's going to repeat itself as an infinity and beyond. And once I save this file right now and refresh there, so here you can see all of them are jumping again and again. So now that's totally cool, but I also want to provide a bit of delay right here for each of the element. So to do that, we are going to be using our repeat delay, which is also another property. So I'm going to just first of all paste the index, and we want to multiply them by using 0.2 seconds. Now let me just save this file right now. Now it's going to provide a bit of delay for each of the repetition right here. Okay, so now this is how our loader will look like. If you care about that, cool, go to my GitHub repository. If you don't care about that, well, that was a cool exercise about the keyframes. Let's talk about the variants. So variants are a way to define different state or style for our animation in more organized way. You can think of them as a predefined animation setup that we can switch between easily. So that's just a definition of what a variance is. But now let's talk about how we are going to be defining our variants. So we can just create a set of names like hidden, visible, or basically you can give it any name that you prefer. They describe how the element should look or behave in each state, something which we are going to be seeing in a few seconds. Then we have to use them. So we can apply these variants to our animated component, making it easy to switch between state without repeating our code. So that's just the theory of what a variants are, but now let's get into the coding, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. Now let's talk about how we are going to be defining different states for our animations by using the variants. So to do that, first of all, we have to define our object. So I'll just use like const, and then you can give it any name that you prefer. You can give it the name of like apples, you can give it the name of banana, you can give it the name of HuXn. But in my case, we are now defining different states for our animations, which is a variant. So I'll just give it the name of like variants. And here inside there we have to specify different state for our animation. So in this case I'll just write like hidden, and once again you are more than welcome to give it any name that you prefer, but in my case I'm now providing these names because they make a bit sense. When we specify the variant of hidden, so we want to hide our elements. So I'll just write like opacity will be set to 0, and also the scaling will be set to 0.8. So this is how our hidden state will work. I'm going to also provide the visible. So I'll just write like visible, and here we have to show our elements. So I'll just write like the opacity will be set to 1, and we also have to provide the scaling of 1. Now underneath them I'm going to also provide yet another property or state which will have the opacity of 0, and also the scaling will be set to totally 0.5. Now let me just save this file right now. Once again, we are just defining our object, and inside there we are just providing different states for our animations. And now you can give it any name that you prefer for your object, and you can also give any name for your property, and so on and so forth. So you get the idea. Now we are going to be defining something called the use state inside your home component. So I'll just define a state for the visible and also not the visible. So I'll just use like is visible, and also set is VISIBL, come on, set is VISIBLE, and it's going to be coming from the use state. And now we have to use that right here. And the initial value, I'll just specify true right here. And once I do that, you already know what we are going to be getting. Now we are working with the server component and we are using our use state, so it will freak out. So what do we have to do? We have to convert that to the use client. Okay, so let's just save this file right now. And the next thing that we have to do is that we are now inside the React world, not inside the Next.js. So we also have to change our import from this import. Let me just comment this line out to import and manually import the motion from the motion and then React.js. So now we have to import our motion like this because currently we are now working with the React.js and not the Next.js. So we are now currently working with the client component. So that's totally done. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to go into our UI and we have to change both of them by providing our motion dot. So we are now telling our motion.dev that we want to just animate this specific element. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to provide my variant. First of all, we have to tell like which variants we want to use for our element or what will be the state of our animations. So we already defined these variants. So I'm going to copy them and now let me just place them right here. And the next thing that we have to do is that we have to use these variants or these properties of these variants inside our animation. So now let me just save this file right now. And now if I just use like initial, and initially we want to hide our element. So I'll just use like hidden right here. And now once I save my file, so that element will be totally hidden. So let me just provide the class names and the class name will be set to totally box. So now this element is showing, and once I refresh this, here you can see that element will be gone. So what, if I comment this line out and save my file, and now let me just refresh there, we are going to be getting our element. And now if I uncomment this line out and save my file, and now if I just refresh there, that element will be totally gone. So why is that? That's because we are now providing the initial value and the initial value will be set to hidden, and we are now just changing the opacity to 0, and we are also providing the scaling of 0.8 to there. So that's the only reason we are not seeing our element right here. So initially we want to hide our element from the UI, then we want to animate our element. So for that I'm going to just use the animate attribute for that, and we want to just check like if is visible. Come on, is VISIBLE, which is the state right here. So I'm going to have to copy there. Now let me just place it right here. So if is visible, if that is the case, we are going to be providing the visible state. But if that's not the case, we are going to be providing the hidden state. So you know what, we're going to have to use the by only using one bracket right here. And now let me just save my file right here. So it's going to give us our element back. And why is that? That's because we are now providing the use state and the initial value is set to true. So that's why we are now seeing our element. But now if I just change that to like false and save my file, so it's going to just remove that from our UI. Now let me just undo that, and this is how it looks like right here. Now we also want to provide the exit state, so I'll just use like exit, and for the exit state we are going to be using this exit state right here, which will have the opacity of 0 and the scaling will be set to 0.5. And now let me just save this file right now, and this is how it looks like right here. I'm going to also provide the transitions today. We only want to provide the duration of 1 second. Now let me just save this file right here, and this is how it looks like. I'm going to also provide the onClick event handler, so we can totally use the onClick event handler in Next.js, and that's because we are using our client component, not the server component. So we can totally use the onClick event handler, and inside there we will just use our set is visible, and we will totally convert that to not is visible. And let's just save this file right here, and now let me just refresh there. So here you can see initially it's going to show us our element. That's because the initial state is set to true, which means like it's going to use this visible state right here from the variant. But now if I click on there, so it's going to hide there. If I click on there once again, so it's going to unhide there. So this is how we are going to be defining a different states for our animations by using the variants. You know what, let me just give you a few more examples of the variants. So I'll just delete there. I will also delete this code. I will remove this variant, and let's just delete all of that stuff from here. And now we are going to be using a server component, so we have to import our motion like this. That's totally done. And now let me just save my file. I'm gonna just write like h1. Come on, just use the h. God damn it. So let's just save this file right now. We are not seeing anything. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to show you the animated shape. So to show you there, first of all, let me just even define a different variants for there. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write like a const box variants, and you can give it any name that you prefer, and inside there I will provide my initial state. So initial or the starting point. So let's just change that to INITIAL like this. Initially we want that to have the scaling of 1 and also the rotation. So let's just write like rotate. The rotation will be set to 0 and the skew property will be also set to totally 0. Now underneath there, when somebody hover over there, so in this situation we are going to be changing a few things. So I'll just write like scale, and scale will be set to 1.2. I'm going to also provide the rotation. So the rotation will be set to 15 degree. I'm going to also provide the skew property, which will be set to 10 degree. And here we also have to provide our transitions. So I'll just use like transitions, TRANSITIONS like this. And the transition is going to take like the duration of 0.3 seconds. And now let's just save this file right now. This will be our first state. This will be our second state. Now let me also define the third state, which will be for the click. When somebody clicks on this, we are going to be changing the scale of them to use like 0.9. We're going to be also providing a different rotation today. So it's going to take like minus or negative 15. And we're going to be also providing a transitions today. So transition, and it's going to take like a duration of 0.3 seconds. So now let me just save this file right now. And this is how our variants looks like right here. Now let me just hide there from the UI. And now let's just take care of this UI. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to define my Motion.dev. So I'll just use like motion first of all. Come on, let's just use our Motion.dev. And here inside there, let's just close it like this. And I'm going to close it as a self-closing tag. We're going to be providing the class names, and it's going to be set to like width 40, and I'm going to also provide the height of 40, and background will be set to totally blue of 500. Let's just make it totally rounded of totally large. I'm going to save this file right now, and now we are seeing this element right here, which is looking totally cool. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to tell like we are going to be using this variant. So I'm going to copy the name of there, and now let me just specify there right here. So which means like now we unlock the power of variants, and we can totally use our variants inside this div right here. I'll provide the initial state, and for the initial state we want to use our initial state. So let me just copy this initial spelling from there, and now let me just paste that right here. And initially it's going to have the scaling of 1, the rotation of 0, and also the skew will be set to totally 0. So that's going to be my initial state. And we also have to provide while hover. This is something which we're going to be discussing in a lot of great detail later in this course, but you don't have to worry about that. So for that, we're going to be using the hover state right here. Like when somebody hover over there, so we're going to be using this state, which is this hover state right here. That's totally done. I'm going to also provide another one which is called the while tap. When somebody clicks on there, so in this situation we are going to be using this click state, which is this click state right here, which will have the scaling of 0.9. The rotation will be set to minus or negative 50 degrees, and the duration will be 0.3. So now let me just hide there, and now let me just show you this element right here. So let's just refresh there. So this is the initial state of our element. If I hover over this, so it's going to skew it a bit. If I click on this, it's going to make it a bit smaller. And now let me just remove that click, and this is how it looks like right here. So that was the example number 1 of the variants. And now let me give you one more example, and I guess that's going to be the final example. So let's just delete that, and I'm going to give you the example of the flipping card. I'm going to also delete that. I'm going to comment this line out because now we are going to be using our use state. So first of all, we even have to define our state. So I'll just use like is flip, and also set is flip like this, and it's going to be equals to the use state, and the initial value will be set to totally false. I'm going to also mark it as a use prime directive, and now underneath it we have to import our motion like this. So I'll just use that motion from where, from the motion, and then React.js. And let's just save this file right now, and this is how it looks like right here. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to take care of our UI. So I will just provide my Motion.div right here. I'm gonna copy there, and let me just place there right here. Save this file right now, and inside this Motion.div we're going to be providing a special class which I'm gonna show you in a few seconds. So which will be a perspective. So let's just provide like perspective of 100 or 1000 to be precise. And when somebody clicks on this, we are going to be changing the state. So I will just use like set is flipped, and we have to provide like not is flipped. And I'm going to save this file right now, and this is how it looks like right here. Don't worry about the code because I'm going to be explaining every single thing in a lot of great detail. Once again, inside that Motion.div, we have to define yet another Motion.div. And for this Motion.div, we're going to be providing a bit of styling. I am not going to type all of that styling, so now let me just provide there. And this is how my styling looks like right here. So let's just go back. So we are just providing a width height, background color, and also rounded and so on and so forth. You can totally pause the video. You can totally check this out by yourself, but in my case, that's gonna be fine. Inside there, we have to define yet another motion.dev. So let's just provide them, and here I'll just provide like this will be the front side. Okay, and now we have to duplicate them, and this one will be the back side. So I'm going to just write like front side and also the back side. Now let me just provide a bit of classes to this dev and also to this dev. So for this dev, we are going to be using these classes. Let me just even highlight there for you like this. And for this dev, which will be for the back side, we are going to be using these classes. So now let me just save this file right now. And this is how it looks like right here. Now let me go ahead and go to my globals.css file, and inside there I am going to define these classes right here, which will have the perspective of 1000, and here we are only providing the perspective of only 1000, and we are also providing a bit of transformation for the perspective. So yeah, now let me just close this file right, and now we have to define our variants for our card. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just use like card variants, and inside there we're going to be providing the front side, and that's going to be set to totally rotate on the y-axis, and that's going to be set to totally 0. I'm going to also duplicate that and change that to the back side, and rotation for the y-axis will be set to 180 degree. I'm going to save this file right now. And now here for this div, we have to first of all tell like which kind of variants we want to use. So I'll just use like variants. So I'll just use like variants. I'm going to copy this card variants from there. Let me just provide there right here. Save this file right now. This is how it looks like. First of all, we have to provide a variant for the initial state. So for the initial state, we want to use the front side, which will be, let's just refresh there. God damn, it's not working. You know what, we're gonna take care of that in a few seconds. But also when we want to animate this, so in that situation, first of all we have to check if it's flipped. So in that situation we are going to be showing the back side, but if that's not the case, we are going to be showing the front side. And also we want to provide a bit of transitions to this, so we want to only provide the duration of 0.6 seconds. So let's just save this file right now, and this is how it looks like. So now let me just make that a bit bigger like this, and now if I just refresh there and click on this, so it's going to give us the back side, and it's going to flip there as a rotate on the y-axis of 180 degree. And that was the basics of variants, and we are going to be seeing a lot more example of the variants in a lot of great detail later in this course. Let's talk about one of your favorite topic, and I know you're gonna love this one. I can totally guarantee that. What am I talking about? I am talking about the gesture animation. So what are they and why you should even care about them? Gestures allow you to add interactive animation based on the user action, like dragging or hovering or tapping, makes our component responsive to how user interact with them. So that's just the theory of what a gesture animations is, and in this section we are going to be learning about the dragging, hovering, and also the tapping. Let's talk about the gesture animation, and gesture animations are those animation which will happen because of the user interaction. So what do I mean by that? So in this section we are going to be covering a few things, like first of all we are going to be covering the while hover gesture animation. We are going to be also covering the while tap gesture animation, and also the while drag gesture animation. So as the name suggests, while the user is hovering over through a specific element, we want some animation to happen, and while the user is tapping on some sort of an element, we want a specific animation to happen, and also while the user is dragging a specific element, we want a specific animation to happen. So now let me just remove that from here. Now let me just write some code, and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. First of all, I will define my Motion.dev, and I will close that as a self-closing tag. I'm going to also provide the class name of box today so that we can see that on our screen right here. That's totally done. Now I will use my first gesture animation, which will be while hover. While the user is hovering over through this specific element, we want this animation to happen. So I'll just scale the size of this. I'll just provide like scale, and here we only have to specify, come on, we have to write like scale, and we only have to specify 1.2, and I'm going to also provide the rotation of the, and rotation will be 10 degrees. Okay, so while the user is hovering over through this element, we want to change the scaling of the, and also we want to rotate that specific element. So now let me just refresh them, and now if I hover my mouse over to there, so you know what, I'm gonna have to go ahead and go to the globals and just comment this line out and save my file right here. And now let's just refresh them. If I hover my mouse over to there, it will rotate our element and it's gonna also change the size of there or change the scaling of there. That's the first thing that you have to keep in mind. While the user is hovering over there, like while I'm hovering over this element, this animation will happen. But as soon as I leave there, this animation will stop working. So that was our first animation. You know what, let me just make it a bit smaller so you guys can see everything a bit better. So you know what, I'm gonna just hit enter right here, and I am going to even comment this line out and save this file right here. And now underneath there, let me just show you one other one, which will be while tab. While the user is tapping on this specific element, so we want this animation to happen. So I'll just write like scale of 0.8. I'm gonna also provide the background color. So let's just change the background color to the orange. So now let me just save this file right here. I'm gonna go back. So if I just refresh there, and once I hover my mouse over to there, nothing will happen. But if I click on there, here you can see it's going to change the scaling of there, and it's going to also change the color of there. But as soon as I leave my click, so here you can see it's going to back to its original state. So this is how we are going to be working with the while hover and also the while tab. While hover will work once we hover over our element, and while tab will work once we tap on our specific element. So it's going to just provide these properties or these animations. Now let me just comment this line out. Now I'm going to be also showing you another one which is called the while drag. While we are dragging this element, so we want some animation to happen. But first of all, the question is, how in the world we are going to be even making this element totally draggable? So to make that draggable, so we are going to be just providing a drag, and that's it. So if we just specify the drag without providing any attribute or without providing anything, now our element is totally draggable. So now let me just even show you there. Okay, so if I just refresh there, and now we can totally drag this element to anywhere we want. This element is totally draggable. Oh, so now let me just refresh this. So this element is now totally draggable because we are now only providing this drag right here. Now the next thing that I want to show you is that if you use the while drag, so we want to now make it so while we are dragging this element, we want to just change something inside this element. I'll just provide like the scaling. So let's just provide a scale, and the scale will be set to 1.1. I'm going to also change the background color of this. So I'll just write like the background color, and I'm going to just make that totally orange. So now let's just save this file right now. And now let me just test this out. So if I just drag there, here you can see it's going to change the scaling of there, and it's going to also change the background color of there. This is looking a bit awful. So you know what, I'm going to have to provide yet another property or another attribute, which will be a transition. So I'll just write like transition, and here for this transition, we are going to be introducing a new properties. So first of all, we have to provide the type of transition that we want. So I'll just write like spring. There are a few of them, like we have a Inerita, I can't even pronounce this name. We have a keyframes, we have a twin, but I'm gonna only choose this spring animation right here. And if you want me, I can even create a complete course on a spring animation. This is a huge topic, but right now I'm gonna just give you the test of there. Okay, so we are now providing the transition type, which is now set to spring. And I'm going to also provide the stiffness. So let's just write like the stiffness. Come on. STIFNESS. STIFFFNES. And the stiffness will be set to 300. So now let me just save this file right now. Now that we are telling our animation that we want to make you as a spring, bounce like a spring. And we want you to bounce 300 times. So that's why we are now providing the stiffness of 300. So now if I drag there, here you can see this is how our spring animation will look like. You know what, this is not a better example, so I'm going to just comment this line out. I'm going to also comment this line out, and now let me just show you this while hover. So as soon as I save my file, now you will see the power of stiffness and also the spring animation. So now let me just refresh there, and if I hover over there, here you can see feels like a spring, and we are also providing this 300 of stiffness. So that's why we are now getting this bounciness right here, as you can see there right here. If I just change that to like maybe 500 or even 1000 of stiffness, so I'm going to just change that to like 1000 stiffness. Let me just save this file right now, and I'm going to hover my mouse over to there. Here you can see it's going to give us a lot of stiffness right here. Let me just try that once again, and now we are getting a lot of stiffness. So that was it about for the spring animation and also for the stiffness. I'm going to back there to 300 right here. I'm going to comment this line out. I'm going to uncomment the drag and also the while drag right here. So let's just save this file right now. And now as soon as we drag this element, it's going to change the color, and it's going to also change the scale. And we are also providing a transition of spring animation, and also we are providing a bit of stiffness right here. We can also provide a constraint or boundaries for our drag. So if I just drag my element right now, this is totally free. I can drag the to wherever I want. So if I just drag there and if I leave there, here you can, it's gonna go on and on. Here you can see it's gonna come right here. If I just push there right here at the top, so let me just push there at the top. So this is now totally free and it is now hide from the UI. We don't want that. We can also specify a different constraints or a different boundary for this specific draggable. Okay, so to do that, I'm gonna have to remove this code from here. Now we are already providing our drag. We are also providing the while drag. Now the next thing that I want to show you is that we can also provide the drag constraints, like the different boundary for this drag. So to show you there, I'm going to just write the drag constraint right here, which is also another attribute. So I'm going to write like drag constraints, and for there we are going to be providing like for the top, we only want that to go to the -50. So once I do that and save my file right here, and now let me just refresh there. If I just push that to the top, here you can see I cannot push that to the top anymore. But if I want to push that to the bottom, as you can see right here, it's gonna hide there from the UI. And now let me just go to the bottom right here, and then I can't even see my element anymore. So now let me just refresh this. So we cannot drag there from that specific constraint, which is a -50. I'm gonna also provide a different constraint for the left side. So for the left side, I'm gonna provide like 50 degrees. So let's just save this file right now. And I am going to make that a bit bigger, and now let's just refresh there, and here you can see I cannot drag there anymore from the left side. Why is that? Because we are now providing a different constraint for there. But if I want to just push that to the right side, bang, this is totally free and it can go on and on. But now let me just refresh them. We are going to be also providing a constraint for the right side, so I'll just use like right, and here for the right side I will just provide like +50. And now let me just save this file right now, and now if I push that to the right, still we cannot push that to the left, and we can also not push that to the right. But this is totally free on the bottom side. We can totally push that to the bottom, but we can also provide a constraint for there. So I'll just use like bottom, and for the bottom side I will also provide a 50 right here. So my file right here, now we are providing this boundary or this constraint forward drag. Okay, so if you want to drag that to the left, it cannot go outside from this boundary. If I want to drag that right here, still it cannot go outside from this specific boundary right here. So that's how we are going to be making a certain element as a draggable. This is how we are going to be providing our animation for the drag while the user is dragging, and this is how we are going to be providing a different constraint for our drag. So now that's totally done. Now I want to give you an example of the animated card. So to give you the example of that, I'm going to have to remove this code from here, and I'm going to make this div as a Motion.dev. So I'll just use like motion dot, and it's going to make it as a Motion.dev. The first thing that I want to do is that I want to provide a lot of classes for this div. Now let me just save this file right now, and these are the classes that you have to specify. That's going to be the first thing that you have to do. Now I'm going to go inside this div, and here inside this div we are going to be providing our image, and for the source we are going to be passing this image URL right here. And for the alternative text, I'm going to just write like card image, and now let's just save this file right now. And now it's going to give us our image right here, in which is looking cool. Now I will also provide these classes for our image so that our image looks something like this. And yeah, this is looking totally cool. And now underneath this image, we are going to be creating yet another div with a class of padding all around of 6, and inside there we are going to be defining h2, which will say like dynamic card, card title. And now let's just save this file right now. Underneath there we are going to be creating a paragraph, and I will just specify this text inside there, which will just say like, this is my simple and amazing card built with amazing animation library Motion.dev. Underneath this paragraph I'm going to create my button. So let's just create our button, which will say like learn more. Okay, so I'm going to write like learn more. Now let me just save this file right now. I'm going to provide these classes for this h2. So we are now providing these classes for the h2. Let me just make it a bit smaller like this. And also let me provide these classes for this paragraph. And now for this button we are going to be providing these classes right here. And this is how our card looks like. Now we only have to animate there. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to provide my initial state. So I'll just use like initial, and we want to provide like the scaling of 1 to the initially. So I'll just use like scale, and let's just provide 1. We also have to provide our rotation. So I'll just use like rotate, and rotate will be set to 0 degree. So this will be the initial state of our animation. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to just provide the while somebody hover over there. So what do we have to do? We have to change a few things inside there. So I'll just write like scale, and scale will be set to 1.05, and I'm going to also provide the rotation. We want to rotate there as a 3 degree. And once we save our file right now, let me just refresh there. Let me just go back. And if I hover my mouse over to this, so it's going to change the scaling and it's going to also change the rotation of this specific card. Now I also want to provide the while tab. So while somebody tap on there, so in this situation, we're going to be changing the scaling to 0.95. Now let me just save my file and refresh there. If I hover my mouse over to there, this is how it looks like. But if I tap on there, it's going to just change the scaling of this specific card. I'm going to also make that totally draggable. So I'm going to write like drag. And once we save this file right now, this card is totally draggable. So let's just refresh there. This card is totally draggable, which means like we can totally drag there to anywhere that we want. Now let me provide a bit of constraint for our drags. So I'll just use like drag constraints. And here for these drag constraints, we are going to be providing for the left side, we only want the -50 degree, and also on the right side, we have to provide like +50. On the top side, we want to provide like -50, and also on the bottom side, we want to provide the +50. And once we save this file right now, we can totally drag there, but it will not go outside from this boundary or outside from this constraint. That's also done. We can also provide the transition. So I'm going to just write like transition. And we are going to be providing the type of only spring. Okay, so let's just come on spring like this. And I'm going to also provide the stiffness, and stiffness will be set to 300. And now let me just save this file right now. And if I hover my mouse over to there, we are now getting this amazing stiffness and also this bouncy animation from our spring animation. Now underneath there, I'm going to also provide another property which is called the drag elastic. So I'll just use like drag elastic, and we are going to be providing our elasticity by providing a 0.2, and save this file right now. And here you can see we are now just getting this amazing elastic animation, and this is totally cool. By providing only these line of code, we are now achieving this amazing animation result, and this is now looking super cool. And of course you can totally change that to anything that you prefer, but in my case that's going to be totally fine. So now that's totally done. Now let me give you one more example, and that's going to be the final example. So let's just delete all of that code from here. And by the way, all of that code will be available in my GitHub repository if you care about that. First of all, we are going to be defining our image gallery. So now here we have to place our images. So let's just place that right here. And you can find all of that images in my GitHub repository. So we have an images array, and inside there we have a different object. For each object we have a source, and we also have a different caption for our image. Okay, so we have a few images, and of course you can totally change that to anything that you prefer. So now let me just hide that right here. And the first thing that I want to do is that I want to just make a div. So let's just define our div, and I'm going to close it like this. I'm going to provide the class names. So let's just use like the class names, which will be set to 80%, and we're going to be also providing a flex today. So now inside this div, we have to iterate over through all of their images right here. So I'm going to copy there and place that right here. And I'm going to use the map method on them. And we want to provide the image and also the index of that specific image. Okay, so now inside there, let's just use our Motion.dev because we want to animate there. So now inside there, what do we have to do? You know what, first of all, you want to have to provide the key. And for the key, we are going to be passing this index for each of the image. I'm going to also provide these classes, so you also have to do them. Now inside this div, we have to define our image. So let's just provide our image right here. And we are going to be rendering our image by using, by using image and then src. Okay, so we also have to provide our alternative text, and that's going to be coming from the image and then our caption right here. I'm going to also provide the class name to this. So let's just go back, and for the class names, I'm going to write the class name, and for the class name, we are going to be providing the width of full, and height will be set to totally auto. And let's just save this file right now. And we are now getting our images right here, and which is looking totally cool. Underneath this image, we also have to create yet another Motion.dev. So I'll just use that Motion.dev, and I'm going to close it like this. And inside there, we have to specify our paragraph, and here inside there we are going to be using our image.caption. And now let's just save this file right now. Now we are also getting this image caption right here, and which is looking totally cool. So for this div, we have to provide these classes, and I'm going to save this file right now. It's going to hide that classes right here, but once I hover my mouse over to there, we are now getting these images right here, or that captions to be precise. I'm going to also provide the text of totally large for this paragraph. So I'm going to use like text of totally LG. Save this file right now. And now if I refresh the and hover my mouse over to there, and this is how our animations looks like right here. So for this Motion.dev, we have to provide the while hover. So while somebody hover over there, so let's just use the while hover. So while somebody hover over there, we want to change the scaling of that to like 1.05. And let's just save this file right now. And I'm going to just hover over there. Here you can see it's going to just change the scaling of there. And this is how it looks like right here. And now for this Motion.dev, I'm going to provide the while hover once again. So I'll just use like while hover over this one. We're going to be changing the opacity of that to 1. Okay, so that's the only thing that we have to specify for the animation. And now let's just refresh there. And now if I hover my mouse over to there, here you can see it's going to change the opacity of there. And we are also getting these amazing animations right here, and which is looking totally cool. Okay, so by only providing this line of code from the Motion.dev and also this line of code from the Motion.dev, we are now achieving this amazing result right here. And that was it about for the gesture animations in Next.js or in Motion.dev. Now let's quickly talk about something called the Stagger animation. In Stagger animation refer to a technique where multiple elements animate in a sequence rather than all at once, and this creates a more dynamic and visually appealing effect as each element appear or move slightly after the previous one, adding a sense of rhythm and flow to the animation. So that's just a quick definition of what a stagger animations are. And now let's get into the coding examples, and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So now let's talk about the stagger animation. So what are stagger animations and why should anyone care about them? So stagger animation refer to a way of animating multiple elements in a sequence where each element starts its animation one after another with slight delay. Did you get it? Of course you don't. So now let me just explain that right now. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just remove that from here, and I'm going to make that as a motion.dev. So I'll just use like motion.dev, and inside this dev we are going to be iterating over through our array. So I'm going to use like array. I'll use like dot 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 of array, and inside there let's just provide a 5 elements inside there. Now we are going to be using a map method to iterate over through there. We don't want the data, but we do want the index right here. So inside there we are going to be creating yet another motion.dev. So let's just define our motion.dev like this, and I'm going to close there as a self-closing tag right now. Let me just save this file right now, and this is how it looks like. I'm going to also provide the class name of box today, and this is how it looks like right here. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to also provide the class names of totally flex. Spacing on the x-axis will be set to 4, and this is how it looks like. So I'm going to also go ahead and uncomment this line out from the CSS, save this file, and now we are getting our amazing circles right here. And now it's time to create our stagger animation. So to do that, we are going to be defining 2 variants. First one will be for this parent dev, and the second one will be for this children dev. Okay, so let's just define the parent variant. So I'll just use like parent and then variant, and it's going to be just an object, and inside there we have to specify our hidden property, and we have to provide the opacity of 0 to there. I'm going to just change that to opacity, opacity, there we go, and that's going to be my hidden property. We also have to provide the visibility, so we want to visible there. So for that we are going to be using the opacity of 1, and we also have to provide the transition. Okay, so let's just use the transition, and the transition will be just use a stagger. Okay, so now we want to provide the delay between each of the animations. So we are going to be using a stagger children. I'm going to have to change that to stagger, there we go. And this one will be for the transition. So this is how we are going to be creating our parent variant. I'm going to copy that from there, and we have to attach that for our parent dev. I'm going to go back, and inside there we have to first of all tell like we want to use that specific variant, which is this parent variants right here. Now initially we want our animation to work like this. We want to hide there. So let's just save this file right here, and we are now using this hidden property from this specific variant. Now we are going to be also providing the animate property, and when we want to animate this over there, we are going to be using this visible property. So I'm going to copy that and place that right here, save this file right now, and if we just refresh there, nothing will happen, even though we are also getting an error. So let's just check this out. We are using a motion.dev, but we are not providing any property today. We will take care of that right now. So that was it about for our parent variant. Now we also have to define our children variant. So I'll just use like const children or child. You know, I'm going to just change that to like child variant, parants, and inside there we are going to be also providing the hidden property, and once that's hidden, so we are going to be using the opacity of 0, and also on the y-axis we wanted to change that to 20 degree. I'm going to also provide the visible state, and once that's visible, so we are going to be providing the opacity of 1, and on the y-axis we want to push that to the 0 degree. Once we save this file right now, I'm going to copy the name of the. Now we are going to be going into the children, which is this motion.dev, and we are going to be telling them that we want to use this variant. So I'll just write like variants and use this child variants right here. Also, I'm going to provide the key, and the key will be that index. And now let me just save this file right now, and this is how my code looks like. But now if I just refresh there, Here you can see, first of all, it's going to give us this element, then it's going to give us that one, and so on and so forth. And we are now getting this delay. That's because we are now providing a stagger children, and we are providing this 0.8 delay. If I want to increase this, so I'm going to just write like 1 second. And now for each of the element, it's going to give us the delay of 1 second. So now let me just save my file. And now if I refresh this, so it's going to give us this one, then 1 second after this, then it's going to give us that element, and so on and so forth like this. So you know what, let's just try this out once again. Bang, 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 and bang. Okay, so yeah, this is how we are going to be working with the Stagger animations in Motion.dev. So that was just the demo. Let me just show you that in the real world example. So to do that, I'm going to be refining my animated gallery. So I'm going to just delete all of that code from here. And once again, if you care about the code, you can go ahead and copy that from my GitHub repository. So I'm going to also remove this import from here, because now we're going to be working with the client side component or a client component. Now we are creating an image gallery, so which means like we're going to need a lot of images. So now let me just place these images right here, and now let's just save this file right now. So we have an images gallery. Let me just make that a bit bigger so you guys can see everything a bit better. So now that we have the images gallery, and inside there we have a different images right here. Okay, so you can also specify your own images if you prefer there, but in my case, I only have these images which I select for this specific demo. Okay, so I'm gonna hide there, and this is how my image gallery looks like. Now let me go ahead and go to my UI, and here we only have to provide my div, and now let me also take care of that. But before we do that, we're going to be making this so like we can totally hide or unhide our images. So for that, we're going to use our stat. So I'll just use like const and then show images or images like this, and then set show images like this, and it's going to be equals to the use state, and the initial value will be set to totally false. I'm going to go back right now. We have to convert our component to the use client component. If you are using React.js, so you don't have to provide this directory right here at the top. Now we have to import our motion from the Motion.dev. So I'll just use like motion from where, from the motion, and then we want to grab that from the React.js. This is how we are going to be importing them. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to take care of our UI. So I'm going to go inside this div, and I will just create my button right here. So now let's just use our button, and we are going to be showing our content based on this state. So if you have the show images, we are going to be providing the hide images. But if that's not the case, we are going to be providing like show images as a label right here. I'm going to save this file right now. Here we also have to provide different classes. So I will just specify these classes right here, and you also have to provide these classes. Also, we are going to be attaching a function which will be the onClick function, and here we have to pass our handle click. And now let's just create this. So I'm going to copy the name of them, and here we have to go underneath this use state, and we have to create this function which is a handle click. And inside this function, what do we have to do? We just have to access our set show images. And now here we are going to be passing our previous state, and we only have to convert that or toggle that as not previous states, and that's totally done. Okay, so this is how our button will look like. Now I'm going to hide my button. Now we have to define our Motion.dev. So I'll just use like Motion.dev, and I'm going to close it like this. Inside there we are going to be showing our images gallery. So I'll just use like gallery images, and now we have to iterate over through all of that images, because inside this images gallery we have a lot of images. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to provide my image, and I'm going to also provide my index inside there, because that's going to be for the key. And inside there we are going to be using our motion.image. So I'll just use like motion.image right here, because currently we're going to be rendering our images. Okay, so first of all we have to provide the key, and the key will be set to the index. We also have to provide the source, and the source will be coming from this image right here. So I'm going to copy them and place it right here. I'm going to also provide the alternative text, and that alternative text will be gallery image, and here we have to just render our index +1. I'm going to save this file right now, and this is how our images looks like right here. And yeah, they are looking currently a bit awful, but we're going to take care of that in a few seconds. I'm going to also provide the class names of the margin for the left will be set to 2 rem. Now let's just close there. We're going to be also providing the width today, and width will be set to 300 pixel, and let's just make that wholly rounded. And now let's just save our file, and this is how it looks like right here, and our button is totally hidden. Now we have to provide our stagger animation. So first of all, we're going to be providing an animation variant for this div. Then we have to create an animation or variant for this second one. So this one will be a parent variant, and this one will take the children variant. So now let me just even define that variants right here. So now underneath this images gallery, we are going to be defining our parent variants. And here inside there, first of all, we have to provide our hidden property, and the opacity will be set to totally 0. Underneath there, we have to provide the visible, and come on, let's just provide the visible, and inside there we are going to be providing the opacity of 1 today. We also have to provide the transition, and the transition will take the stagger children. Come on, stagger stagger children, and we only have to provide like 0.5 second, and we also have to provide the stagger direction, and we want to provide only one right here. So that's going to be the variant for my parent. I'm going to copy that from there. Now let me just come a bit down, go to my Motion.dev, and inside there we are going to be defining our variants and place our parent variant inside there. Initially we want that to be totally hidden, and then when we want to animate this, in this situation we're going to be just checking if we have the show images. If that is the case, we are going to be using this visible variant, but if that's not the case, we are going to be using a hidden variant. Underneath there we have to also provide the class names of totally flex, and now let's just save this file right now. We will not see there. Okay, so if I click on there, yeah, if I just refresh there, and now if I click on the show images, we will see our images, and if I click on this, it's gonna hide there, but we cannot see that amazing animation. So now let's just also take care of the children variant. So I'm going to go to the top once again, and here we have to define our children variants. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write like const and then child variants, and inside there we have to provide the hidden property, and we have to provide the opacity of 0, and also on the y-axis we can provide like 20, and here we also have to provide the visible, and here we have to provide the opacity of 1, and on the y-axis it's going to be set to totally 0. I'm going to save this file right now and copy this children variants. Now I'm gonna go into my specific image. Here we have to specify our variants and pass our child variants inside there. Let me just make that a bit bigger so you guys can see everything a bit better. Let's just refresh there. If I click on the show image, it's gonna show us their images one by one. Let me just try that once again. If I click on there once again, it's gonna give us their images one by one. If I just remove them, so it's gonna hide all of them. Okay, so bang, 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 and bang. Okay, so this is how our variants will work for our images gallery. We can also do a bit of refactor. If you prefer this refactor, you can totally do that. If you don't want to do that, you don't have to do that. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just go ahead and go to my src, and here we can define our variants. Let me just zoom in a bit, and here let's just define like variants. You don't have to give it that name, you can give it any name that you prefer, but in my case I'll just give it the name of like variants, and inside there let's just use our index.ts file. Okay, so that's totally done. Now I'm gonna go ahead and go to my page.tsx file. I'm going to cut this parent and also this child variants. I'm gonna cut that from here. Now let me go ahead and go to my variants index.ts file, place that right here. I'm gonna go back, and here we just have to provide the export, so I'll just use the export. I'm gonna copy that from there, go to the bottom, and we have to specify that right here. Now they are inside a separate file. We can provide as many as we want, and now we can totally use them inside our file. So now let me just close this file right here. I'm gonna also close there. Now let me go ahead and go to my page.tsx file, and now it's going to give us a lot of errors, like we have to import the parent variant, and we also have to import the child variants. So to do that, we are going to be importing them from our file. So I'll just import like parent variant, and we also have to import the child variants right here inside my file, and still it will totally work. Okay, so this is how we are going to be refactoring them and using them inside the other file, just for the clearance. I'm going to just refresh there, and let's just try there once again. If I click on this show images, now it's going to give us all of their images one by one. Let me just try there once again. Bang, 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 and bang. So yeah, this is how we are going to be working with the Stagger animation in Next.js and also in the Motion.dev. Welcome to the second part of this course. So this is going to be basically the intermediate part of the Framer Motion, and in this section we are going to be covering the hooks inside the Framer Motion library. So let's talk about the first hook, which is called the useMotionValue hook. So the useMotionValue hook enables fine control over the animation, allowing us to trigger animation programmatically based on the component state or events. It allows for the integration of more complex animation logic that goes beyond what's achievable with just prop on the motion component, like we just saw the animate prop, the variant prop, and so on and so forth. So now the useMotionValue hook will allows us to create something called the motion value. I'm going to show you what a motion value is in a few seconds, but yeah, let's just go ahead and go to the coding. Now let's talk about how we are going to be controlling the behavior, or how we are going to be controlling our animation programmatically by using the useMotionValue hook from a Motion.dev. But before I show you that, I want to show you something else. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to import my motion. So I'll just use like import every single thing as motion. From where? From the motion, and then from the React client. Okay, so here what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just remove this line of code, and I'm going to just convert this dev to the motion.dev, and I'm going to close that as a self-closing tag. I'm going to also provide the class name of there. So let's just go back and provide the class name of box today. Save my file, and this is how it looks like. Now I want you to focus on this ball. So I'm going to write like animate, and once I write like animate, and we want to animate there on the x-axis of 50, let's just go back. We only have to specify this line of code, and once I save my file, please, I want you to focus on this ball. And once I save there, bang, it's gonna move our ball, but it's gonna also give us that smooth animation. Why in the world we are now getting that smooth animation? So if I just remove that, and now let me just show you there once again. And if I just specify this animate in x of 50, and still if we save our file, we are now moving our ball, but why in the world we are now getting this smooth animation from there? We are now getting this smooth animation because of something called the motion value from the motion.dev. So let me just explain that a bit more. I'm going to also provide like y-axis, and now let me just convert that to like 50 maybe, save my file. Here you can see we are now getting this amazing animation. So if I just write like negative maybe 100, and now let me just go back and save this file. Here you can see we are now getting this smooth animation. We are now getting this smooth animation from something called the motion value. So we can also define our own motion value, and we can control the behavior of our animation by using the useMotionValue hook from the motion.dev. Let me just save this file right now. So how in the world we are going to be defining our own motion value? Well, we have to use a hook for that. So if you are using a hook, once again, we are now currently working with the server component, so we have to convert our code to the client component. So I'm going to just delete this line of code, and to convert our code to the client components, we are going to be using the useClient directive. And now let me just save my file. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to import our motion. So I'm going to just use like import, and we want to import the motion from the framer, not from the framer motion, but from the motion, and then from the React.js, not from the React client. But now we also have to import our useMotionValue hook. It's gonna allows us to create our own custom motion values. So I'm gonna copy them, and now we are going to be only calling this useMotionValue, and here we have to specify some sort of an initial value to there, and that can be unknown. Like you can specify anything that you prefer, but in my case I'm gonna only specify 0 right here. You can write like 120 or 50 or something like that, but in my case I'm gonna only provide 0 inside there, and I'm gonna store there inside the variable with the name of x. So this is how we are going to be initializing our useMotionValue hook, and now we have to do something with there. Now I know a lot of you will think that, HuXn, we just have to use like animate, and we have to provide that x value, and now we have to copy this x value from this motion value, and we have to place that right here. And you know, let's just change that to like maybe 50 or 60, and once I save my file, and now if I just refresh there, nothing will happen. Why is that? If I hover my mouse over to this error, it is saying like you cannot use the type of x is a motion value. As you can see that right here, let me just highlight the type of x is now currently a motion value, which is not assignable to the type of boolean or animation control or something like that. Okay, so you cannot use the for the animate property. You cannot animate there. So how in the world we are going to be using this x value from our motion value? Well, to use them, we are going to be using our custom inline CSS. So I'll just use like style, and here we have to provide the x, and the x will be set to x. Here you can see it's gonna move our ball, but it will not give us that smooth animation. Also, we don't have to provide this x of x. Now let me just delete that, and it will totally work. Okay, so if I just change that to maybe like, I don't know, 100 maybe, and watch what happens. So it's gonna move our ball, but it will not give us that smooth animation. You know, let me just first of all make the as initial value of 0. So if I just refresh this, so this is how our ball will look like. But now we have to provide like 100, and once I save my file, And now let me just refresh there. Here you can see it's gonna move our ball, but it will not give us that smoothness right here. So if you want to get that smoothness, so for that we are going to be using our transition, but we are not there yet, so we are not even going to be discussing that right now. Now let me just show you a few events from a MotionValue event. You don't have to worry about them, but these are only for the debugging purposes. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just make it as a totally draggable box. So I'll just use like drag, and now let's just save this file right now. So it's going to make it like totally draggable. I'm going to also provide a different constraints for that. So I'll just use like drag constraints. And here we have to just write for the left, we want to set that to 0, and for the right we have to set that to like 200. And now let's just save this file right now, and these are our constraint, and we cannot go outside from these constraint. Okay, so that's totally done. I'm gonna also use the style, and for this style we are going to be using that X, which is our MotionValue right here. That's totally done. Now let me just right click on there and open my inspect element. Then I'm gonna go into my console, and now let me just put that at the bottom like this. And now we are going to be using our debugging events. So how in the world we are going to be using them? First of all, we have to import our useMotionValue and then event. Come on, let's just use like MotionValue and then event. Let's just import them. And for that, first of all, we have to specify our MotionValue. Then we have to provide the event name. After that, we can pass our callback function. So first of all, let me just copy my MotionValue, which is this X, and now we have to provide that right here. I'm going to provide my comma, and the next thing that we have to do is that we have to provide this event, and there are a lot of events. So if I just provide a string, and if I hold control and space, so now we are getting like animation cancel, animation complete, animation start, change, and so on and so forth. But in this case, I'm only interested in the animation start. Okay, so let's just write like animation start right here. And now we have to provide a comma, and now we have to pass our callback function right here, like what you want to do with that specific MotionValue. In this case, I will just only log that to the console by providing like animation started on this specific point. Now let me just save my file, and now let's just refresh there. And now if I just drag my ball, and if I just leave there right here, so it's going to give us like animation. Let me just zoom in a bit. It's going to give us that animation started on X. We cannot even see the animation started on this specific X right here. So that's the first thing that we have to do. I'm going to also duplicate this line of code. Now we are going to be also providing another event, which will be a change event. Okay, so now we also have to provide the latest value, like for which value this old value is now converting. So let's just write like latest right here, save my file, and now we also have to write like our animation is changed to this specific value. So I'll just write like X is changed this new value. So let's just write like latest, LATEST, and I'm going to remove this code from there. So our animation started on X, and then our animation changed to this specific latest value right here. So let's just refresh there. If I click on there and if I drag there, our animation changed to this new value right here, and then it's going to give us like our animation started on this X value. So which means like we can now totally control our motion values based on these motion events right here. And by the way, if you don't get this code, you don't have to worry about that, because you will never use this code. Maybe you will, but maybe you will not. So this code is only for the debugging purposes, and that's the only reason I'm now writing there right here. So the only point of providing this code is to show you like we can now create our own custom motion value. We can do anything we want to do with it, but in this case we're just logging there to the console so that we can see like, yeah, we are now getting our different motion values right here. Okay, so yeah, that was it about for the motion value basics. And now let me just give you the example of that so that you guys can see everything a bit better. So I'm going to just delete this code. I'm going to also delete these line of code from here. I'm going to also remove all of them, or you know what, we have to just remove this use motion event from there. I'm going to save this file right now. First of all, I will just delete all of that code from here. I'm going to define my div. So let's just define the div right here, and inside this div we are going to be creating our motion.button, and I'm going to close there like this. So I'm going to close there like this. I'm going to also provide the class name, and the class name will be set to box. And now let's just save our file, and now we are getting this value right here. And now let's just refresh there, and it is working the way we expect them to work. And now underneath there we are going to be defining our input slider. So I'll just use like div, and for this div we are going to be also providing classes. Margin for our top will be set to 6 rem, and I'm going to close it like this. Inside there we have to define our input field, and the type will be set to range because we want to get our range slider. And I'm going to also provide the minimum height, and it's going to be set to like 0.5. We also want to provide the maximum height, and it's going to be set to 5. We also want to provide a steps, and that's going to be 0.01. And also we want to provide a default value, which will be set to 1. And now let's just save this file right now. And here we are going to be also providing the on change event handler. When somebody try to change this, we are going to be firing this on change event handler right here, which will be the change handler. And now let's just save this file right now, comment this line out, and this is how it works. So the first thing that we have to do is that we have to define our motion value for the scaling. Like whenever I change this input value, we want to change the scaling of this specific element. So how in the world we are going to be doing that? I will just define my useMotionValue, and here we have to specify one inside there. And now we are going to be using const scale, and it's going to be equals to this value right here. So this is how we are going to be defining a motion value for our scale, and now we have to use that for our box. So to do that, I'm going to just write like style, and here for this style we're going to be providing that scale. We can also set that to like scale of scale, but we don't have to. We only have to provide the scale right here. And now if I just save my file and refresh there, if I just scroll down, nothing will happen. Why? Because we have to define this function. So I'm going to uncomment there, I'm going to copy there, and now here we have to define our function. So I'll just use like const change handler, and it's going to take this event. We will annotate that in a few seconds, but first of all we have to use their scale, which is our motion value, and on there we have a set method, and we are going to be setting a new value for there. So I'll just use like e.target.value. It should be a target.value. Okay, so I'm going to also convert it to the parse float, float, and I'm going to close there like this. I'm going to save this file right now. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to annotate our event to use the change event from the React.js. So I'll just use like change event. This is a TypeScript stuff. If you don't get it, you don't have to worry about that. And we're going to be using that inside the HTML input element right here, and we have to close there like this. Let me just show you the coding, and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So here you can see we are now accessing our motion value. On there we are now providing a set method, and now it's going to give us their different values from our input field right here. So it's going to give us all of that value totally randomly. So for that we have to convert all of that string value to use the parse float value. So it's going to convert all of that string value to the float, and now it's going to give us our animation like this. But watch what happens if I just refresh there, and if I just change this input field right here, we are now changing the behavior of our element, but this is not super smooth. As you can see there right here, this is not smooth. This is not a spring based animation. So if you want to convert there to a spring, this is also something which I'm going to be showing you right now in a few seconds. But now this is how we are going to be defining our own custom motion values. This is how we are going to be binding them. This is how we are going to be changing them, and we can do a lot of stuff with them by using our own custom motion values, and it will give us a superpower. So now let's talk about the useSpring hook from the Motion.dev. So currently we are now using this useMotionValue hook, and this is how our animation looks like. So if I just change my input field, we are getting this animation, but this is not smooth as compared to the spring based animation. So I want you to just keep this animation in mind, and now we are going to be changing the to the useSpring. So I'm going to just change it to the useSpring, and now let me just import that from the React.js or from the Motion and React.js, and now we are using the useSpring instead of just using the useMotionValue. So now let me just save there and watch what happens. So if I just change my input field, we are now getting this smooth, kind of like a spring animation. Not kind of like, but we are getting this spring animation. And why is that? That's because we are now using this useSpring hook from the Motion.dev. So this is how we are going to be using our useSpring hook from our Motion.dev. And it's going to give us this smooth animation or spring based animation. Okay, so let me give you a quick test of what a useTransform hook can do. Okay, so right now I'm going to give you just a quick test of what a useTransform hook can do and how it works. And later in this course, we are going to be covering that in a lot more great detail once we learn about the useScroll hook and so on and so forth. So let's talk about it. So what is a useTransform hook? So the useTransform hook is used to map one range of values to another. It's great for smooth animation and effects based on the input values like scroll position or mouse movements. So that's just a quick definition of what a useTransform hook is, and let's get into the coding, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So now let's talk about the useTransform hook from the Motion.dev. So we are now going to be importing the hook. So first of all, we have to mark our component as a use client. Then we have to import our motion by using import, and then we have to manually import the from where, from the Motion and then React.js. That's the first thing that we have to do. The second thing that we have to do is that we have to also import the useTransform hook so that we can totally use there. I'm gonna copy the name of there, and now we just have to call there like this. So now it's gonna require a few things. The first thing it's gonna require is a motion value, and which will be a number motion value. The second thing it's gonna ask us to provide will be for the input range and then the output range. So now let me just show you all of that. First of all, we are going to be defining our motion values, and you guys already know how we are going to be defining our motion values. To do that, we are going to be just creating a simple variable. You can give it any name that you prefer. Then we have to use the useMotion and then value, and we have to import that from the React.js or from the Motion.dev to be precise. And then you can give it any name that you prefer, but in my case, I will only provide 0 value right here. Okay, so now let me just duplicate this line of code, and we also have to change that to the Y motion value. So I'm going to copy this X from here. Now let me just place there as a first value for this useTransform. And here you can see we now successfully provided this motion value. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to provide the input range and also the output range. I want you to keep this in mind. This is a range, not just the input and also not just the output. So whenever you want to provide the range, so in this situation we are going to be providing the array. So this will be for the input range. Now let me just provide a comma, and this one will be for the output range right here. So what kind of value we are going to be providing for the input range start and for the input range end? Now let me just delete that. So we want our transformation to start from the negative 100 and we want to go to 100 right here. Okay, so you just have to specify any kind of value that you prefer, but in my case I'm going to only provide like negative 100 and positive 100. And why am I providing that? I'm going to show you why am I doing that in a few seconds, but this one will be for our starting value and this one will be for our ending value. First of all, we have to provide the motion value, then the starting point, then the ending point. Now we have to provide the output values. So whenever our animation start at this point, so we are going to be providing this color, which will be a totally red color. So I'm going to just write like FF and then 0000. You can provide any color that you prefer, but in my case, I'm going to only provide this red color right here. When our animation start at this point, we are going to be changing the color of our element to this red color. But once our animation reaches to this point like 100, so then we're going to be changing the color of our element to this color, which will be a totally green color. So I'm going to just use like 00FF and then 00. Now our transformation is totally done. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to store that inside the variable. So I'll just give it the name of like background color. And now it's going to be equals to this useTransform value right here. If you don't get this code, don't worry about that because I'm going to be explaining that in a lot of great detail right now. So now let me just take care of this UI and then we are going to be using our background inside there. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to just mark there as a Motion.dev. Inside this Motion.dev, we are going to be defining our span, which will have the class of text only white. It's going to say like drag me, and now let me just save this file right now. And now we are getting our drag me right here. Then we are going to be providing a bit of classes today. So I'm going to provide these classes right here, and now let me just save my file. I'm going to also make the totally draggable, so I'm going to just write like drag. We are going to be also providing a different constraint for our drag. So I'll just use like drag constraint. Come on, drag and then constraints. And here inside there, we are going to be providing the left value, and that's going to be negative 200. We're going to be also providing the right value, and that's going to be positive 200. We also have to provide the top value, which will be negative 200. We also have to provide the bottom value, which will be a positive 200. You guys already know this drag and also this drag constraint right here, and that's totally done. Now let me just refresh my browser. Still, we are now getting this draggable box, but we cannot see there. Why? Because we are not using this red color and also this green color. So to use there, I know a lot of you will think that we now successfully define our useTransform. So we have to use our animate prop or animate attribute to be precise. You know, let me just try there. So if I just try to use our animate attribute, and now let me just copy there from there. And now let me just place that right here. We are going to be also providing the X value and also the Y value, which will be our motion values right here. So currently we are now getting this error. If I hover my mouse over to there, it's going to say like the X motion value, Y motion value, background motion value is not assignable to a type boolean or animation control. This is not allowed. Okay, so if I just try to use this, save my file, still we are not getting any colors, we are not getting anything. And why is that? That's because we are now currently using the motion values, and as we discussed that we cannot provide our motion values for our animate props. So if you want to use them, so for that we are going to be using our style property. So once we change that to the style, and now let me just save this file right now, and now let's just refresh this. So it's going to give us that yellow color right here, which is totally cool. But now watch what happens. So if I just drag that to the left, it's going to give us the red color right here. So if I drag that to the right, it's going to give us the green color right here. And why is that? That's because we are now providing this constraint. Like for the left, we want to go to 200 right here. And as we discuss, once our animation reaches to the negative 100, we are going to be changing the color of that animation or that specific thing to totally red. But once our animation reaches to the positive 100, so we are going to be changing there to the green color right here. As you can see, we are now providing a positive 200, and once we set that to the positive 200, so it's going to change the color of the to totally green. Okay, so this is how we are going to be working with this. Now let me just show you there. If I just refresh, if I drag that to the left, so it's going to give us a red color. If I drag that to the right, so it's going to give us a green color right here. And that was the basic example of useTransform hook in Motion.dev. I want you to prepare yourself for a lot of theory, because in this section we are going to be covering the scroll animation. So let's talk about how many types of scroll animation that we have. So we only have two types of scroll animation. So we have a scroll trigger animation, and we also have the scroll driven animation. So let's start from the first one, which is a scroll trigger animation. So these animation are triggered when the user scroll to a specific point in the viewport, and once the scroll reaches to that specific point, the animation plays. So what are the use cases for them? They are great for revealing the elements, changing the style, or starting animation at a specific section of the page. Now let's talk about the scroll driven animations. So these animation continuously change as the user scroll, allowing for a smoother, more interactive experience. The animation property can be mapped directly to the scroll position. So what are the use cases for the scroll driven animation? And the use cases are like, they are ideal for the parallax effect, transforming the element, or adjusting opacity based on the scroll depth. Let's talk about how we are going to be achieving the scroll trigger animation. So to achieve that, there are two props for that. So we are going to be covering the whileInView prop, and we're going to be also covering the viewport prop. Let's start from the first one, which is a whileInView prop. So the whileInView prop is used to trigger animation when the element comes into the viewport. It allows us to define how the element should animate while it is visible on the screen. It enables us to create engaging animation that activates when the user scrolls to a specific part of the web page. Okay, so that's just a whileInView prop, and now let's talk about the viewport prop. So this prop is used to customize how the animation are triggered based on the visibility of the element inside the viewport. It allows us to specify the setting that affect when and how animation should occur as the element scroll into or out of the view. Okay, so yeah, keep that in mind, and now let's get into the coding, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. Now let's talk about the scroll trigger animation in Motion.dev. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just delete this line of code, and I'm going to provide a bit of classes to this. So I'll just use like class name, and it's going to be totally flex, and justify will be set to totally center. I'm going to go back. Items will also be set to totally center, or you know what, items will be set to totally start. Margin for the top will be set to 100 rem. Now let me just save my file, so it's going to hide that element from this UI right here. Okay, so that's totally done. Now inside this div, we are going to be defining yet another div, and now let me also style there. So I'll use like the class names, and the height will be set to 200 viewport height. Come on, not 1000 but just a 200 viewport height. We're going to be also providing the width of totally full and flex. Also justify will be set to totally center, and items will be set to totally center. And now inside this div, we have to define yet another div which will have these classes. So we have to change the background color of that to totally white. I'm going to also provide the rounded of totally large. Padding for all around will be set to 6, and shadow will be set to totally large. Text will be set to totally centered like this. And now let me just save my file, and now let me just show you how that's gonna work. So I'm going to even cut the styling from there, and this is how it's gonna look like right now. Okay, so now inside this div we have to go, and now we have to provide our h2, which will say like amazing card. Okay, amazing card like this. And now let me just save my file, and for this h2 we are going to be providing these classes. So like text will be set to 2xl, font will be set to totally bold, margin for the bottom will be set to 2, and text will be set to totally black. So once I save my file, this is how my h2 will look like. Now underneath we are going to be creating our paragraph, which will say like this card animates. Okay, so now let's just save this file right now. This is going to give us white color. So now we also have to provide a classes for this paragraph. So you know what, I'm going to just write like class name text will be set to totally gray of 600, and now let's just save this file right now. and it's gonna give us this amazing UI right here. So now let me just hide there from this UI by providing these class names. And now let me just save my file, and this is how it looks like right here. So currently we will not see anything, but once we scroll, so it's gonna give us this div right here, so which is something that we want. Now let me go ahead and go to this div, and we have to select this div, and we have to mark there as a motion.dev right here. So it's gonna change the color of that to totally yellow. Now initially we want to hide this, so I'm gonna just write like initial, and here we have to provide the scaling of 0.5, and we also have to provide the opacity of 0 to there. So it's gonna hide there like this. And now we have to show that to the UI while we are in the view. Okay, so I'll just write like while in view, and here we have to provide our scaling, so the scale will be set to 1.1. I'm going to also provide the opacity of only 1 today, and the y-axis will be set to -200. And once I save my file and watch what happens. So if I just refresh there, and if I just scroll down, here we will not only see our card, but we will also see that animations right here. So now let me just show you there. Okay, so if I just scroll down, so it's going to give us that animation, and that animation is super quick. So if I want to show you there a bit better, so I'm going to just write like transition, and for this transition I'm going to provide the duration of 1 second to there. So now let's just save this file right now, and now let me just refresh there, and once I scroll down, so now it's going to give us this beautiful animation, and also it's going to reveal our card while it is in a view. So it's going to provide the scaling of 1.1, the opacity of 1, and the y-axis will be set to 200. So if I want to change the scaling of that to like maybe 2, so it's going to also increase the scaling of there. Okay, so you know what, let me just refresh there, and while we are in the view, so it's going to just scale this up right here. So you know what, let me just make that a bit bigger so you guys can see everything a bit better. Let me just refresh there. And now once I scroll down, so the size will be initially totally small. It's going to increase the size of there. And why is that? That's because while we are in the view, and now we are providing these classes or these animation for our card. Okay, so this is how we are going to be working with the whileInView attribute from a Motion.dev. So that was the example number 1 of the whileInView prop. Now let me give you one more example. And in this one, we are going to be defining our animated boxes. Okay, so first of all, we want to have to create our boxes, then we are going to be animating there by using the whileInView prop. Okay, so I'll just use like array.from, and here inside there, let's just provide the length of 6 today. Now let me just provide my comma. We don't want to get the actual data, we only want to get the index, and here we have to provide our index +1, and now we have to store that inside the variable by using the const boxes, and it's going to be equals to these boxes right here. So now that we successfully define our boxes, the next thing that we have to do is that we have to animate there. So I'm going to go into my UI and delete this home from there and provide my class names right here. So I'll just write like flex, and flex will be set to totally column. So I'll just use like flex of column, and items will be set to totally center, and justify will also be set to totally center. Okay, so let's just use the center right here. The minimum height will be set to totally screen, and margin for the top will be 300 rems. Okay, so now let me just close that like this, and I'm going to save this file right now. So it's going to hide there from the UI, and now inside this div, we have to define our h1, and we have to provide the label of scroll to animate right here. Now I'm going to also provide a bit of styling to this, so I'll just use like class names. Text will be set to 4XL, and font will be set to totally bold. I'm going to also provide margin for the bottom of 10, and this is how it looks like right here. And now we scroll to the bottom, that's why I can see there. Okay, so that's totally done. Now underneath this h1, what do we have to do? Define our div, and inside this div, we're going to be iterating over through all of our boxes. So I'll just use like boxes.map method, and here we have to provide our box, and for each box, what do we have to do? We have to define our div, but there's going to be a motion.dev. We are going to be making the as a motion, or you know what, let me just make the as a motion.dev right away. And inside there, let's just provide our box, and here let's just render over each of the box. And once I save my file, and here you can see we are now getting box 1, 2, 3, and so on and so forth. And now we have to provide our key for this div. So the key will be set to that box, and here you can see that error will be now successfully gone. So that's totally done. Now for each of the box, we have to provide a bit of classes today. So now let's just provide these classes. Let me just even show you there. If I can show you that today, god damn it. So these are the classes that we have to specify for each of the box, and this is how my boxes will look like. But now we have to go into this div and only provides class name, and spacing on the y-axis will be set to 6. And once we save our file, so this is how my boxes currently looks like right here. We can totally see there, we can totally interact with them, and everything is now totally working the way we expect them to work. So now initially we want to hide this, so I'll just use like initial, and here for there we want to provide the opacity of 0 today, and also the scaling will be set to 0.5. And once I do that and save my file, bang, they are now successfully totally gone. Now we want to show there while we are in the view. So for there I'm going to go a bit to the top like this, and now we are going to be providing our while in view right here, and inside there we only want to provide the opacity of 1 and also the scaling of totally 1 to there. And once I save my file, and now let me just refresh there, and now if I just scroll down, it's going to give us each of the box one by one. So it's going to provide the opacity of 1 and also the scaling of 1 to there. So this is how we are going to be getting our elements, and they are looking totally cool. You know what, I'm going to also provide a bit of transition to there. So I'll just use like transition, and we want to provide the duration of 0.5 second, and the easing will be set to ease in and out, okay, like this. And now let's just save this file right now. So initially it's going to be hidden, but now if I just scroll to the bottom, so it's going to give us each of the box totally animated, and it's going to give us all of these boxes while we are in the view. But once we are out of the view, it's not going to give us anything. But once we are inside the view, so it's going to give us all of these boxes right here. Okay, so this is how we are going to be providing a while in view animation for our elements. Now let's talk about the useScroll hook. So the useScroll hook helps track the scroll position of the page. It makes it easy to create animation or effect that respond to how much the user have scrolled. So yeah, that's just a definition of what a useScroll is. And now let's get into the coding, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So that was it about the scroll trigger animations, and now let's talk about the scroll driven animations by using the useScroll hook from the Motion.dev. So once again, we are going to be using a hook, so we have to mark our component as a use client component. So that's the first thing that we have to do. Next up, we have to import our motion from where? From our motion and then React.js, not from the React client. Also, we have to import something called the useScroll hook. And now let me just copy the name of that. And now we have to use that right here. And now it's going to require a few things like container, target, and so on and so forth. We are not going to be providing anything today, and I will store that inside the variable with the name of scroll. And now let me just log that to the console so that we can see what it will give us. So now let's just log that to the console. I'm going to save this file right now. Let me just make it a bit bigger. Right click on there and open my console right here. And it's going to give us a lot of info about our scroll animation. So now let's just refresh there. So here you can see it's going to give us something called the scroll x-axis, and which is a motion value. We are not going to be using this scroll on the x-axis because we are not going to be scrolling from the left to the right. We are only interested in this property, which is called the scroll on the y-axis, which is also a motion value. Okay, so we are going to be scrolling from top to bottom, and we are going to be performing our animations by using this scroll on the y-axis motion value right here. Okay, so now let's just destructure this property and play around with this. So now let's just remove that from here. I am going to also remove this line of code from here. I'm going to just destructure my scroll on the y-axis. So let's just destructure scroll on the x-axis, not the x-axis, but the y-axis right here. And now let's just save this file right now. Now inside this h1, you know what, let me just convert that to the dev. And inside this dev, we are going to be providing our motion.ul. And now inside this ul, we are going to be writing a lot of li. So let's just write like li times 100. If I just hit tab, so it's going to give us 100 LIs right here. And this is something called the HTML emit. If you don't know what this means, you don't even have to worry about that. Now here for this UL, I'm going to provide the class name, and I'll just write like box. And once I do that and save my file, so it's going to give us that box right here. I'm going to also go ahead and go to my globals.css file, and here inside there, I will now select that UL. So let's just select that UL, and inside that UL, we are going to be also selecting that LI. And provide the width today of 10 pixel. I'm going to also provide the height of 50 pixel. And now underneath there, let's just provide the border radius of the 240 pixel would be fine. So let's just write there. I'm going to also change the background color to like poly teal, and let's just save this file right here. And now it's going to give us all of that boxes like this. So basically we only needed this scroll, so that's the only reason we are now providing this UL and LIs right here. So now let me just hide there right here. Now that we successfully get our scroll on the y-axis, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just log that to the console. So I will just provide a separator for myself, and I'm going to write like scroll on the y-axis. And now let's just save this file right now. Let me just make that a bit bigger. Right click on there and go to my console like this. And now if I refresh there, so it's going to give us that motion value. So it's going to also give us the current value, the previous value, and also the version, and so many other stuff right here. So now let me just remove that from here. Let me just also make that a bit smaller. And now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just import that useMotionValue event, which we use for the debugging of our animation. So I'll just import that once again by using the useMotionValue and then event. Let's just import that. And it's going to first of all take the motion value, which in this case will be our scroll on the y-axis. So now let's just provide that right here. And also we have to provide our event. So in this case, we are now only interested in the change event. And now we are going to be also providing the latest. So it's going to give us the latest value right here. And inside there, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just log that to the console by using by providing page scroll. And here we have to just render our latest value right here. So let's just save this file and go back. And now whenever we scroll, so it's going to find this change event and it's going to give us the latest value of our motion value, which is coming from the scroll on the y-axis. So now let me just show you there. Let me just refresh them. I'm going to right click on there and open inspect element. Now let me go into my console. And now once I scroll down, so here you can see it's going to give us all of that latest value right here. And based on these latest value, we can not only control the flow of our animation, we can do a lot of stuff with that. And that was just a demo of our useScroll. And now let me just show you a few examples. So let me just make that a bit smaller like this. And now let's just delete this line of code. Now we are going to be using the scroll on the y-axis with the useTransform hook. So what I'm going to do is that first of all, we have to create a useTransform hook for the scale. So I'll just write scale, and let's just use our useTransform hook. And here inside there, first of all, we have to provide our motion value, which will be the scroll on the y-axis. So now let me just provide there. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to provide a value for the input value. Okay, so I'm gonna just write we want to start this animation from 0 and then we want to go to the 300, not the 3000 but the 300. Also when we are on the 0 position, so we want the scale to be 1, and now let me just provide a comma right here. And once we are on the 300 position, so we want to change that to 1.5 scale. Okay, so this is how we are going to be creating our scale totally dynamically by using this useTransform hook. And now underneath there, we are going to be also creating our opacity. So I'll just write opacity is going to be equals to the useTransform hook once again. So let's just grab there. Once again, we have to provide our scroll on the y-axis as a motion value. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to provide the starting point and also the ending point, which will be also 0 and 100. And once we are on the 0 position, so we want the opacity to be 100. And once we reach to the 100 position, so we want there to be 0 opacity. So let's just save this file right now. And that's totally done. Now let me go ahead and go to my div and provide a few classes today. So I'll just write height will be set to totally screen, flex and items will be set to totally center, and justify will also be set to totally center. Now inside there, I will just delete this UL and LI. And inside this div, we are going to be defining yet another div. And you know what, let me just provide a class names today. So I'll just write background of totally blue 500, and also width will be set to 32. The height will also be set to 32, totally rounded large, and shadow will be set to totally large. I'm going to save this file right now, and this is how it looks like right here. And now underneath this div, we are going to be defining yet another div, which will also have a few classes. So I'll just write height will be set to 150 viewport height, and also width will be set to totally 100 or full to be precise. So this is how currently the shape looks like. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go into this div and I'm going to mark there and convert there to the Motion.dev right here, just like there. And then we have to provide our styling to there. So I'll just write style. And here inside this style, we are going to be providing our motion value for the scale and also for the opacity. So I'll just write scale and then for the opacity, and let's just save this file right now. And now our animation is totally done. Okay, so let's just refresh them. And here you can see initially we would be able to see our element, but once I scroll down, here you can see the opacity is changing and also the scaling is totally changing. So now if I just scroll down, here you can see it's going to remove that element from the UI. So if I just scroll down, so this is how it's going to remove that. And that was the example number 1 of the scroll on the y-axis with the useTransform hook. And we don't need this useMotionValue, so let's just remove that from there. And this is how it looks like right here. Now let me give you one more example. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just remove all of that code from there. I'm going to also remove all of that code from here. And I will just define my div. So I'll just write div, and inside there, we're going to be doing a lot of stuff. So let's just zoom in a bit. Come on, let's just zoom in a bit like this. First of all, we have to grab our scroll on the y-axis. So I'll just destructure scroll on the y-axis. From where? From the useScroll. And now let's just destructure there. Okay, so that's going to be the first thing. Now the next thing that we have to do is that we have to create our scale. So I'll just write like scale, scale, and it's going to be equals to the useTransform hook. And here inside this useTransform hook, first of all, we have to provide our motion value. So I'm going to just provide my comma. Let's just go back. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to provide our starting point. So we are going to be providing 0 and then 60. I'm going to also provide the ending point. So once we are at the 0 position, so we want the scaling to be 1. And once we are at the 60 position, so we want our scaling to be 0.5. So let's just make that 0.5. And this is how our scaling will look like by using this useTransform hook. Now we also have to provide a border radius. So I'll just write like border radius. This can be equals to this useTransform hook. And first of all, the initial value we have to specify our scroll on the y-axis, and then we have to provide like 0 and then 100 for the position. Now we have to provide our ending point. So once we are at the 0 position, so we want the border radius to be 0%. And once we are at the 100 position, so we want the border radius to be 50% like this. And now let's just save this file right now, and this is how we are going to be working with the border radius. Now let me go ahead and go to my div, and I'm going to provide a few classes today. So I'll just write like relative, and height will be set to 150 viewport height. I'm going to also provide the overflow of totally hidden today. Let's just save this file right now, and inside this div we are going to be creating our motion.image first of all. And now let me just close it like this. And for that we are going to be providing the source, and the source will be this image which you will see in a few seconds. And also we have to provide the alt tag, and for the alt tag I'll just write like the background. And now let's just save this file right now. And if I just check this out, here you can see it's going to give us that image, but we cannot see that. We will see that in a few seconds, but not right now. So that's going to be the first thing that we have to do. Now underneath this image we have to create yet another div. Okay, so I will just create a div, and inside this div let's just provide a few classes to that. So it's going to be sticky, and also on the top you want to provide the 0, and height will be set to totally screen. Flex and items will be set to totally center, and justify will be also set to totally center. And inside there let's just define our h1, which will say like scroll to animate. And here we also have to provide a bit of class names today. Text will be set to totally white. Text will be set to 4XL. So let's just save this file right now, and now we will see our text right here, which is looking cool. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to use our scale and also border radius motion value for our image right here. But before we do that, I'm going to also provide a bit of classes to this image. So I'll just write like the class names. It's going to be set to totally absolute, ABSOLUTE, and also the inset will be set to 0, width will be set to totally full, the height will also be set to totally full, and object will be set to totally cover. Okay, so let's just provide this, save my file. For this image we are going to be providing our style, and now for this style we only have to provide our scaling, and also we have to provide our border radius right here, which are our motion values. Okay, so now let me just make that a bit bigger so you guys can see everything a bit better. Okay, so now we are getting this image, so let's just refresh there. Our animation is totally working, but this is not something that I want. And I finally figure out the bug. We have to go in there. First of all, we have to delete these variants because we don't need them. I'm gonna go into my globals.css file, and here inside there we have a lot of old CSS. So I'm going to just remove every single thing from there except this background color. And now let me just save my file, and now our animation will totally work. So now let me just expand there. So initially so initially our come on, I'm getting sidetracked, goddamn. So initially our image will look something like this, but once I scroll down, so here you can see this is how our animation will currently look like. Okay, so yeah, if I just scroll down, and that was the second example of what do we call it? I kind of forgot what I was doing. That was the second example of our scroll on the y-axis. So now let's make a setup for the practice or challenges. So let me just right click on there and open my terminal. And now let me just zoom in a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better. And I will just use npx and then create next app add latest. Now I'll give it the name of practice. You can give it any name that you prefer. And yes, TypeScript yes, ESLint yes, CSS yes, src yes, app router yes, turbo pack yes, import aliases no, and oh, I just say they're totally backward, but anyways, you get the idea. Now let me open their folder by using the code and then the practice, and this is how it looks like. So I will just delete this public folder, go to the src, remove this wave icon, go to the globals, and just cut this line of code, remove every single thing from there and import there with this one line of code. Now let me go ahead and go to my page, remove every single thing from there, and I'm going to be using a home right here. Let me just open my terminal, and I will use npm run dev, and let's just use the local host 3000, and it's going to open their specific project on this specific port right here. So yeah, that was it about the setup. Now is the great opportunity for you to practice every single thing that you learned so far in this course. And once we are out of these practices or challenges, then we're going to be creating our projects. So I want you to give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then come back and watch the solution. I'm going to also give you my solution, but at least I want you to give it your best shot. So anyways, the first thing that you have to do is that you have to define a basic transition. So create a box that moves across the screen. You're going to have to create your box by using either a div or any HTML element that you prefer. Then use the motion library to animate the box from the left side of the screen to the right side. That's the first thing that you have to do. The next thing that you have to do is that you have to define a vertical movement. So make a circle bounce up and down. So create a circle by using a CSS, or you can also create there by using a Tailwind CSS. So animate the circle to move vertically, bouncing at the top and bottom of the container. That's the second thing that you have to do. The third thing that you have to do is that you have to define the rotation animation. So spin an icon, or it can also be an image. So that's the third thing that you have to do. And the fourth thing that you have to do is that you have to define a rectangle, and you have to make it so like when somebody clicks on it, that rectangle should skew, and once somebody clicks out of there, so it should just come back to its normal position. Then you have to combine those transformations and make something complex out of there. So create a complex animation combining multiple transformation. For example, you can create a shape or square or circle like that. Animate the shape to move diagonally while rotating and scaling simultaneously. Okay, so then you have to define a sequential transformation. You're going to have to use multiple elements, for example the squares or circles or something like that, and animate them in a sequence where one moves right, the next one follow after the delay, using different transformation methods that we already cover, for example like move, rotate, and something like that. So once again, you are totally free to give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then come back and watch the solution. And now let me just give you my solution. So first of all, we have to install our motion. So I'll just use like npm I and then motion. So it's going to install the motion inside our current project. So come on, install there. You can do it. You can do it. You can. Oh, it is taking a lot of time, so I'm gonna have to fast forward the video. Oh, that's totally done. The next thing that I want to do is that I want to make sure that we install there or not. So we install Motion. The version is 12 by the time of this recording, and by the time you are watching this video, the version will be changed. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just define my components folder. I will give it the name of like components, and inside there let's just define a few components. So first of all, let me just define my box.tsx, and I will just use my RAFC. Inside there save my file. I'm gonna also define my bouncing, come on, bouncing bouncing circle.tsx, and let's just define our RAFC. Inside there save my file. Let me just create another component which will be a complex animation. Come on, complex animation, come on, complex animation.tsx, and let's just define our RAFC inside. And now let me just save this file right now and close there. Then we have to define our skew rectangle.tsx and define our RAFC inside there. Let's just save this file. And finally we have to provide our spinning icon.tsx and define my RAFC inside there, save my file and close there. The next thing that I want to do is that I want to go into my page.tsx file. We have to render those components inside this home. First up, let's just delete there, and we have to render our box component. And now let me just close that right here, and I'm going to also comment this out. We also have to provide our bouncing circle and comment this line out, and also we have to render our spinning icon, so spinning icon, and we have to import there and comment this line out. Then we have to render our complex animation, and I guess that's going to be fine. So we have 1 2 3 4, and we have a 1 2 3 4 5. Oh, I forgot to include this one, which is a skew rectangle. So we have to render our skew rectangle, and now let me just comment this line out like this. And now let's just start from the first challenge, which is the moving box. So I'm going to uncomment this line out. Let me just open my terminal and use npm run dev. Now let me just refresh this. So it's going to give us that specific box right here. That's totally done. Now let me go ahead and go inside this component. And the first thing that we have to do is that we have to import our motion. We are going to be using that inside the server component. So we have to import every single thing from there as a motion. From where? From the motion, and then the React client. Come on, the React client like this. And let's just save this file right now. And that's totally done. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to remove there and convert this div to the Motion.dev. Okay, so I'll just use like .dev, and also we have to remove there and we have to close there like this. Inside there I will just provide a bit of class names to there. So background will be set to totally blue of 500, width will be set to 20, height will also be set to 20. Save this file right now, and this is how we are now getting our box, but this is not something that I want. I'm gonna go ahead and go to my globals, and inside this global we have to select our body and change the background color of that to this 15141B. Okay, so that's going to be my background color. I'm going to also provide a display of totally flex today, and justify content will be set to totally center, and align items will also be set to totally center. This is provide the height of 100 VH today. Save this file right now, and now let me just refresh this. So this is how my box looks like, and which is looking cool. Now let me just remove the next thing that we have to do is that we have to define our animation for our div. So initially we want to make it so the X property will be set to -100. Okay, so that's going to be my initial stage. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to animate there by providing an X property and set there to 100. Okay, so we also have to provide a bit of transitions to there so that we can see there. Okay, so I'll just use like duration, and the duration will be set to 2 seconds. Now let me just refresh there, and here you can see we are now moving our box from the left to the right side, and this is looking smooth. That's the first thing that we have to do. Let's just close there. Now we have to comment this line out and uncomment this line out. Save this file, go inside this bouncing circle, and this is how it looks like right here. Now let me go ahead and go inside there, but you know what, let me just go into my box and copy this first line of code and import there right here like this, and we have to convert our div to the Motion.dev like this. I'm gonna also remove this line of code and close there like this, and here inside there let me just provide the class names like background will be set to totally red of 500. You have to provide the rounded totally full. Width will be set to 20, height will also be set to 20, and we also have to provide our animate. So we want to provide our animate property, and we want the y-axis to be a keyframe. So we want to start from 0, then we want to go into -100, and then we want to go back to the 0. So let's just save this file right now, and this is how it looks like right here. And we also want to provide my transitions, and for the transition we're going to be providing a duration of 1. You also want to repeat this transition infinitely, and also you want to provide the easing. The ease will be set to ease in and out. Let's just provide this our file right now. Now let me just refresh there, and here you can see we are now getting our bouncing ball, and which is looking super cool. Okay, so that was our second animation. Now let me just close there. I'm gonna also comment this line out and uncomment there. Now let me go ahead and go inside this spinning icon, and once again we have to go inside, god damn it, we have to go inside the box, copy this line of code and place that right here. Now let me just delete this text, and here we have to convert that to the motion.image, and also once again we have to remove that line of code. First of all, we have to provide our source for our image, and I want to place the image of the most beautiful, the most handsome guy in the world. You will see there in a few seconds. Then we want to animate that most beautiful guy in the world. And now let me just provide that rotation, and we want to rotate that to like 360 degree, and also we want to provide a bit of transitions to there. So let's just provide the transition, and we want to provide the duration, and we want that to be 2 seconds. We also want to repeat there, and we want to repeat there infinitely, and the easing will be set to linear in this case. I'm going to save this file right now. Who is this guy? Who is this amazing guy? Okay, so yeah, this is how we are going to be rotating either the image, or you can also render the SVG if you prefer there. So yeah, look at this guy, man. Look at this guy. Anyways, so now let's just close there. Now let me go ahead and go to my page once again. I'm gonna have to comment this line out and uncomment there. Save this file, go inside there. This is how it looks like right here, and now we are going to be defining a complex animation. So first of all, we have to go ahead and copy this line of code and place that right here. First of all, the next thing that we have to do is that we have to make our div as a motion.dev, and we have to remove that part out, and we have to provide it as a self-closing tag. Now we are going to be providing a class names like background will be set to totally purple of 500, and we also have to provide a width of totally 20. Height will also be set to 20. Now we have to provide our animate prop, and for this prop we are going to be providing the X property, and we want to start there 200. We also want to provide the rotation, and rotation will be set to 360 degree, and the scaling will be also set to 1.5. And now let's just save this file right now. I'm going to also provide a bit of transitions today. And for this transition, we are going to be providing the duration of 2 seconds today. once I save my file and refresh there, so it's gonna give us this kind of a simple and cool animation. Bang, 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 and bang. Okay, so that was our complex animation. Let me just close there. Now let me just comment this line out and uncomment there, save my file, go inside this skew rectangle animation, and this is how it looks like right now. I'm gonna go to the top. The first thing that we have to do is that we have to mark our component as a use client, because in that we are going to be using our use state. So I will have to define my is skewed, and then set is skewed. The spelling is awful. So now let me just use my use state, and the initial value will be set to true, and now here it should be skewed. There we go. Now we also have to import our motion, so I'm going to use like motion. We have to import it like this. From where? From the motion and then the React.js. Okay, so now I'm going to have to copy there. Let's just delete there and change that to the Motion.dev, and we have to remove this line of code and close there like this. I'm going to also provide the class name stuff, like background will be set to wholly yellow of 500, and the width will be set to 40, and the height will also be set to 40. Let's just save this file right now. This is how it looks like right here. I know, the most impressive UI. But when somebody clicks on this in this situation, what do we have to do? We have to just fire this function, which is a set is skewed, and we have to make the as a not is skewed, like we have to toggle there. Okay, so that's the second thing that we have to do. And now we have to animate there by providing a skew on the x-axis. You want to check, like if we have the is skewed, so in this situation we are going to be providing like 20 skew property to there. But if that's not the case, we are going to be setting there to 0. Now let me also provide a transitions today, and we are going to be providing a duration of 0.5 seconds. Save this file right now, and now this is currently skewed, but if I click on there, here you can see it's gonna unskew there. Let me just show you there. If I just refresh there, so this is automatically skewed. If I click on this, it's gonna unskew there, or we can make that the other way around. So I'll just make that wholly false. It's gonna be initially like the rectangle, but if I click on there, it's gonna make it skewed and unskewed like this. And that was the practice number 1. Welcome to the second exercise, and in this one you're going to be doing a lot of stuff. So now let me just explain that. The first thing that you have to do is that you have to create a simple fade in and out animation. Create a component that fades in when the component is mounted and fades out when it unmounts. Okay, so create a component called fade component, then use the motion.dev from the motion to create a div that fades in and out, then use the tailwind CSS classes to style it. After that, you have to create a toggle button for the visibility. So that's the first thing that you have to do. The second thing is that you have to create a slide in from the left. Create a sidebar that slide in from the left when the button is clicked. Create a simple sidebar component using a motion.dev. Then you have to style there by using the tailwind CSS. Then you have to animate there by using the animate prop or attribute, whatever you want to call there, from the motion. Then you have to define a button which will allows us to toggle the visibility of the sidebar. After that, you have to define a model with transition. So create a model that opens with a slide down effect. So you're going to have to create a component using the motion.dev. Then you have to style there by using the tailwind CSS, or you can just also use a pure CSS. Then you have to animate there by using the motion, and you also have to create a button which will just trigger the model, like open and close there. After that, you have to define your responsive animation, like make a responsive button that animates once we click on it. So there are a few things that you have to keep in mind. First of all, you are going to have to define a button by using the motion.button. Then you have to style it by using tailwind CSS. After that, you have to use the motion's while tap prop to animate the button once we click on it. So you can just make it like a scale down. After that, you have to define a hover effect using the while hover prop. And we already discussed all of them, so you should be pretty familiar with them. Then you have to define the accordion component. So create an accordion component that expand and collapse once we click on it. So create a component that renders a list of items, each with title and content. Then you have to use the motion.dev to animate the height of the content. Use the tailwind CSS for the styling. Create a notification toast that slides in from the top when triggered. So create a component for the toast notification using a motion.dev. Then you have to style there by using a tailwind CSS. Then you have to use the state to control the visibility of the toast and animate its entrance and also the exit state. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then come back and watch the solution. And now let me just give you my solution. I'm going to go ahead and go to my page. And inside there, we don't have nothing, and also we don't have any content inside our components. So I'm going to go to the components. First of all, let me just make them a bit bigger so you guys can see everything a bit better. I will start by defining my fade component.tsx, and I will just use my arrayfc. Inside there, save my file, The next thing that we have to do is that we have to define our sidebar.tsx and use our RAFC inside there. Also, we have to create another component inside this components folder for the model. So I'll just write like model.tsx and use my RAFCE. Now let me go ahead and go to the components once again and define my responsive button.tsx. It should be tsx. So now let me just change that to the tsx. And I'm going to be using my RAFCE, and this should be a responsive button.tsx. So let me just change the name of that to button like this, and also change that to unlike this. And now let me just save my file, close there. Now let me define my accordion component. So accordion.tsx and use my RAFCE inside there, close there. Now let me go to the components once again and define my toast notification.tsx. God damn it. Toast notification .tsx. And now let's just use our RAFC inside there, save my file, go back, go into my page.tsx file, and here inside there we have to just render all of that component right here. Okay, so the first thing that I want to do is that I want to render, or you know what, let me just change that to the section. We've been writing this div again and again, so let's just change that to a section. First of all, we have to render our fed component. We have to import the and close that. Then we have to import our sidebar component and close that. Then we have to render our model component like this and close that. Then we have to render our responsive button component and close that. And then we have to render our toast notification and then close that like this. I'm going to save this file right now, and now we are getting our fed in component and so on and so forth. So now let me just comment all of them except the first one. So now let's just start from the first one, which is a fed component. Let's go inside there, and first thing first, we have to make it as a use client component, because inside there we are going to be using our stat. So let me just even import my stat by using import and then use stat, and also we have to import our motion. So I'll just import the motion from where? From my motion and then the React.js like this. Let's just save this file right now. Inside this component we have to define our visible and also set visible like this, and it's going to be equals to the use stat, and the initial value will be set to totally false. Now let me go ahead and go to my dev. Inside there, let's just provide a bit of classes today. So I'll just write like flex, and flex will be set to totally column, and items will be set to totally center. And now let me just delete this text from here, and inside there let's just define our button, which will say like toggle fed. I'm gonna save this file right now, and here we have to define a few classes. So I'll just write like margin for the bottom will be set to 4, padding all around will be set to 2, background totally blue of 500, text will be set to totally white, and let's just make that totally rounded like this. And when somebody clicks on there, so we are going to be firing this function, which will be just an arrow function, and it's going to just change the visibility of not visible. So let's just save my file, and that's totally done about the button. And I'm going to also hide this button right here, and now underneath this button we have to render our content totally dynamically. So if our stat is visible, in this situation we are going to be showing this UI, but if that's not the case, so we are not going to be showing nothing at all. Okay, so first of all, let's just use like Motion.dev, and we have to close there like this, and I'm gonna say like hello, I'm fading component, come on, component like this, and let's just save this file right now. And now for this div we are going to be defining a few classes. So I'll just write like padding all around will be set to totally full, and background totally gray of 200, and let's just make that totally rounded like this. And now we are getting this, yeah, amazing animation, or not animation but our button right here. So now we have to animate our button. So the first thing that we have to do is that we have to provide our initial state. So initially we want to provide the opacity of 0 today. We want to totally hide there. Then we want to provide our animate crop today. So the opacity will be set to totally 1. And also for the exit, in this situation we are going to be providing the opacity of totally 0 today. And we are going to be also providing a transition, and for the transition we have to provide the duration, and the duration will be set to 0.5 seconds. And let's just save this file right now. And now let me just refresh there, and once I click on it, so it's going to give us like hello, I'm a fading component. So once we click on there once again, so it's going to hide there. Okay, so this is how my current animation looks like, and that was the challenge part 1. Let me just close there. Let me just uncomment this line out and uncomment this sidebar. Go inside this sidebar, and here we also have to make this component as a use client component, because we are going to be using our stat inside there. So we have to import our use stat inside there. Now we have to also import our motion from where? From our motion and then React.js. Okay, so now here we have to define our stat by using is open and then set is open, and it's going to be equals to the use state, and the initial value will be set to totally false. That's totally done. Here, let me just remove this sidebar from there, provide my class names of totally flex. Inside there, let's just define our button, and this button will say like toggle the sidebar. Come on, sidebar like this. And here we also have to provide a bit of classes today, so I'll just use like margin for the bottom of 4, padding all around of 2, and background will be set to totally teal maybe of 500. I'm gonna also provide a text of totally white today and totally rounded. So let's just save this file right now. When somebody clicks on this button, so we want to just fire this function, which is the set is open, and here we have to just provide like not is open like this, and let's just save this file right now. This is how our button currently looks like. Now underneath this button, what do we have to do? We have to define our Motion.dev. So I'll just use like Motion.dev, and I'm gonna close there like this. Inside there, let's just define our h2, which will say like sidebar, and now underneath there we have to provide our paragraph, which will say like content or my personal content or something like that. Now for this h2, we are going to be providing a bit of classes like text will be set to totally large, not extra large, and font will be set to totally bold. I'm going to save this file right now. This is how currently things looks like. Now let me go ahead and go to my Motion.dev and provide a bit of classes today. So I will render my classes totally dynamically. So first of all, we want to make that totally fixed, and also for the left side we want to make that totally 0, on the top 0, and height will be set to totally full. Background will be set to gray of 700. Let's just make the 700, and also text will be set to totally white. Padding all around will be set to 4, and here we have to render our classes totally dynamically. So if our is open state is true, so in that situation we are going to be setting that to empty string, but if that's not the case, we are going to be providing the negative translate property and on the x-axis of false. So let's just go back, and this is how everything looks like. If I can highlight there today, this is how currently things looks like. And now initially we have to specify our animation like this. So I'll just write like initially, and here we want to provide the x, and we want to set that to -100. And once we save our file, we cannot see anything because now that we successfully pushed there to -100. And once we animate this, so in this situation we are going to be providing like is open, then we want to set that to 0%. But if that's not the case, we want to set that to -100%. Now let me just provide my transitions, and for this transition we have to provide our duration, and duration will be set to 0.5 seconds. And now let me just refresh there, and once I click on this toggle sidebar, so it's gonna toggle this sidebar and untoggle there like this. The background is super awful, so I'm gonna have to change there. Not gray, but I am going to change that to maybe I don't know, blue, not blue maybe. Not quite sure, but god damn it. Let's just make this 700. Yeah, you know what, 500. You get the idea. You can totally change the UI to anything that you prefer. Let me just change that to teal, and yeah, I guess that's looking a bit cool. So that was about the sidebar. Now let me just close there, comment this line out, and uncomment my model. Let's just go into the model, and now let's just take care of this model right here. Once again, we have to go inside our sidebar, go to the top and copy all of that stuff from there and place that right here. First of all, we have to make the as a client component, then we have to import the use state and also the motion from the React motion, and now we have to define our state for the opening and closing our model. So I'll just use like is open and then set is open. It's going to be equals to the use state, and the initial value will be set to totally false. And inside there, what do we have to do? We have to provide the class names like flex, and also flex will be set to totally column, and items will be set to totally center. And inside this div, we have to define our button, and it's going to say like open the model. And here for this button, we are going to be providing the class names, and margin for the bottom will be set to 4, padding all around will be set to 2, background totally blue of 500, text will be set to totally white and rounded. So let's just save this file right now. When somebody clicks on this, so in this situation we are going to be firing this function like set is open and set that to true like this. Okay, so let's just hide this button right here. Now underneath this button, what we have to do, we have to show the content of our model by using our content only dynamically. So I'll just use like is open if that is the case. So we want to show this UI, but if that is set to false, then we don't want to show nothing at all. So first of all, we have to create our Motion.dev and close it like this. We also want to provide a bit of classes to this, so I'll just write like fixed, and inset will be set to totally 0, background totally black, and background opacity will be set to 50. And also we are going to be making this as a totally flex and justify totally center, and also items will be set to totally center. Okay, so let's just save this file, and when somebody clicks on there, we're going to be firing this function, which will be the set is open, and we have to change there to totally false. Okay, so that's totally done. Now we have to go inside this div and we have to define yet another motion.dev, and now we have to close it like this. Inside this motion.dev, we are going to be defining what h2, which is going to say like model title, and here we have to just write like class names of text totally large, and font will be set to totally bold. And now underneath that, let's just provide our paragraph, which will say like this is a model window or something like that. You can specify basically anything that you prefer, but in my case that's going to be totally fine. And let's just define a close button, or you can also write a X if you want there, but in my case I'll just give it the name of like close. And I'm going to also provide the class names. Margin for top will be set to 4, padding all around will be set to 2, background totally red of 500, text totally white, and let's just make that totally rounded. When somebody clicks on there, in this situation we are going to be firing this set is open and set that to totally close or false. Okay, so that's totally done. Now let me go ahead and go to my div, and now let me just take care of that. First of all, we are going to be providing a few classes today. Background will be set to totally white, and padding all around will be set to 4, make that totally rounded. Underneath there, we have to provide the on click event handler. When somebody try to click on this, so we are going to be firing this event object, and we are going to be just using like stop the propagation and close there like this. We also have to provide the initial state, and initially we want the we have the y-axis, and we want to just put like negative 100 viewport height. And also, is that even an error or something? No, it's not an error. So that's the initial stage. Now on the animation stage, what do we have to do? We have to provide the y-axis, and we have to set there to 0 viewport height. And also on the exit state, we are going to be providing the y-axis, which will be set to 100 viewport height. And now we also have to provide the transition. And for this transition, we are going to be providing a duration of 0.5 seconds. And now let me just save this file right now. And now let's just refresh there. And if I click on this open model, so it's going to open this model right here. If I click on this, it's going to close there. Let me just show you there once again. If I click on this, so it's going to give us this pop-up model. If I click on this, so it's going to hide there like this. And that was it about our pop-up model. So let's just close there. I'm going to also comment this line out and uncomment there. Let me go inside this responsive button, and now let me just take care of that. So the first thing that we have to do is that we have to import our motion. In this case, we are not going to be making it as a client component. In this case, we are going to be working with the server component. So we have to import every single thing as motion from the motion, and then the React client like this. Okay, so now inside there, what do we have to do? I'm going to have to remove this code from here, and now we have to provide the motion.dev. And here inside there, I will just write like click me. I'm going to save this file right now. Now let me also provide a bit of classes for this div. And also, while somebody hover over there, so we are going to be just using like while hover. So we are going to be changing the scale to 1.1. And while somebody tap on there, so let's just write like while tap. In this situation, we are going to be providing the scale of 0.9. I'm going to save this file right now. And here you can see we're now getting our button. Let me just refresh there. When somebody hover over there, so it's going to just increase the size of there. But when somebody tap on there, so it's going to just decrease the size of there. You know what? I'm going to also change the cursor to, let me just change the cursor, cursor to the pointer. So once we hover over this, so it's going to scale up. If we just click on this, so it's going to scale down. Like we actually click on this button right here. So it's going to give us kind of like that feeling. So now let me just close there. I'm going to comment this line out and uncomment this toast notification. Click on there. And now let's just take care of this toast notification. So first of all, we have to mark it as a use client. Then we have to import our use stat. Not that one, the use stat one. Also, we have to import the motion. So I'm going to import the, god damn it, motion from where? From the motion and then the React.js like this. Now inside there, we're going to be defining our stat. So I'll just write like visible and then set is visible, visible, is going to be equals to the use state, and the initial value will be set to totally false. That's totally done. Now let me go ahead and go to my UI, and here we're going to be defining a few classes like flex, and flex will be set to totally column, and items will be set to totally center. Inside this div, we have to create our button. So let's just define our button, and I'm going to close there, and it's going to say like show notification, come on, notifications. And here for this div, let's just define a few classes. So I will just provide like margin for the bottom of 4, padding all around will be set to 2, background totally blue of 500, text will be set to totally white, and let's just make that totally rounded like this. I'm going to also provide the on click event handler. When somebody clicks on this, we are going to be firing this function I'm gonna copy the name of that and let's just create this function right here. I will just define my cons show notifications, and here inside there we are not going to be doing anything crazy, but we are going to be just changing the set is visible. It should be not is set visible like this, and I'm going to just delete that and set visible and change that to true. And also the set timeout, we are going to be simulating this scenario, so we are going to be just providing a fallback function, and set visible will be set to false a few seconds later. So I'll just write like 3 seconds, and now let's just save this file right now. And that was it about our button component. And now let's just actually show our UI. So I will just write like if we have the visible state, so in this situation we are going to be showing this UI. But if we don't have the visible state set to true, so we're not going to be showing nothing at all. So let's just use our Motion.dev, and I'm going to close it like this. And here inside there, let's just provide like come on, notification notification action successful like this. Save my file right now, go into my div and provide a bit of styling today. So I'll just use like fixed style. Top will be set to 4, right will be set to 4, and padding all around will be set to 4. Background wholly green of 500, it should be green of 500, and text will be set to wholly white. Let's just make that wholly rounded. Save my file. And for the what do we call it, for the animation, the initial state will be set to totally opacity 0, and also the translate on the y-axis. So translate on the y-axis, we are going to be setting that to -20. And also for the animate state, we are going to be providing like the opacity, and the opacity will be set to 1, and translate on the y-axis will be also set to 0. Underneath there, we also provide the exit state, and for the exit state, the opacity will be set to 0, and the translate on the y-axis will be set to -20. Underneath there, we also have to provide our transition, so the transition duration will be set to 0.5 seconds. And now let's just save this file. Let me just refresh there, and once we click on this show notification, so it's going to give us that notification, and after 3 seconds that notification will be gone. Let me just click on there. So 1 2 3 8, it's going to just remove that like this. And that was it about for our second challenge, and there was a lot of stuff like padding component, sidebar, model, responsive button, and also the toast notification. Welcome to the third exercise. So this one will be totally for the keyframes. If you want to give it your best shot, you can totally do that, but if you want to watch the solution, so here is my solution. So the first thing that you have to do is that you have to create your bouncing ball. So create a bouncing ball animation using a keyframes. Create a simple circular div to represent a ball. Use the motion keyframe to create a bouncing effect, and style the ball by using a tailwind CSS. Then you have to create a pulsating effect or pulsating effect, whatever you want to call it. So create a pulsating effect on a button using a keyframe, and create a button using a motion.dev or motion.button. Use keyframe to animate the scale of a button, making it pulse, and then apply a tailwind CSS classes for the styling. Then you are going to be creating your color change animation. So create a component that changes the color using a keyframes. So create a square div that changes the color continuously. Use a keyframe to define multiple colors for your animation, and then style there by using the tailwind CSS. Then you are going to have to define your sliding text. This one will be definitely the most simple one. So you have to create a text component that slides in from the left side using a keyframe. So create a component that animates in from the left side, and use a keyframe to define your movement from off screen to its final position. So then you're going to be styling there by using a tailwind CSS. After that, you're going to have to define your zigzag animation. So create a zigzag animation for the box moving across the screen. Create a square box using the motion.dev, and you have to animate there using a keyframes, and you're going to have to style there using a tailwind CSS. After that, you're going to be defining your wave effect. So create a wave effect using a series of boxes. So create a series of boxes in a row. Use the keyframes to animate each box with a slightly delay to create a wave effect. Then you're going to have to style there using a tailwind CSS. After that, you're going to have to define your background animation. So create a background that changes the color using a keyframes. So create a full screen div that acts as a background, and use a keyframes to animate the background color to the multiple colors. And then you're going to have to style there using a tailwind CSS. Okay, so give it your best shot. If you can't do it, that's completely fine. Then come back and watch the solution. And now let me just give you my solution. Still, I don't have any components, and inside the page I don't have any UI or nothing like that. Now let me go ahead and go to my component and define my components right here. So first of all, we are going to be defining our bouncing ball.tsx, and let's just use our RAFCE inside there. Let's just save this file right now. Go into our components once again, and we have to create our pulsating effect. Pulsating pulsating button.tsx, and define our RAFCE. Now we have to define our color change square.tsx, and let's just use our RAFCE. Save this file right now. Now we have to define our sliding text.tsx and define our RAFCE inside this. Save my file. Now we have to create our zag animation.ts. Come on, zag animation.tsx, and define my RAFCE inside there. Now we have to define our wave effect.tsx and use our RAFCE inside there. Close there. And now we are going to be defining our animated background and use our RAFCE inside this. Save my file. Now let me go ahead and go to my page.tsx file, and here inside this section we are going to be first of all rendering our bouncing ball and closer like this. Then we have to render our pulsating effect. Come on, what was the pulsating pulsating button, and then we have to render our color change square, and let's just render them like this. Now we are going to be also rendering our sliding text animation, and now we also have to render our zigzag animation like this, and finally, not finally, but the wave effect. And now let me just close there, and finally we have to also render our animated background like this, and I'm gonna have to close there like this. I'm going to comment this line out and also these line out. And now let's just start working on the bouncing ball. Let me just click on there and check this out on the UI, and this is how it looks like right here. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to import my motion. So we are going to be using the inside the server component. So let's just import every single thing as a motion from the motion and then the React client component. So now inside there, what do we have to do? I have to just remove this text from there and convert there to the Motion.dev. And I'm gonna also close every single thing inside there. And here inside there, let's just use our class names. Width will be set to 16, and also the height will be set to 16, and background will be set to totally yellow of 400. I'm gonna also provide the rounded off totally full today. And inside this div, we have to specify our animate prompt. So we want to animate there by using our keyframes. So for the y-axis, we want to start our animation from 0, and we want to go to the -100, and then we want to stop our animation till 0. Okay, so now let me also provide my transition. So I'll just use like transition, and inside there, let's just provide our duration, and duration will be set to 1 second. Also on the repeat, we are going to be setting that infinity, and also the repeat, repeat type will be set to, if I can get there today, repeat type will be set to the loop. I'm gonna also provide the easing, so let's just write like ease, and ease will be set to ease in and out. I'm gonna save this file right now, and now let me just refresh there, and here you can see it's gonna give us this bouncing ball right here, which is looking cool. And we achieved them by using the keyframes from the Motion.dev. That's the example number 1. Now let me just close there. I'm gonna comment this line out and uncomment this pulsating whatever you want to call there. The first thing that we have to do is that we have to import every single thing as a motion from where? From the motion and then the React.js. That's the first thing that we have to do, but it should be from the React client in this case. There we go. Now inside there, we have to make our component as a Motion.dev. Using Motion.dev like this. I'm gonna have to remove, or you know what, I don't have to remove there. Inside there, I'll just write like pulse me, P-U-L-S-E, pulse me, and I'm gonna also change there, instead of providing a div, you have to change there to the button right here like this. I'm gonna also provide a bit of classes today, so I'll just write like padding all around will be set to 4, background will be set to totally green, and green 500, text will be set to totally white, and let's just make that totally rounded. I'm gonna save this file right now. This is how my button currently looks like. Now let me also provide a bit of animations today. So I'll just write like animate, and inside this animate we have to provide the scaling, and for this scale we want to start our scaling from 1, then we want to go into 1.1, then we want to end our animation till 1. So let's just save our file, and now let me just refresh there, and here you can see it's going to scale up, then it's going to scale down because we are now providing a 1 state once again. Now let me just provide my transitions today. And for these transition, we are going to be providing the duration of 1 second. The repeat will be set to totally infinity, and also the repeat type will be set to totally loop. Okay, so let's just provide a loop right here. I'm gonna also provide the easing, and ease will be set to ease in and out. Okay, so let's just save this file right now. And now let me just refresh there, and here you can see it's gonna pulse up and pulse down. Okay, so this is how our current button looks like, and this is amazing animation. So that's the second exercise. Let's just close there. I'm gonna comment this line out and uncomment there. Now let me go ahead and go inside this change, like color change square component, and now let me just take care of that. So the first thing that we have to do is that we have to import every single thing as a motion from where, from the motion and then the React line like this. Okay, so now inside there, we have to just remove this text from here, and we have to convert that to the Motion.dev like this. And I'm gonna just close there like this, and we have to close there as a self-closing tag like there. I'm gonna also provide a class name, so width will be set to 32 like this. This is provided 32, and also the height will be set to 32. And now let me also provide my animation today by using my animate prop. So we are going to be changing the background color of this. So let's just write like the background color, and the background color will be set to these keyframes right here. So first of all, we are going to be you know what, let me just copy and paste there because it's going to waste a lot of your time. So we have to change there to these color as a keyframe. So first of all, we are going to be starting our color from this, then we are going to be going into this color, then we are going to be changing our color to this, and finally we are going to be setting our color to this. So this is how we are going to be writing our keyframes. Now let me just refresh this. So it's going to give us all of that colors very instantly. So if you want to slow this down, so we are going to have to provide our transition, and inside there let's just provide the duration of 3 seconds, and also the easing will be set to totally linear, and underneath it we also have to provide the repeat, and it's going to be set to totally infinity. I'm going to save this file right now, and now it's going to change this color very slowly, and we can also see the infinitely. Okay, so yeah, that was the third one. Let's just close there. I'm gonna comment this line out and uncomment my sliding text. Let's just go inside this component. You know what, I'm gonna have to copy this motion from there, go to the top and place that right here. Now let me just remove that from there. Now we are going to be changing that to the motion.h1. Okay, so that's totally done. Here inside there I will just write like slide in text like this, and for this h1 we are going to be providing the class names like text will be set to 2xl, and font will be set to totally bold, text will be set to totally white. Let's just provide a white right here, and now here we have to provide the initial state. So let's just write like initial, there we go. And for the initial state, the x property will be set to -100%, and also underneath that we have to animate there. So once we animate this, we want to change that to the 0 like this, and also we want to provide the transition. And for the transition we are going to be providing a duration of 1 second to there. I'm gonna save this file right now. Let me just refresh there, and here you can see it's gonna give us this slide in text animation right here, which is yeah, boring, I know that, but yeah, that was included inside our exercise, so we have to do that. I'm gonna have to close there like this, and now we have to uncomment this line out and uncomment the zigzag animation. Let's just go inside the zigzag animation and take care of that. I'm going to delete this line of code, and first of all we even have to import this line of code and place that right here. And here for this div we have to convert that to the motion.dev, and I'm going to also just remove that line of code and close that as a self-closing tag. I'm going to provide the class names like width will be set to 16, and also the height will be set to 16, and background will be set to totally green of 500. Let's just save this file right now, and now we have to animate that. So if you want to animate this, we are going to be providing our prop, and now we are going to be providing the x property, and we want to start our animation from 0, then we want to go to the 50, then we want to go back to the 0, then we want to go to the -50, then we want to go back to the 0 like this. So this is how we are going to be animating the x value. Now we have to animate the y values right here. So I'm going to write like 0 and then -50, then 0, then we are going to be going into a 50, like +50, and finally we want to just stick to the 0 right here. Okay, so this is how we are going to be passing our keyframes. Now we have to provide our transitions, and inside that let's just provide our duration of 2 seconds, and we also have to provide the repeat, and repeat will be set to infinity. We also have to provide the easing, so the ease will be set to ease in and then out. Come on, let's just provide the out right here, save my file, and this is how my animation looks like. I know it is not looking the most impressive animation, but we are now just changing these position by using the x-axis and also the y-axis and using our keyframe. So this is what we get right now. So this is how our zigzag animation will look like. I'm going to just close there. I'm going to comment this line out and uncomment my wave effect. Go inside the wave effect. Now we have to go to the top and import every single thing as a motion from the motion and then the React line like this. And inside there we have to first of all create our boxes, then we are going to be animating them. So I'll just write like boxes, and it's going to be coming from the array.from, and here we have to specify the length, and the length will be 5, which means like we want 5 boxes. So now let me just delete this label from there, and we have to provide our class names right here. So flex and spaces on the x-axis will be set to 2, and inside this div we have to just iterate over through all of our boxes by using this map method. We don't want to get the box, but we want to get the index right here. And now inside there we are going to be creating our box by using the Motion.dev, and we have to close the like as a self-closing tag like this. I'm going to also provide my key, and the key will be coming from that index which we are now specifying right here. So I'm going to copy there and place that right here. Next thing that we have to do is that we have to provide a bit of class names to there. So I'll just provide like width will be set to 16, and also the height will be set to 16. Background will be set to totally purple of 500 like this. Let me just save my file, and this is how my boxes looks like right here. I'm gonna also animate them, so I'll just write like animate, and now we are going to be passing the y-axis 0 and -20 and then 0. This is our file. Now we also have to specify our transitions, and for this transition we are going to be passing our duration, and duration will be 0.6 seconds. I'm going to also provide the repeat, and repeat will be set to infinity, and also the repeat type will be set to, if I can get there today, repeat type will be set to reverse. Okay, so I'm going to also provide a comma and provide a bit of delay between each of them. So I'm going to write like index times 0.1, and now let me just save my file. And now if I just refresh there, so it's going to animate there as a snake. Okay, so yeah, this is super amazing animation. We can also provide a border radius today. So you know what, let me just write like rounded LG, or yeah, LG would be fine. So this is now looking super cool. We can also increase or decrease the delay inside there, but you know what, this is currently looking cool. There was the wave effect, and now we have to comment this line out and uncomment the animated background. I'm gonna go inside this component right here. The first thing that we have to do is that we have to import every single thing as a motion from the motion, and then the react line like this. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to remove this label from there, go inside this div, and we have to convert there to the motion.dev. I'm going to also close there like a self-closing tag like this. I'm going to provide the class name like width will be set to totally screen, and also height will be set to totally screen. Inside there we are going to be providing our animation by using this animate prop, and let's just use our background color, and here we are going to be providing a few background colors right here. Let me just provide these colors. So we are going to be starting our color from this one, then we are going to be converting that to this one, and so on and so forth. You get the idea. I'm going to save this file right now, and now underneath this animate we are going to be passing our transition, and for this transition we are going to be providing the duration. First of all, the duration, and the duration will be set to 5 seconds, and the easing will be set to totally linear, and I'm going to also provide the repeat, and repeat will be set to infinity, and I'm going to provide a comma right here, save my file, and we are now getting this amazing background changing animation which you will never use inside your website like ever. But yeah, now that you have a practice, so you can totally do wacky stuff like these. So yeah, that was it about our, what do we call it, keyframe practice right here. Okie dokie, so now let's practice the variant animation in Motion.dev. So how that's gonna work, we have to do a lot of stuff in this one. So first of all, we have to start from the first one, which is a simple fade in component. So create a component that fades in when it appears. Define a variant for the fade in effect. Create a Motion.dev that uses the variant, and style there by using the Tailwind CSS. Then create a navigation menu with the slide animation. So create a navigation menu that slides in from the side. Define a variant for the open and close state of the menu. So then use the Motion.dev for the menu, and style there by using the Tailwind CSS. Then create a tooltip with the variant. So create a tooltip that appears and disappears with the fade effect. So define a variant for the visible and hidden state of the tooltip. Create a Motion.dev for the tooltip, and style there by using the Tailwind CSS. After that, you're going to be creating a toggle switch animation. So create a toggle switch that animates between on and off states. So define a variants for the on and off position of the switch. Create a Motion.dev that represents the switches, and then style there by using the Tailwind CSS. And finally, we have to create a dynamic list animation. So create a list that animates items when they are either added or removed. So define a variant for entering and exiting the list. Create a dynamic list that uses the Motion.dev for each item in style lab by using the Tailwind CSS. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then come back and watch the solution. But if you can't, then here is the solution. So I'm gonna go to my components. There is nothing inside these components. Now let me go to the page, and there is still nothing inside the page.tsx file. So now let's just go to the components and define a few components. So I'll just use like fed in component.tsx, and I'll just write my RFC inside there. Let me go to the components once again, and here we have to define the sliding menu.tsx and define my RFC inside there. This is defined over tooltip, tooltip.tsx, and use my RFC inside there. I'm going to also create yet another component for the toggle switch, witch.tsx, and use my RFC inside there. And here finally we have to define our dynamic list.tsx and define my RFC inside there, save my file and close there. Let me go ahead and go to my page.tsx file and render all of that components inside there. So first thing first, we have to render our fed in component, and now let me just close there like this. We also have to render our sliding menu, and we also have to render our tooltip, and then we have to render our toggle, come on, TOGGLE switch, and now we have to render our dynamic list right here and close there. And now let me just save my file, and this is how it looks like right here. Comment this line out, comment, and also comment this line out, and we are now getting our fed in component. Now let me go ahead and go to this fed in component, and inside there first of all we have to import our motion. So I'll just import every single thing. Come on, we have to import every, oh my god, import import. There we go. So now we have to import every single thing as motion. From where? From the motion and then the React line. Okay, so now we have to go ahead and go to our UI and change there to the Motion.dev, and here inside there we are going to be creating our h2, which will say like fed in component like this. And I'm gonna also provide the text of totally white to this. So let's just use our text of totally white. And now for this Motion.dev we are going to be defining our variants. So I'll just use like fed in variants, and here inside there let's just define our hidden state. And for the hidden state we are going to be providing the opacity of 0 today, and also for the visible state we are going to be providing the opacity opacity of 1 today. Now let me just save my file. I'm gonna copy the name of the, go inside my Motion.dev, and here we have to specify our variants, and we want to use this fed in variants. And now we have to provide our initial value, and the initial value will be set to totally hidden. I'm going to also provide the animate prop, and we want to use our visible like this. And here we also have to provide the transition, and for this transition we have to provide the duration of 0.5 seconds inside there. And also for the class names, background will be set to totally blue of 500, padding for all around will be set to 4. Let's just make that totally rounded, and shadow, and I'm going to save this file right now. And now if I just refresh there, here you can see it's going to give us this fade in component kind of animation. So you know what, let me just refresh this. So now it's going to give us that fade animation right here, and that is thanks to this fade in variant right here. So first of all the opacity will be set to 0, and once it is visible it's going to give us the opacity of 1 right here. So this is how we are going to be fading our component by using the variant. So now let me just close there. I'm going to comment this line out and uncomment my sliding menu. Go inside there, and now let me just take care of this. So once again we are going to be working with the menu, so which means like we're going to need some kind of a state. So we have to mark our component as a use client, and now we have to import our use state right here, and also we have to import our motion. From where? From the React, not from the React but from the motion and then the React.js. Let's just save this file right now, and inside there we have to first of all define our state. So is open, and then set is open. This can be equals to the use state, and the initial value we're going to be specifying false today. Let me just remove this label from here, and inside there we have to define our button, and it's going to say like toggle the menu, and here we have to specify the class name like padding all around will be set to 2, background will be set to totally gray of 500, text will be set to totally white like this. And when somebody clicks on this we are going to be firing this function, which will be the set is open, and we have to specify not is open like this. And now let me just save my file like this. I'm gonna hide this button from here, and now underneath this button we have to define our Motion.dev. So I'll just write like Motion.dev and close it like this, and inside there let's just use our UL, which will also have a few classes. So I'll just write like padding all around will be set to 4, text will be set to totally white, and inside this UL we have to define our li, which will have like home. I'm gonna duplicate that like 2 times, and then we have the about, and also we have to provide our contact right here and save my file. Now we are going to be defining our variant for this Motion.dev. So to do that, I'm going to define my motion, my variant inside there. I'll just give it the name of like menu variant menu, and then variants, and inside there let's just use our closed variant. It's gonna have the X property, and we want to start there by providing the negative 100. Also, you want to provide the opening state. So for the open state, we're gonna set there to the 0. I'm gonna copy the name of there, and now let me just come here to the motion.dev, and here we have to provide that we want to use the variants which will be the menu variants, and the initial property we want to specify will be set to totally closed. And when we want to animate this, so first of all we want to have to check there. So if we have the is open, come on, is open, so in this situation we are going to be setting there to open. If that's not the case, so we have to set there to close. And now we are providing a double curly brace, so we have to remove one from there. And now let me just save my file, and this is how it looks like right here. We also have to specify the transition for there, and the transition will take the duration of 0 seconds, and or not 0 but 0.3 would be fine, or 0.4 would be fine. I'm gonna also provide the class names, and it's gonna take like fixed class name. Top will be set to 0, left value will be also set to 0, width will be set to 64, and height will be also set to totally full, background totally blue of 600. And now let me just save this file right now. And if I click on this toggle menu, so it's gonna open our sidebar, and if I click on this, it's gonna hide there very smoothly, and we can now achieve them by using our variants. And that's super cool. Like, we don't have to write a lot of code, we only have to just create our object, and inside there we have to define our different state for our animation. So now let me just close there, and now let me just comment this line out and uncomment my tooltip, go inside the tooltip, and here let's just hit enter right now. And once again we are now creating a tooltip, so which means like we're gonna need some kind of a state. So I will just mark my component as a use client first of all. Now we have to import the what do we call it, oh my god, import the use state from where? From the React.js. And also we have to import the motion from where? From the motion, and then the React.js. Now inside this tooltip we are going to be defining our visible state, and then set visible, come on, set visible, and it's going to be equals to the use state, and the initial value we're going to be specifying false today. Okay, so that's totally done. Now let me go ahead and go to my tooltip, and I'm going to provide the class names, like it's going to be set to totally relative and inline block. Okay, so now inside this div we have to define our button. It's going to say like hover over me, like this, and here we have to specify a few things. So I'm going to just write like first of all the class name, padding all around will be set to 2, background totally blue of 500, and text will be set to totally white. Save my file, and here you can see this is how my UI will look like. But the next thing that we have to do is that we have to define our tooltip. Okay, so I mean like our variants. So now here we have to specify like tooltip, and then variants would be fine, and inside there we have to provide the hidden property, and we have to provide the opacity of 0 today, and on the y-axis we want to set there to -10. I'm going to also provide the visible state, so visible, and for the visible state we're going to be providing the opacity of 1, and the y-axis will be set to totally 0. And yep, the spelling is incorrect, so I'm going to have to change there to the tooltip variant like this. Now let me go back to my button, and here we have to add a few more things, like on the mouse entered, like when somebody entered the mouse, in this situation we are going to be providing like set visible, and we have to set there to true. I'm going to save this file right now. On the mouse leave, when somebody leave the mouse from this button, so in this situation we are going to be setting the visible state to totally false, and yeah, I guess that's going to be totally fine. And now let me just hide this button from here, and now here we have to render our UI by using the command the visible. If that is visible, so in this situation we are going to be showing this UI. Okay, so I will just use like motion.dev, and I'm going to close there like this, and here inside there let's just provide like tooltip content or something like that. And let me just style there by providing the class name, so it's going to be set to totally absolute, absolute, background totally gray of 700, and also text will be set to totally white, padding all around will be set to 2. Let's just make that totally rounded, and now let me just save my file right here. First of all we have to tell it like which kind of variants we want to use. We want to use these tooltip variants, so I'm going to copy them and place them right here. And now we have to provide the initial value, and initially we want to use the hidden state from there, and also when we want to animate this we want to use the visible state from there, and also for the exit we want to use this hidden. And let's just save my file right here like this, and also we want to provide the transitions today, and the transition will have the duration of 0.2 seconds. And also the class names will be like, it's going to be set to totally apps, you know. Now we have to provide the class names. It should be the class, god damn it. Now let me just save my file. We are already providing these class names right here. And now let me just refresh there, and if I hover over there, so it's going to give us that tooltip right here. And now if I hover my mouse over to there, so it's going to give us that tooltip right here. And why is that? That's because we are now initially providing the UI to be hidden, then we want to provide the visible state, and then we also want to provide the exit state, and we can also change the duration of that to 1 second. So it's going to give us that tooltip, and it's going to hide there, gives us there, hide there. So that was it about our tooltip variants. Let's just close there. I'm going to comment this line out and uncomment my toggle switch. Go inside this component. Now in this case we are going to be toggling something, which means like we need some kind of a state. So we have to mark our component as a use client. Inside there, let's just import our use state from the React.js, and also we have to import our motion from where? From our motion and then the React.js. Let's just save our file, and inside there we have to first of all define our state by using the isOn, and then set isOn. It's going to be equals to the use state, and the initial value will be set to totally false. Let me just remove this text from here. We are going to be providing the class names which will be set to totally relative, the inline block, and also width will, come on, it should be the inline block like this. Width will be set to 36, and also the height will be set to 16. Inside there, what do we have to do? We have to define our div. We're not going to closing our div like this. We have to close there like this. I'm going to provide my class names totally dynamically, which will look something like this. Now let me just save my file, and now let me just even show you there. First of all, we are providing the width, then the height, then the roundness, then the background color, then the cursor or pointer. Then we are providing this class totally dynamic. Like if isOn is set to true, then change the background color to totally green. And if that's not the case, so then show us nothing at all. Okay, so that's totally done. We also have to attach our event handler. Let's just go back and attach our onClick event handler. And when somebody try to click on this, we are going to be firing this function which is a set isOn, and we have to convert that to not isOn. And now let's just save this file right now. Now underneath that, I'm going to define my Motion.dev. So I'll just use like Motion.dev and close there like a self-closing tag. And here inside there, let me just provide a few class names. So I'll just use like absolute, and also for the top we are going to be providing 1. For the left, let's just provide 1. For the width, let's just change that to 14. For the height, 14. Rounded wholly full, and also background wholly white. And we also want to provide the shadow, and now let's just save there. Now let me just go to the top and define my switch variant. So I'll just write like on switch and then variants, and inside there we have to provide the off state, and for the off state we are going to be setting the x value to 0, and also on the on state you want to just change the x value to 70. Okay, so this is how we are going to be defining our variants, and now let's just use that right here. So I'm going to use my variants, and we have to tell like we want to use the switch variant, and also for the animate state we are going to be first of all checking. Okay, so we have to provide like if this is on, in this situation we are going to be using the on state, but if that's not the case, by default we want to use the off state. Okay, and also we want to provide a bit of transitions today. So the type will be set to totally spring. We want to use our spring animation, and also the stiffness will be set to totally 300 like this. And now let me just save my file, and here you can see we are now getting this circle. Let's just refresh there. If I click on this one, here you can see it's going to give us kind of like a bouncy animation. And also this is how our switch toggler will look like right here. This is looking super amazing. If you need this switch, you can just definitely come here and copy all of the code from there, modify there, and use there inside your project. And now let me just comment this line out and show you the final one, which will be a dynamic list. So let's just zoom in a bit. The first thing that I want to do is that I want to import my use client. The second thing is that we have to import the use state. Also we have to import the motion from where? From the motion and then the React.js, and inside there we have to define our items. So I'll just use like items and then set items. It's going to be equals to the use state, and the initial value will be set to empty array like this. Now let me go ahead and go to my UI and remove that from there. Inside this div we have to create our button, and now let's just close it like this. Now I'll say like I add item, and inside this button we are going to be passing like on click. When somebody clicks on this, we are going to be firing this function which is the add item, which we are going to be creating in a few seconds. But now let me just provide a bit of class names to this. So like margin for the bottom will be set to 4, padding all around will be set to 2, background wholly blue of 500, and text will be set to totally white. I'm gonna save this file right now and go back. This is how it currently looks like. So you know what, let me just even define this function. I'm gonna come right here, and here let's just use like add item, and inside there we are not going to be doing anything crazy, but we just have to add our item. So I'll just first of all define my new item. It's going to be coming from the item, and here we have to use our items, which is that state right here. On that we are going to be just getting the length of them, and we are going to be only attaching one to the. That's totally done. Now we have to use our set item, which is the next value of this state. Now we have to specify the previous state right here. First of all, we have to get the entire database of our items by using this .prev, and then we have to add this new one which we just defined right here. Okay, so we just have to provide there, and now it's going to give us a type error, so we have to also annotate there as a string of array. Now let me just close it like this, and now that error is successfully gone. Now underneath there we are going to be using something called the animate presence from the framer motion. So let's just even import there. Yep, we are already importing there right here. So now inside this animate presence, we have to iterate over through all of our items by using the map method. We have to pass our item and also the index inside there, and let's just provide our Motion.dev for each of the item like this. And here inside there, let's just render our item like this. I'm gonna also provide the key, and the key will be coming from the item, or you know what, that index would be fine. And now we have to define a variant for this Motion.dev. I'm gonna go to the top, and here we have to define our const list variant, and here inside there we have to provide the enter state, and for the enter state we are going to be providing the opacity of 1, and on the y-axis we are going to be setting that to 0, and also we have to provide the exit state, and for the exit state the opacity will be set to 0 and the y-axis will be set to -20. And now let's just copy the name of the, go to the bottom, and here we have to use there. So I will just provide like variants, and here we want to use this list variant, and for the initial state we want to use the exit state, and also for the animate state we want to just provide the enter state. Come on, enter like this. And now let me just save my file, and this is looking way much better. And now for the exit state we also want to use the exit, and for the transition we are going to be providing the duration. It should be the duration of 0.3 second, and also we have to specify a bit of class names today, like padding all around will be set to 2, background gray of 200, and also margin for the bottom of 2. Let's just make that totally rounded. And when somebody try to click on this, in this situation we are going to be removing that specific item. Okay, so let's just paste our index inside there and create this function right here. So I'm gonna go to the top and define my function right here, which is const and then remove item. It's gonna take the index, which will be set to totally a number, and annotate it like this. Inside that we just have to use our set items, provide our previous state, and here we are going to be using our previous state.filter. We are not interested in the data, we are only interested in the index, and here we have to check if the index does not equals to that index which we are now taking as a parameter for this function, and we are also providing that index right here for that specific item. So in this situation we just want to remove them. And now let me just refresh there, and here you can see if I click on this, it's going to add this item. And now let me just add a few more, so it's going to be adding there totally animated. And now if you want to remove this, so if I click on this, it's going to totally remove there from this UI, and this is how we are going to be working with there. This is super amazing animation. So yeah, that was it about, or I don't know which kind of a challenge this is, but yeah, that was it about for the variants practice. Let's just practice the gesture animations. So we are going to be once again creating a lot of animations. So let's just start from the first one to create the swipeable card. So create a card that can be swipeable to the left or to the right, and once we swipe there, we want to remove there from the UI or from the view. So how in the world we are going to be doing there? We can use the Motion.dev from the motion. We can also use this use drag, and we just have to change the position of that specific card. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to create a draggable box. So create a box that can be dragged around on the screen. So we are going to be using the Motion.dev and also the drag directive, or whatever you want to call there, and we are going to be also styling there by using the Tailwind CSS. After that we have to create the rotate on drag card or box, whatever you want to call there. So create a box that can rotate once we drag that specific box. So for that we are going to be using the Motion.dev, and also we have to use this on drag, and once we drag that box, we want that box to be rotated. Okay, after that we are going to be creating a tab on change color. We have to create a box that can change its color once we tap on it. So for that we are going to be using the Motion.dev and also the on tab, and also we have to use the tailwind CSS for the styling. Then we have to create the long press to change the size. So create a box that can change its size once we long press on this. So for that, once again, we are going to be using the Motion.dev, also the on tab, and we just have to change the size of there once we just long press on that specific div or box. Finally, we have to create our gesture based image gallery. So create an image gallery that can be navigated using vertical swipe gesture. So for that, we are going to be using the Motion.dev and so on and so forth. So if you want to give it your best shot, feel free to do that, and if you can do it, that's completely okay. Then come back and watch the solution. And now let me just give you my solution. So I'm gonna just remove that. Now here you can see inside the components, I don't have any components, and if I go to the page.tsx, still I don't have anything inside there. Now let me go ahead and go to my components folder, and inside there we have to create a few components. So I will just define a swipeable card. So it should be swipeable swipeable card.tsx. Now let me just write my RAFCE, and the spelling is incorrect. Surprise, surprise. So we have to fix that. I'm going to, you know what, I'm going to have to copy that and place it right here, save this file. I'm going to also change the name of the file. So now let me just save the file right now, close that. Now let me go ahead and define yet another component, which will be a draggable box, draggable draggable box.tsx, and let's just use our RAFC inside there. Let me just define the rotate on drag.tsx, and let's just use our RAFC inside there. Let me create another one for the tab to change color.tsx, and let's just use our RAFC inside there. We're going to be also creating the long press to change the size.tsx, and let's just use the RAFC inside there. And we're going to be also creating our gesture based, come on, BASED based image gallery.tsx. And I'm going to just use my RAFC inside there, save my file. Let's just go into our page.tsx file, and here we have to render our components. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to render my swipeable card. So I'll just write like SWIPABLE. What was the name of the SWAPPABLE swipeable card, and we have to close that like this. Underneath that, we also have to render our draggable box, and we have to close there. Now we are going to be also creating the rotate on change on not, yeah, drag would be fine. And I'm going to close it like this, and tab to change the color, and we have to close there. And now let's just provide our gesture, or you know what, the long press to change the size, and we also have to provide our gesture based image gallery. And now let me just save my file, and the spelling is incorrect, so it should be gallery like this. So I'm gonna copy there, and now we have to just change that right here. I'm gonna also change this one. Let's just go inside there. You know what, I'm gonna also change this one, and I'm going to change all of them. Let's just save my file right now. You know what, I'm going to just delete there. Let's just re-import the gesture based image gallery once again. And now let me just save my file, and now that will totally work. So now let me open my terminal, and I'm going to be using npm run dev, and now it's going to give us all of our components. So let's just start from the first component. Let me go inside there, and the first thing that we have to do is that we have to mark this component as a use client. Underneath it, we are going to be importing our use state. Also, we have to import the motion. So I'll just import the motion from where? From the motion, and then the React.js. That's already done. Now inside there, we have to define our state. So I'll just write like is removed, and then set is removed, and it's going to be equals to the use state, and the initial value will be set to totally false. Okay, so that's totally done. Now let me go ahead and go to my UI, and I'm going to delete there and change that to the motion.dev in this case. Inside there, I will only write like swipe me. I guess that's going to be totally fine. And here we have to specify a few class names, but we are going to be rendering our classes totally dynamically. So the width will be set to 64, and also the height will be set to 32. Background will be set to totally blue of 500. Let's just make that totally rounded large, and shadow will be set to totally large. Flex, and then the items will also be set to totally center, and justify will also be set to totally center. We also have to provide the text of totally white today, and now we are going to be rendering our classes dynamically. So is remove, if that is the case, so in that situation we are going to be using the hidden class, but if that's not the case, we are going to be just providing nothing at all. Let me just show you that, and this is how it looks like right here, if I can show you that today. So that's totally done. Now we also have to make that totally draggable, so I'll just write like drag, and here we have to provide the axis. So I will just only make that draggable on the x-axis, not on the y-axis. Now we also have to provide the draggable constraints or drag constraints. So for that, we only want to provide the left side to be negative 100, and for the right side, we want there to be only positive 100. Underneath that, we are going to be also providing the on drag in, and we have to call this function, which is a handle swipe. And I'm gonna copy this function from here. Let me just create that function right here. So I will just write like handle swipe, and inside there we are not going to be getting nothing, and I'm going to also annotate there, and we are going to be also getting the info, and I will also annotate there as any. Okay, so let's just check for info.offset.x property. Let's just write offset.x property is greater than 100. So in this situation, we are going to be writing like set remove, and we want to set that to true. But if that's not the case, so what do we have to do? We have to provide another check. If the info, let's just write info.offset.x property is less than negative 100, so in that situation, we are going to be just removing that specific element. Okay, so I am going to just copy this line of code. Let's just place there and change that to totally false. False, like this. And now let me just save my file right now. This one will also be totally set to true, and we are now getting this swipeable card. So if I just swipe there, here you can see it's going to remove that from the UI. Let me just show you there once again. If I swipe there, so it's going to remove that from the UI, and that was our draggable box, or swipeable card to be precise. And now we are going to be creating our what do we call it, draggable box. So I'm going to comment this line out, comment this line out, comment this one, and also this one. Let's start working on our draggable box. The first thing that we have to do is that we have to import every single thing as a motion from where? From the motion and then the React client. That's the first thing that we have to do. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to mark our dev as a Motion.dev. And now inside there, I will only write like drag me, and that's going to be totally fine. I'm going to also provide a few class names to this. So I'll just write like width will be set to 32, height will also be set to 32, and the background will be set to totally green of 500. Let's just make that totally rounded large, and shadow will be set to totally large. I'm going to save this file right now, and this is how it looks like right here. And currently this is not draggable. So if you want to make that totally draggable, so for that we have to write our drag property or attribute, whatever you want to call there, and now we can totally drag there to anywhere that we want, and that's totally done. We are going to be also providing our drag constraints today. So I'll just write like drag constraints, and here for that we are going to be providing the left property, and it's going to be set to 0, and for the right we are going to be also providing 300. For the top you want to specify 0, and for the bottom we are going to be providing positive 300. And now let's just save this file right now, and now we can totally drag there inside these constraints right here, and this is how we can totally do that. Okay, so we can't even drag there for the top. That's because we are now providing the top to be totally 0. And that was at about for our draggable box. So now let's just remove there. I'm gonna comment this line out and uncomment there, and let's just go inside this file, and now let's just take care of this rotate on the drag. So the first thing that we have to do is that we have to mark this component as a use client. Underneath that we have to import our useStat. So I'll just write like useStat. We also have to import our motion. Okay, so let's just import the motion from where? From the motion and then the React.js. That's totally done. Now inside there, the first thing that we have to do is that we have to provide our state by providing the rotation, rotation, and set rotation like this, and it's going to be equals to the useStat, and the initial value will be set to 0. That's totally done. Now here for this one, let's just remove there and change there to the Motion.dev, and inside there I will only write like drag me, and that's going to be totally done. Here we have to provide a bit of class names today. So I will only write like width will be set to 32, height will also be set to 32, background will be set to totally red of 500, rounded totally large, provide a flex, and also the items will be set to totally center, and justify will also be set to totally center. I'm gonna save this file right now, and this is how it looks like right here, and we cannot drag there. That's because we did not even make that totally draggable. So if you want to make that draggable, so for that we have to write a drag. We also have to write the on drag right here, not that one but drag, and here we are going to be passing a function which will be a handle drag. We are going to be creating this function in a few seconds. So then we have to provide the style, and for this style we have to provide the rotate property, and for this rotate property we are going to be providing the value of our state. Now we are going to be providing there. So this is how it looks like right here, and now we have to create this function. I'm going to define my function right here, so let's just remove there and define our on drag function inside there, and I will annotate there as any, and also the info will be set to totally any. Okay, so now inside there what do we have to do? We have to first of all get the rotation, which is the value of the state, and now for there we are going to be adding this info. Come on, let's just write info.offset.xValue, which is this info and then the offset.x value inside there, and now we have to store the inside our variable, which will be a new rotation, and it's going to be equals to this value. Underneath it we have to write like set rotation, and we have to just push our new value to there. So I will only write like new rotation. I'm gonna save this file right now. Now we can totally drag there, and whenever we drag there, it's gonna also rotate. So now the install is done. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to go into our page.tsx file. I'm gonna comment this line out and uncomment this one, save this file, go inside there, and now let's just take care of this component. So the first thing that we have to do is that we have to mark there as a use client. Also we have to import our use state from there. Come on, the use state, and also we have to import the motion. Okay, so I'm going to import the motion from where? From the motion, and then the React.js. That's totally done. Now the next thing that we have to do is that we have to define our colors. So I will just write like colors, and it's going to be equals to this array, and inside there I will only provide my Tailwind CSS classes. So I will write like background of blue 500. I'm going to also provide the background of totally green of 500, and let's just provide the background totally red of 500, and also background totally yellow of 500. You can specify as much colors as you prefer, but in my case that's totally done. Okay, so next thing that we have to do is that we have to define our use state, and the initial value will be set to 0. I'm gonna also destructure my color index, and also the set color index, and it's gonna be equals to this use state right here. And now let me just save this file right now. Now inside there I will only remove that from here, and we have to convert that to the Motion.dev, and I will just provide like tab me. That's totally fine. Okay, so now for this div we have to provide our class names. So I will write my classes totally dynamically. So width will be set to 32, height will also be set to 32, and inside there we have to just provide our colors, which is this colors right here. So I'm gonna have to copy there, and now inside there let me just render my colors if I can do that today. So let's just write our colors, and inside there let's just provide the index of our color. So I'll just write like color index, which will be the name of our state. Now outside from there we also have to provide the rounded of totally large, flex, and also the items will be set to totally center, and justify will also be set to totally center. Let's just save this file right now, and this is how it looks like right here. And when somebody tap on there, so on tab, so we are going to be firing this function which is a handle tab. I'm gonna copy the name of there, so I'm going to just copy there, and here we have to just define our function. I will write like const handle tab, and inside there what we have to do, we have to just write like set color index, and I'm gonna provide the previous and also previous plus 1. But we also have to wrap the inside the parentheses, and then we have to divide there by colors.length. Okay, so now let's just save this file right now, and this is how it looks like right here. But once I tap on there, it's gonna change the color. But you know what, I'm going to also provide the cursor of pointer to this. So I'll just write like cursor of pointer, and let's just save this file right now. If I click on this, it's gonna just totally change or swap those colors which we are now providing right here for these colors, and that's totally done. Now let me go ahead and just remove that from here. I'm gonna comment this line out and uncomment this one, go inside this component, and now let's just take care of that. So the first thing that we have to do is that we have to mark our component as a use client, and also we have to import our use. Come on, let's just import our use. Oh my god, if I can import that today by using the use state like this. Also we have to import our motion from where? From the motion, and then the React.js. So let's just import that from the React.js. Inside there we have to define our state by providing like is large and set is large. My girlfriend always tells me this, like, is it large? So let's just provide a false inside there. What the hell am I saying? I'm getting crazy. So then we have to convert that to the Motion.dev, and here inside there I will write like long press me. Yeah, she always say there like long press me. And I'm going to also provide my class names, which will be totally dynamic classes. So width will be set to 32, the height will also be set to 32, and background will be set to totally blue of 500. Let's just provide like rounded totally large, and flex, and also the items will be set to totally center. Justify will also be set to totally center, and the transition will be set to totally also transition all, and the duration will also be set to totally 300. Cursor will be set to pointer, and inside there let's just render like is large. If it's large, so in that situation we are going to be providing the width of 48, and the height will be set to 48. But if that's not the case, so we are going to be providing nothing at all. Okay, so let's just remove that from here. I'm gonna go back so you guys can see everything a bit better. I'm going to save my file and that's totally done. Now we have to create a few functions, but we are going to be creating them in a few seconds. First of all, when somebody app starts, so in this situation we are going to be firing this function, which is a handle long press and then start, and then we are going to be creating yet another function, but we have to provide like on tab cancel. When somebody cancel their tab, we're going to be firing this function, which is the handle long press and then end. And also underneath it we have to provide the on tab. When somebody taps on this, we are going to be firing this function, which is a handle long. And now I guess that's going to be fine. So let's just define these functions. So I'm going to copy there, and here we have to define those functions right here. So first of all, let's just start by defining this one, not this one, but let me just copy there and define the handle long press start. And we are not going to be doing anything crazy, but we are going to be just using like set is large, and we have to set that to true. Now let's just define this function. So I'm going to copy there, duplicate this line of code, change the function name, and change this value to totally false. Okay, so let's just change that to false, save my file. And now let me just refresh there. If I just long press on this, so it's going to increase the size of there. If I just leave there, so it's going to also decrease the size of there. And if I just click on there, so here you can see this is how we are going to be getting our smooth animation right here. And this is also a simple but amazing animation. So that was it about for the long press change size. Let me just comment this line out and uncomment there. Now let me go ahead and go to my gesture based image gallery, and the first thing that we have to do is that we have to mark this component as use client. We also have to import our use state, and also we have to import our motion from where, from the motion, and then motion from, and then from the React.js. Then we have to define a lot of images right here. So we have one image, then 2 and 3 images right here, which I am copying from unsplash.com, and you are more than welcome to provide your own images, but in my case that's going to be totally fine. Now inside this component we are going to be first of all defining our current index. So I'll just write like current index and then set current index for the image, and it's going to be equals to the use state, and the initial value will be set to 0. Now let me go ahead and go to my UI, and also we have to specify our class names. So this one will be totally relative. The width will be set to 72, and the height will also be set to 72. The overflow will be set to totally hidden, and inside this div, what do we have to do? We have to provide our animate presence for the smooth animation, and now we have to provide our motion.image right here. And now let me just close there like this. It should be the image. Now inside there we have to pass our key, and the key will be our current index from our use state, and also we have to provide the source of the image, and it's going to be coming from, let me just provide like the images, which are all of our images right here, and inside there we are going to be getting our current index right here for our images. After that we are going to be also providing the alternative text for there. So I will only write like slide, and here we have to provide our current index inside there. Okay, so that's totally done. Underneath this alternative text, we are going to be also providing a drag on the y-axis, only on the y-axis, and we also have to specify our drag constraints, and inside the let's just provide the top of 0 value and the bottom of 0 value. Underneath there we have to provide the on drag end, and here we have to pass our handle swipe, and this is going to be the function which we are going to be creating in a few seconds. But now let me just comment this line out, and initially we are going to be making there as the opacity of totally 0, so we just want to hide there. And also once you want to animate this, we are going to be just showing image, so I'll just write like the opacity of 1, and we also have to provide the exit state. So for the exit state, the opacity will be set to totally 0. I'm going to also provide the class names today, so the width will be set to totally full, the height will also be set to totally full, and let's just make that totally rounded. I'm going to uncomment there, copy the name of there, go to the top and define my function right here. So I will use like cons handle swipe, and here we are not interested in the data. I'm going to also annotate there as any. We are only interested in the info, and that's going to be also set to totally any. Inside there, let's just check if our info.offset.y-axis is greater than 100. So in this situation we are going to be getting our set current index and provide our previous state. And now here for this case, the previous state -1. Now we are going to be also adding the images. Come on, let's just plus the images.length. Then outside from there we are going to be dividing the images.length. Okay, so let's just provide a dot right here, and now let me just save my file. If that's not the case, we are going to be checking like if the info.offset.y-axis is less than -100. So in this situation we just have to duplicate this line of code, and here Let me just remove that. And here, instead of providing a minus, we have to change that to plus. We have to just remove this line of code from here. And also we have to just remove the like this. I'm going to save this file right now. Now, this is not something that I want. So I'm going to just wrap the inside the parentheses. Now we have to totally divide there by images.length, and now that's looking better. And now let me just refresh this. So it's going to initially give us this image, but if I swipe there, here you can see it's going to hide that image and it's going to give us the new image right here. If I swipe it down, still we are now getting this image. If I swipe this up, here you can see we are now getting different images based on the images which we are now providing for our images gallery. So yeah, this is amazing animation as well, and that was it about for the gesture animations in Motion.dev. Let's practice the Stagger animations. So once again, we are going to be working with a lot of animations. Let's just start from the first one, which is to create the Stagger list items. So how in the world we are going to be doing that? First of all, we have to create a list of items that animates into a view with a stagger effect. So we have to create an array of items, for example, the string. Then we have to use the Motion.dev to display each item. Then we have to implement a stagger effect so that each item can appear one after the other when the component first mounts. After that, we have to create the stagger image gallery. So create an image gallery where images fades in with a stagger effect when they loaded. So we have to create an array of image URLs. Then we have to use the motion.image to display each image. Then we have to implement a stagger effect for each image to fade in as they loaded. Then we have to create a stagger button press. So create a set of buttons that animates into a view with a stagger effect when somebody hover over them. So we have to create a set of buttons. Then we have to use the motion.buttons to animate each button. And then we have to implement the stagger animation effect when hovering over the container or the button container to be precise. Then we have to create the stagger grid layout. So create a grid of items that animates into a view with the stagger effect. So we have to create an array of items to be displayed in the grid format. Then we have to use the motion.dev for each grid item. Then we have to implement the stagger effect so that each grid item animates with a slightly delay relative to its position. Finally, we have to create our stagger text reveal. So create a title where each letter animates into a view with a stagger effect. So split a string into array of characters. Then you have to use the motion.span to display each character. Implement a stagger animation effect for the character to appear one after the other. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then come back and watch the solution. And now let me just give you my solution. So I'm going to just close this file right now. Going to the components, this is totally empty. Now if I go to the page.tsx file, still this is also totally empty. So now let me go ahead and go to the components folder. And inside there, we're going to be defining a few components like staggered list and then .tsx. So now let me just use my RAFC inside there. I'm going to close this file right now, and now let me just create another component with the name of staggered.tsx. and now let's just use our RAFC inside there. Now we are going to be defining yet another component with the name of staggered.tsx. Now I'll just use my RAFC inside there. Let's just create our staggered grid layout.tsx, and I'll just use my RAFC inside there, save my file. And finally, we have to create our stagger text reveal.tsx, and I'll just use my RAFC inside this, save my file, and close there. Now let me go ahead and go to my page.tsx file, and we have to import all of that components inside there. The first thing that we have to do is that we have to import our stagger list, and now let me just import the and close it like this. Then we have to import our stagger image gallery. Come on, image, if I can get that today, staggered, and then the image gallery. Let's just import the and close it like this. Then we have to import the staggered button press, and now let me just close it like this. Then we have to import the staggered grid layout, so which is this one, and now let me just close them. Finally, we have to import the stagger text reveal, and I'm going to close there like this. Let's just save our file. I'm going to open my terminal and use my npm run dev. It's going to run there on that specific port right here. I'm going to close it like this, and this is how it looks like right here, which is looking cool. So now let me just take care of the first one. So I'm going to go into this first one, and the first thing that we have to do is that we have to import our motion. So we have to import there as a motion. From where? From the motion, and then the React.js, not from the React.js, but from the React client. After that, we have to create a few items. So I'll just write like items, and it's going to be equals to like item 1, and then I don't know, maybe item 2. I'm going to also just create a few of them like item 3, and also the item 4, and finally the item 5. So now let's just save this file right now, and you are more than welcome to create as many as you prefer. So now let me just delete that from here. We also have to create our motion value, so I'll just use like motion and then .ul. I'm gonna copy that from there, and now let me just replace that right here with this one. We are going to be iterating over through all of that items, so let's just iterate over through there by using the map method, and here we have to pass the item and also the index. Now outside from there, here we have to define our motion.li, and now let me just close there like this and render my item inside there. So let's just provide that item, and now let me just save my file. And here for this li, we are going to be passing the key, and the key will be the index. We also have to provide the class names, and I'll just write like margin for the bottom will be set to 2, padding all around will be set to 5, and background will be set to totally yellow of 300. I'm gonna save this file right now and go back. This is how currently it looks like, but now we have to define our stagger variants. So I'm going to go here, and here we have to define like staggered, then variants, and here inside there we have to provide the hidden, and for this hidden we have to provide the opacity of 0. Now let me just duplicate that and change this one to the visible, and also we have to provide the opacity of 1 to there. I'm gonna copy the name of there, and here for this UL we have to provide our variants. I'll just write like variants, and we have to paste our stagger variants inside there. Now let me go ahead and go inside this motion.ul, and here we have to provide the initial value, and initially we want it to be totally hidden. We also have to provide the animate, and here for there we have to provide the visible, and we also want to provide the variants. So let's just provide like variants, and here inside these variants we are going to be providing our variants inline. So I'll just write like visible, and I'll just provide like the transition, come on, the transition, and the transition will be set to the stagger children, and we have to paste like 0.2 inside there. Now once I save my file, now let me just refresh this. So here you can see it's going to give us all of that cards one by one. So let me just try there once again. Bang, 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 and bang. Now if I just increase the timing of this, so you know what, let me just provide like 1 second. Now let me just refresh this. So 1 second, 2 second, 3 second, and so on and so forth. This is looking better, but I'm gonna just stick with this 0.5 seconds. So now let me just comment the rest of them. I'm going to comment this line out, comment, and comment this one. Now let me go ahead and go inside this Stagger image gallery, and now let's just create our Stagger image gallery. The first thing that we have to do is that we have to import our motion. So I'll just use like import every single thing as motion from where, from the motion, and then the React client. Okay, so let's just import there. So now we are working with the image gallery, so we would need some kind of images. So now let me just place all of that images right here. You can find all of that images in my GitHub repository, or you can use your own one. So now let me just hide there. The next thing that I want to do is that I want to just delete there and change this dev to the motion.dev like this. And inside this motion.dev we are going to be iterating over through all of that images. So I'm going to copy there, and let me just place that right here by using the map method. And now we have to just provide our src for the source of the image. We also have to get the index of each image. So now we have to use our motion.image, and we have to close there like this. And inside there we are going to be passing the key which will be set to the index. We also have to provide the source, and the source will be that source which we are now importing for each image. After that we are going to be also providing the alternative text. So I'll just write like, I don't know, maybe image, and now let me just provide like the index of that specific image right here. Then we have to provide the class name. So I'll just write like width will be set to 200, or you know what, 20 rem would be fine. And now we also have to provide the height of totally auto, and the margin for the left will be set to 2 rem. Now let me just close there, and I'm going to also provide the rounded right here. Save my file, and this is how my images looks like. But now we have to animate there, and we have to do a lot of stuff with there. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to have to provide my stagger variants. So I'll just write like const stagger and then variants, and here inside there we have to use the hidden. And for the hidden we are going to be providing the opacity of 0 once again. And now we have to provide the visible state, and for the visible state we are going to be providing the opacity of 1 to there. I'm going to copy the name of there, and we have to use there for this motion.image. So I'm going to just write like variant and paste my stagger variants inside there. Now let me go ahead and go to my motion.dev, and here we have to provide the class name of flex today. Then we are going to be also providing the initial state, and the initial state will be set to wholly hidden. And now we also have to provide the animate state. And then for the animate state we are going to be using the visible like this. Come on, it should be the visible like this. And now we also have to provide the variants, and for each variants we are going to be providing like visible, and visible will be set to transition. And also here we have to pass our stagger come on, staggered stagger children, and that's going to be set to 0.3 seconds. And now let me just save this file right now, and now let me just refresh there. Here you can see it's going to give us like the first image, then the second one, and then the third one, and so on and so forth. But now let me just change that to 1 second, and now let's just refresh there. So it's going to give us that image. Then after 1 second, it's going to give us this image. And then it's going to give us this image right here. We can do a lot of stuff with there, but I guess that's going to be totally fine. So I'm going to just hide this one, comment this line out, and uncomment this one. And now let me go inside the stagger button press. And now let me just take care of there. So first thing first, we have to import every single thing as motion from where? From the motion and then the React client. And now we have to create our button. So I'll just write like buttons, and it's going to be set to array and button 1, and then we have to provide like button 2, and I'm going to also write like button 3, and finally let me just provide one more like button. Let's just save this file right now, go inside my component, and here we have to change that to the Motion.dev, and now we have to iterate over through all of our buttons by using the map method and pass our label and also the index of our button. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just use like Motion.button, and I'm going to close that like this, and inside there we just have to provide the label of the button. And now let's just save this file right now. It should be with S. That's totally done. Now let me just provide the class names today. It's going to be set to flex, and spacing on the x-axis will be set to 4, and while somebody hover over there, so I'll just write like while hover. So in this situation we are going to be providing the transition SRTION, and also the transition will be set to stagger children of 0.2. I'm gonna save this file right now, and here inside these buttons we have to provide a bit of styling today. But first of all, we have to paste the key, and the key will be set to index. This is provide the class names, and it's going to be set to padding all around of 2, background totally blue of 500, and the text will be set to totally white and totally rounded. So now we just provide this, save my file. While somebody hover over there, so in this situation we are going to be using the scale of 1.1. I'm going to save this file right now. So now let me just refresh there. So here you can see we are now getting our buttons. If I hover over there, so it's going to just scale this up right here. And if I just leave my mouse back, it's going to scale it down. So that was it about for the stagger button press. I'm going to comment this line out and uncomment this one. This is go inside the stagger grid layout. And now let me just take care of there. So first thing first, we have to import our motion, and then we have to create a few items. Now we are going to be iterating over through there, but I'm going to also create my variant. So I'll just use like staggered, staggered, staggered variants, variants, and inside that let's just provide the hidden property, and it's going to be set to opacity of 0. I'm going to also provide the visible, and the visible will be set to 1. I'm going to save this file right now. Now let me go ahead and go inside this motion, and dev, and now let me just change that to a dev, motion.dev. And here we have to iterate over through all of our items. So I'll just use like items.map method, and here we have to pass our item and also the index. Now outside from there we are going to be using our motion.dev. So let's just use our motion.dev, and now let me just close there. I'm going to close there like this. Save this file right now, and here we have to render our item right here. So I'll just use like item, and we also have to provide the key, and the key will be set to totally index. Now we also have to specify the variants, and now we are going to be using these variants. So I'm going to copy there. Let's just place that right here. And now let me just provide the class names, and padding all around will be set to 4, background totally gray of 200, and let's just make that totally rounded. And now let me just save this file right now, and that's totally done. Now let me go ahead and go to this motion.dev, and we have to provide the class names of grid, also the grid columns 3, and gap will be set to all around of 4. Initially we want to use our hidden, so let's just use the hidden prop, and when somebody try to animate this, we are going to be using the visible, and then we are going to be also providing the variants there for this. So I'll just use like visible, come on, visible, and for the visible we are going to be providing a bit of transitions today. So I'll just write like transition, it's going to be set to the stagger children, come on, not direction but stagger children, and we have to specify 0.2 inside there. I'm going to save this file right now, and now if I just refresh this, so it's going to give us all of that items totally as a stagger animation. So let me just refresh there once again. We are providing the delay a bit quickly, so now let me just change that to like maybe 0 point, or 1 would be fine. So if I just refresh there, it's going to give us each of that item one by one, but it's going to take a bit of time, and this is what we call the stagger animation. So now let's just close there. I'm going to comment this line out and uncomment this one. Let me go inside this stagger text reveal animation, and for there we have to first of all import our motion, then we have to create our text which will be set to hello world. You can specify anything that you prefer, but in my case hello world would be fine. Then we create our staggered variant. Inside there we provide the hidden property which will be set to the opacity of 0, and then we have the visible, the opacity will be set to 1. That's totally done. Let's just delete there, and here for this div we have to convert that to the motion.h1. Okay, so now inside there, or you know what, let me just put the class names to text of 4XL and font will be set to totally bold. I'm gonna also provide a text of totally white today, and initially we want this text to be totally hidden, so I'll just write like totally hidden, and we are going to be also providing the animate prop. And when somebody try to animate this, so then we are going to be providing the visible property right here. And for the variants, we want to use the visible property, so I'll just use like visible, and inside there let's just provide the transition. And here for this transition we have to use our stagger children and provide our 0.1 inside there. That's totally done. The first thing that we have to do is that we have to convert this text, which is a hello world, to arrays. So if you want to convert that to the array, so we are going to be using the text.split method. So for that we are going to be using like text.split, and we just have to specify this empty string inside there. So now it's going to convert all of that string to the array. So now let me just save my file, and now it is totally converted to the array. Next thing that we have to do is that we have to iterate over through that array. So I'll just use like dot map, and here inside there we have to provide our character and also the index. Okay, so now inside there we are going to be using our motion.span, and I'm going to close them, and we have to just render our character right here inside this span. Okay, so I will only provide the key, and the key will be set to the index. I'm going to also provide the variants, and the variant will be set to the stagger variants right here. I'm going to save this file right now. Now let me just refresh there. So here you can see it's going to give us all of that words one by one. Let me just show you there even more. So if I just change that to like 0.7 maybe, I'm going to save this file right now, HELLO, and so on and so forth. Okay, so this is how we are going to be working with the Stagger animation in Next.js and also in Motion.dev. So now let's practice the useMotionValue hook from the Motion.dev. So once again, we are going to be working with a lot of animations. So let's just start from the first one, which is to create the draggable box. So create a draggable box that updates its position using the useMotionValue hook from the Motion.dev. So we have to create our Motion.dev that can be dragged around, and then we have to use the useMotionValue to track the x-axis and also the y-axis position of the box. Then we have to display the current position of that box as a text, and that's totally done. The second thing that we have to do is that we have to create our hover link scale. So create a button that scales up when we hover over there by using the useMotionValue hook. So we have to create our motion.button and use the useMotionValue to control the scale of the button, and also we have to update the scale value on hover and reset when we are not hovering there. Then we have to create our spring animated position. So we have to create our box that spring to a new position when somebody clicks on it by using the useMotionValue hook. So we have to create our motion.dev that can be clicked to move to the new position. Then we have to use the useMotionValue to control the x and the y positions. Then we have to animate that box to a new position with the spring effect. After that, we have to create our dynamic rotation. So we have to create our component that rotates based on the motion value. So we have to create our motion.dev that rotates when the button is clicked, and we have to use the useMotionValue to track the rotation angle, and we have to animate the rotation of the box based on the motion value. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then come back and watch the solution. And now let me just give you my solution. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go ahead and go to my components, and there is nothing inside there. If I go to the page.tsx file, here you can see this is also totally empty. So now let me just define my components inside this components folder. So the first component that I'm going to be creating will be for the draggable and then box.tsx. And now let's just use our RAFC, and let's just save this file right now. I'm going to be also creating our linked scale.tsx, and let's just use our RAFC inside there. And now let's just also create our spring animated position one. It should be position.tsx, and I'll just use my RAFC inside there. I'm going to also use the dynamic rotation.tsx, and let's just use our RAFC inside there, and that's going to be totally done. Now let me go ahead and go to my page.tsx file, and we have to import all of that components inside there. So for that, once again, we have to import our draggable box, and now let me just close it like this. We also have to import our link scale, and now let me just close it like this. And now we also have to import our dynamic dynamic rotation. There we go. And now we have to import this, save my file, and this is how it currently looks like right here. So that's totally done. Now let me just close there, or you know what, we have to go into this first component, which is a draggable box, and now let me just take care of that. So we are going to be making this component as totally draggable. So for that, we have to use the use client, because we are going to be working with the client components. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to import our motion and also the use motion value hook. So I'll just use like use motion value from where? From the motion and then the React.js. So now let's just save this file right now. Now we are going to be providing our accordions for the x-axis and also for the y-axis. So I'll just use like const, and then for the x-axis we are going to be using the use motion value, and the initial value I'm going to specify 0 inside there. Let me just also create for the use motion value for the y-axis of 0, and now let me just save this file right now, and that's totally done. I'm going to close there, and I'm going to also specify a few class names today. So I'll just use like flex, and flex will be set to totally column like this, and items will also be set to totally center. And now let me just save this file right now, and inside this div we have to create our Motion.dev like this. I'm going to close this file right now, and here inside this Motion.dev we are going to be providing a drag, and also we have to provide the styling, because currently we are now providing our styling by using the motion value. So now we have to use the style. We cannot use the animate prop, we have to use the style right here. So I'm going to specify the x-axis, and I'm going to also provide the y-axis right here. I'm going to save this file right now, and I'm going to also use the class names, and here we have to provide the width of 32, and also the height will be set to 32. Let's just go back, and the background will be set to totally blue of 500, and I'm going to also make that totally rounded. Let's just save this file right now, and this is how my box currently looks like. And I'm going to go ahead and comment the rest of this stuff out. So let's just comment there, save my file, and this is looking better. I'm gonna go ahead and go inside our div, and here we have to create our paragraph, and let's just provide a text of totally white today. And I'm gonna also provide the position inside there, and here we have to just render our position. We are also creating our motion values for the x-axis and also for the y-axis. So here I'm going to access the value of this x-axis by using this get method, and then we have to prefix that with this to fix right here. It's gonna only gives us either 2 or 3 or something like that, but it will not give us numbers like this, like maybe 12,000 or some random number like this. So it's gonna only gives us 2 rounded values. So that's gonna be it for the x-axis. Now let me just provide a comma, and now we also have to get the values for the y-axis. So I'll just use like y.get, and here we have to also just provide the to fix today and provide 2 inside this. So now let me just save my file, and if I just refresh that, and if I just move this around, nothing will happen. Why is that? That's because we are now currently working with the motion value. So if you want to see the result, like let me just put that right here, and now if you want to see the result of fresh result, so for that we have to do something inside our code, then that will work. So if I just save this file, and if I go back, so here you can see it's going to give us that position in that new value right here. So if I just put that right here, maybe here, so now let me just put that right there, and now once again I'm going to just save this file. Now it's going to give us that new position for the x-axis, new position for the y-axis, and that was our draggable box right here. Let me just close there. I'm going to also comment this line out and uncomment our hover link scale. Let me go inside there, and now let me just take care of that. So once again we have to mark our component as a use client, because inside there we are going to be using our use motion value. So I'm going to have to import the motion from where? From the motion, and then from the React.js. Also we have to import our use motion value, and now let me just save this file right now, and here inside there we have to create our motion value for the scale. So I'll just use like scale, and it's going to be equals to the use motion value, and we have to provide the initial value of 1 today. I'm going to just remove this text, and we have to convert that to the motion.button. And now let me just save my file, and here inside there let me just provide like hover me, and that's going to be totally done. I'm going to also provide like on hover start when somebody start the hovering. So in this situation we are going to be scaling this up. So I'll just use like scale.set, and we have to provide 1.2 inside there. Also when somebody hover ends, so in this situation we are going to be just calling this function, and we are going to be setting. So I'll just use like scale.set property and set the value of that to 1 right here. I'm going to also provide the styling, and for this styling we're going to be providing the scale property inside there, and we also have to provide a bit of styling to this. So like padding all around will be set to 4, background totally blue of 500, text will be set to totally white, and let's just make that totally rounded. I'm gonna save this file right now. Let's just check this out. So if I hover my mouse over to this, so it's gonna just gives us that scaling right here. If I leave it back, so it's gonna just increase the scaling of our button right here. So that was our simple scale up and scale down by using the use motion value. So now let me just close there, comment this line out and uncomment there, save my file, go inside our dynamic rotation, Now let me just take care of that. So now let me just take care of this dynamic rotation. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to mark my component as a useSpring. Also, we have to provide our motion from where, from the motion, and then from the React.js, and we have to import our useMotionValue from our motionValue. Okay, so that's going to be totally done. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to create our motion value for the rotation. So I'll just use like rotation, rotation, and it's going to be equals to this useMotionValue, and the initial value is going to take a 0 value inside there. That's totally done. Now let me just remove there, and we have to mark there as a useMotion.dev, and inside there I will only provide like click me, and here we have to provide a bit of styling to this. So I'll just use like width will be set to 32, it will also be set to 32, background totally blue of 500, and it's going to be also totally rounded. Okay, so here we have to provide the styling, and for this style we have to provide the rotation. So I'll just use like rotate and make there as a totally rotation right here and save my file. Okay, so when somebody clicks on there, on click, so we are going to be firing this function rotate box, and let's just create this function right here. Okay, so I will only use like const rotate box, and here is going to be an arrow function, and inside there let's just use our rotation, and then let's just use a set method on there and provide our rotation.get method, and here we have to just provide 42 with there. So I'll just use like 42 or 45 to be precise. I'm gonna save my file and refresh there, and if I click on there, here you can see it's gonna rotate on 45-degree right here. Okay, so yeah, that was also a simple animation by using the useMotionValue hook from the Next.js, or from the Motion.dev to be precise. Alrighty, so now let's practice this useSpring hook from the Motion.dev. And to do that, we're gonna have to convert all of our code from our useMotionValue practice, use the useSpring hook instead. So give it your best shot. If you can do it, that's completely okay. Then come back and watch the solution. And now let me just show you my solution. So I'm gonna go ahead and go to my draggable box, and here instead of providing this useMotionValue, I'm going to import my useSpring. So I will only import the useSpring. Okay, so let's just import there. I'm gonna copy the name of the, highlight both of them, and replace them with this useSpring right here instead. I'm going to delete this code. Let me go ahead and go to my page.tsx file. I'm going to comment this line out and uncomment that one. And now let me just save my file. If I just refresh there, and if I just move this around, it's gonna give us that springy animations right here. As you can see, oh my god, that's already gone. So it's gonna give us that springy animation, and that's because of this useSpring animation, or useSpring hook to be precise. Now let me just close there. I'm gonna comment this line out and uncomment this one, save my file, go inside there, and only change there to the useSpring. So I'll just use like useSpring. I'm going to copy there, remove this useMotionValue from there, save my file. And now if I hover my mouse over to there, so here you can see it's going to give us that spring animation right here, which is looking cool. I'm going to close this file, and now let me just comment this line out and uncomment my dynamic rotation, go inside there, and instead of using this useMotionValue, we have to import our useSpring. I'm going to copy the name of there, and we have to delete this useMotionValue, and now let me just replace this useMotionValue with this useSpring. I'm gonna save this file right now and refresh there, and once I click on there, so now it's gonna give us this smooth animation, and that's because of this useSpring animation, or that useSpring hook to be precise, and this is looking cool. So yeah, that was it about the useSpring hook from the Motion.dev. So now let's practice the final piece of the puzzle, which is called the whileInView prop. So to practice there, once again we are going to be working with a lot of animations. So let's start from the first one, which is called the stagger fade in and slide in. So let me just zoom in a bit. The first thing that we have to do is that we have to create a list of items that fade and slide in a stagger when they come into a view. So we have to create an array of items to display. We have to use the motion.ul for the list and motion.li for each item. Implement a stagger animation using a variants and the transition prop. Then we have to create our card flip animation, and we have to create a card that flips when it comes into the view, revealing its back side. So we have to create a card component with the front and also with the back side. Then we have to use the whileInView to animate the rotation along with the y-axis, and we have to style there by using the tailwind CSS. After that, we have to create our complex timeline animation. So we have to create a sequence of animation that occurs when the section comes into the view, including the rotation, scaling, and fading. So we have to set up multiple elements that will animate in a sequence, and we have to use the variants for complex animations. And for the control timing, we have to use the transition property. Finally, we have to create our interactive hover and in view animation. So we have to create a grid of card that scale and change color when hover over and animate when they are in the view. So we have to create a grid layout of card, and we have to use the while in view for the entrance of the animation. We have to add hover effect with the Tailwind CSS and not the framer motion, but with just a motion. There we go. So if you want to give it your best shot, cool, give it your best shot. If you can't, that's completely okay. Then come back and watch the solution. And now let me just give you my solution. So I'm going to close there. Once again, there is nothing inside my page.tsx, and also my components folder is totally empty. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to define a few components. So let's just start from the first one, which is a staggered list.tsx, and I'll just use my RAFC inside there. Let's just create our card flip.tsx, not flipped, just a flip.tsx, and I'll just use my RFC inside there. I'm going to also create my time and then line animation.tsx, and I'll just use my RFC inside there. And finally, we have to create our interactive card.tsx, and I'll just use my RFC inside there and close my file like this. Now let me go ahead and go to my page.tsx file, and here inside there we have to render our components. So I'll just use like staggered list, and I'm going to close there. We also have to render our card flip, and we have to import there. We also have to use our timeline animation, and now let's just import our interactive cards. So I will just import there, and I'm going to close there like this, save my file. I'm going to comment this line out, comment this line out, save my file, and this is how it looks like. So now let me go ahead and go to my staggered list, and here inside there, let's just start by importing our motion from where? From the motion, and then from the React.js, or not even React, but from the React client. So it should be the client. Oh my god, if I can get that today like this. And now inside there we have to define a few items. So I'll just use like items, and inside there let's just put like item 1, then item 2, and item 3, and item 4. Come on, let's just provide a 4, and finally we have to provide the item 5, and let's just save this file right now, and that's totally done. Now we are going to be defining our list variants. So for that we are going to be using like list, come on, list variants, and here inside there we have to provide the hidden prop, and for the hidden prop the opacity will be set to totally 0, and we also have to provide the visible one. So for the visible prop we have to provide the opacity of totally 1 to there. I'm going to hide there, copy the name of them, go into my dev, and here we have to convert there to the motion.ul right here. So I'm going to just convert there to the motion and then .ul, and here inside there we have to provide a bit of class names today. So it's going to be set to flex, and flex will be set to totally column. Items will be set to totally center. So this is provide like items of totally center. Save this file right now. I'm going to also provide the initial state, and for the initial state we want to convert there to hidden, and while they are in the view, so in this situation we are going to be using the visible. So I'll just write like visible like this, and also we have to specify the variants, and we want to use our list variants right here from the top. I'm going to also provide a transitions today. So let's just provide like transition. We have to provide the stagger children, and that's going to be set to 0.3 seconds, and let's just save this file right now, and that's totally done. Now let me go ahead and go inside this motion.ul, and we have to iterate over through all of our items. So I'll just use like items.map, and now we are going to be getting our item and also the index out of there. And here inside there we have to provide our motion.li, and I'm going to close there like this. Here inside there we have to also render our item, and now I'm going to be passing my key, and the key will be set to the index. I'm going to also provide the class names. Background will be set to totally blue of 500, and padding all around will be set to 4. Let's just go back. Text will be set to totally white, and I'm going to also provide margin for the y-axis of 2. Let's just make that totally rounded large. I'm going to save this file right now, and for initially we want there to have the opacity of totally 0. I'm going to also provide the y-axis of 20 to there. While they are in the view, so in this situation we are going to be providing the opacity of 1, and also the y-axis will be set to 0. And now for the transition, come on, let's just provide the transition, and that's going to be set to duration and 0.5 seconds. And now let me just save my file. If I just check this out, so we are now getting an error, cannot read the properties of undefined using ul. And why is there? Oh, we have to import every single thing as motion, and now it will totally work. So now if I just refresh there, it's going to give us all of that items right here. It is not working the way I expect them to work. You know what, for the top I will only provide like 100 RAM, margin for the top of 100 rem would be fine. So now let me just refresh there. Now it's going to give us this scroll bar, but once I scroll, here you can see it's going to give us all of their items as to all the stagger animation. So let me just zoom in a bit, and I am going to just scroll down a bit. So it's going to give us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with a little bit of animations right here. If you want a lot of animations, so we have to convert the 0.3 to the 0.7 maybe. And now if I just refresh there, and now let me just scroll down, and now it's going to give us this animation a bit slowly. So yeah, that was it about 4 stagger list, and I'm going to close this file right now, comment this line out and uncomment this, and my file go inside there. And now let me just take care of this card flip animation. So the first thing that we have to do is that we have to import every single thing as motion from the motion and then the React client. That's going to be the first thing that we have to do. And after that, we have to remove this code and we have to convert that to the Motion.dev. And I'm going to also provide the class name of perspective of 1000. So perspective, come on, perspective of 1000, and width will be set to 64. Come on, let's just provide like 64. I'm gonna also provide the height of 64, so let's just provide there. Save my file, and here inside this div we have to define yet another motion.dev, so I'll just use like motion.dev, and I'm gonna close there like this. And here for there we have to provide the class names. It's gonna be set to totally relative, and also the width will be set to totally full. The height will also be set to totally screen. Inside this motion.dev, we are going to be providing a few things, but you know what, let's just create a div. And here for that we have to provide the front side. I'm gonna also duplicate that and change that to the back side like this. So for this div we have to provide these classes, so I want you to pause the video and provide these classes for the front side. Now for this back side, I want you to provide these classes right here. Okay, so pause the video and provide that. After that we are going to be also providing the styling, and for the styling we have to provide the transform, and the transform will be set to the rotation. So I'll just write like rotate on the y-axis, and we have to rotate that on 180 degree. Okay, so let's just provide there, and I'm gonna save this file right now. Now the install is done. Now let me go ahead and go inside this motion.dev, and we have to provide the initial value. So initially we want there to have the rotation on the y-axis of totally 0. Okay, so let's just save this file right now. I'm gonna also provide like while they are in the view. So let's just write like while they are in the view. So in this situation we are going to be providing the rotate on the y-axis of 180 degree. That's totally done. We also have to provide the styling, and for the styling we are going to be using the transform style, or it should be just a transform style, FORM, there we go, and style. Now we are getting there. Now for the transform style we are going to be setting there to preserve 3D. So I'll just write like preserve 3D, and once I save my file, that's totally done. I'm gonna also provide a bit of transitions to there, so I'll just use like transition, and the transition will have the duration of 0.6 second. And now let me just save this file right now, and then it's totally done. So now let me just save my file and refresh this. So now we are getting our card right here. So if I just refresh this, so it's going to give us back, and then it's going to give us this back right here. But what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go to the top, and here for this one I'm going to provide like margin for the top. So let's just write like margin for the top of 100 rem, and let me just save my file. So it's going to give us this scroll. So if I just scroll down, it's going to give us this card with this animation, and that's totally done. So that was it about the card flip. Let's just go ahead and go to our page.tsx file. I'm going to comment this line out and uncomment the timeline animation. So let's go inside there, and now let me just take care of this. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to import my motion from where? From the motion and then the React client. So let's just import that from the React client, and I'm going to save my file and zoom there. And here we have to provide the as right here, and that's totally done. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to create our item variants. I'll just write like item variants, and here inside there we have to specify the hidden property, and the opacity will be set to 0. I'm going to also provide the scaling, and scaling will be set to 0.5, and the rotation will be set to 180 degree. So I'm going to have to specify there. I'm going to duplicate there and change the hidden to visible. And here for the opacity we're going to have to change that to 1, and for the scaling we also have to change that to 1, and for the rotation we have to change that to 0. So that's going to be it for our variants. So now let me just hide there. The next thing that I want to do is that I want to just remove their text, and we have to convert this div to the motion.dev like this. And here inside there we are going to be just creating an array. So I'll just write like 1, 2, 3, and we have to iterate over through that these items. So I'm going to have to specify these item right here, and now inside there we have to create yet another motion.dev, and I'm gonna close there like this. I'm gonna also have to close them manually like this. And here, let's just save this file right now. We have to render our item, and now for this div we have to specify our key, and the key will be set to this item. And now for the variants, we have to specify this item variants right here. I'm gonna also provide the class names. So you know what, let me just save my file, and background will be set to totally purple of 500. Purple PURPLE of 500. Margin for the left will be set to 2 rems, and I'm gonna close there. Padding all around will be set to 4. Text will be set to totally white, and margin for the y-axis will be set to 2, rounded totally large. I'm gonna save this file right now, go back so that you guys can see everything a bit better. I'm going to also provide a bit of classes to this first Motion.dev. So I'm gonna write like flex, and also the items will be set to totally center. And here we also have to provide the initial state. So initially we want it to be totally hidden, and then while they are in the view, so I'll just write like while in the view, in this situation we want it to be visible. I'm gonna also provide the transitions today, so let's just provide the transition if I can get there today. And transition will be set to stagger children, and stagger children will take 0.5 seconds. So now let me just save my file, and now let me just refresh this. So it's gonna give us that first one, then second, and then the third one. So let's just refresh there, bang, bang, and bang. And that was it about our timeline animation. So now let me just close there, and here we also have to comment this line out and uncomment there. Save my file, and now let's get into this interactive card, and now let me just take care of there. So for this interactive card, first of all we have to import over every single thing as a motion. From where? From the motion, and then from the React client. That's going to be the first thing that we have to do. Next we have to remove there and provide our class names for our div. So I'm gonna write like grid, and grid will be set to columns of 2, and gap will be set to 4 all around. So inside this div we have to create our array. So I'll just write like 1 comma 2 comma 3 comma 4. I guess that's gonna be fine. So now we have to iterate over through there. So I'll just write like item, and inside there we are going to be defining our motion.dev, and we have to close there like this. And also we have to provide our h3, and for this h3 we are going to be writing like card, and then the specific card item right here. Okay, so I'm gonna also specify a bit of class names to this. So I'll just use like text will be set to 2xl, and I guess that's gonna be totally fine. And now we have to provide our magic for this motion.dev. So first of all we have to provide the key, and the key will be that item itself. We also have to provide the class names. Class will be set to background blue of 500. Padding all around will be set to 6. Text will be set to totally white. I'm gonna also make that totally center. So let's just provide like text of center and round it totally large. I'm gonna save this file right now. Underneath that we have to provide our initial state. So initially we want to specify the scaling. So let's just write like scale will be set to 0.8. I'm gonna also provide the while in view. So while they are in the view, so we want the scaling to be 1. I'm gonna save this file right now. And then while somebody hover over there, so in this situation we are going to be changing first of all the scaling. So I'll just write like scale of 1.1. I'm gonna also provide the background color, and this can be set to this color, which is 3B. Add 2, let's just write like add 2 F6. Okay, so that's going to be the background color. And finally we have to provide a bit of transition so that our animation looks a bit smooth. So I'll just write like 0.3. Save this file right now, go back, and this is how it looks like right here. So if I just refresh there, so it's going to give us this simple animation, but we want a bit of scrolling. So I'm going to have to specify margin for the top of 100 just for this example. So now let me just save my file, and now it's going to give us this scroll bar right here. So if I just scroll down, here you can see it's going to give us that simple animation like this, as you can see there right now. I'm going to also provide like margin for the bottom for this one. So I'll just write like margin for the bottom of 1, or you know what, 50 rem would be fine. Let's just save my file, and if I just, you know what, this is not something that I want, so I'm gonna have to cut that from here, and we have to specify there right in here. And now you know what, we have to also change that to 100, and maybe 20 would be fine, so that it can totally disappear. Now if I just zoom in a bit, so it's gonna give us this smooth animation right here. Okay, so if I just scroll up, it's gonna still gives us that smooth animation, and we can also provide the duration of the. So I'll just change that to like 0.8 maybe. Let's just save this file right now and refresh there. And if I just scroll down, and here you can see it's going to give us that smooth animation. If I hover over there, so it's going to just scale it up right here. So yeah, that was it about our whileInView practice. Now we have to put all of our knowledge into practice by building a lot of projects. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to make a setup. So I'm going to right click on there and open my terminal. Let's just zoom in a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better like this. And now let me just zoom in a bit like this. I'm going to use npx and then create next app at latest, and I'll just give it the name of like projects. You can give it any name that you prefer. And I'll just choose TypeScript, ESLint, Tailwind CSS, and src directory app router. No to a turbo pack, no import aliases, and that's totally done. So it's going to take a while to install all of their dependencies in my project, and I'm going to see you in a few seconds. So now that's totally done. I'm going to open there by using the code and then projects. So now let me just open that in my VS Code, and this is how it looks like. So I'll just delete the public folder, go to the src, delete the F5 icon, go to the globals, and just cut this line of code and replace that with the rest of them. Go to the page.tsx file, remove every single thing from there and replace that with this rafc of home. I'm going to save this file right now. I'm going to open my terminal, and let's just use our npm run dev, and I'm going to go into the localhost 3000, and this is how it looks like right here, which means like everything is working the way we expect them to work. I'm going to stop there right now, and I'm going to use npm I and then motion, so it's going to install the Motion.dev inside my current project right here. That's totally done. Now let me just use my npm run dev once again, and let's just refresh there, and it's gonna work totally fine. Now let's start by creating our first project, which will be a scroll indicator. So I'm gonna go into my src, and inside there we have to create a new folder with the name of components, and inside there I'm gonna define my scroll indicator.tsx file, and I'll just use my rafc inside there, save my file, and that's gonna be totally fine. So the first thing that we have to do is that we have to mark this component as a use client, because we are going to be working with a few hooks. So to do that, we are going to have to import our motion. So I'm going to use like import and then motion from where? From the motion and then the React.js. And also we have to import our useScroll from there, because we are going to be using this hook, and also our useTransform. Okay, so let's just import that right here. So that's going to be totally fine. Now the first thing that we have to do is that we have to import our scroll y-axis progress. So I'm going to just use like const, and then we have to destructure something from where? From using the useScroll. And now let me just execute it like this. So inside there I will only destructure the scroll y-axis progress. Now let me just log that to the console. So I'll just use like scroll y-axis progress. Come on, let me just copy that from there, and let me just put that right here, and I'm going to also specify a label for myself like this. I'm going to save this file right now. Now let me go ahead and go to my page.tsx file, and here we have to just render our component, which is a scroll indicator, and I'm going to close there like this. Let's just save this file, and also I'm going to just specify a bit of scroll indicator right here. So I'm going to write like margin for the top will be set to 100 rem. I'm going to save this file right now. Let's just right click on there and go to our inspect element. Then I'm going to go to my console, and now let's just refresh there. So it's going to give us that motion value from that scroll y progress. So let me just expand there. Okay, so it's going to give us the current value as animated value, and it's going to give us a lot of information right here. So we are going to be using this motion value for our scroll indicator. So how in the world we are going to be doing there? You know what, first of all, let's just delete this line of code. I'm going to also delete that line of code, and the next thing that we have to do is that we have to use our useTransform. Okay, so I'll just use this useTransform, and first of all it requires the motion value. So I'm going to copy this motion value, place it right here. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to provide our starting point, or our input range, or our input starting range, and our input ending range. So we are going to be starting our line width from 0, and when that happens, so in that situation we are going to be setting the width to be 0%. Okay, so that's going to be totally fine. And then when it reaches to the 1, so in that situation we are going to be changing that to 100% like this. Now let me just store that inside the variable with the name of line width, and it's going to be equals to this useTransform. It should be the width, width, like this, and then it's totally fine. Now that's totally done. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to delete this line of code, and I'm going to provide the class names like height will be set to 200 viewport height. I'm going to also provide padding all around of 20 pixel, and I'm going to close there like this, and text will be set to totally wide. And inside this div we are going to be defining our motion.dev right here, and I'm going to close there like this. So basically this will be for our scroll indicator. So I'll just write like class name, and it's going to be set to totally fixed, top will be set to 0, and I'm going to also specify the left value of 0. Height will be set to 5 pixel. We can totally increase that if you wanted to. I'm going to also provide the background of totally red of 500. Okay, so let me just save this file right now, and if I just scroll down we cannot see anything right now, but you will see that in a few seconds. So that's totally done. Now the next thing that I want to do is that I want to just create a lot of content. So for that we are going to be using a div, and inside this div let me just provide a bit of class names today, like margin for the top will be set to 50 pixel, and inside there we have to just create an array, and that's gonna just hold like a lot of items. So I'll just write like array of 100 item, and now we have to iterate over through that array by using this map method. First of all, we are not going to be interested in the data, we are only interested in the index. So now here what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just create my paragraph, and I'm going to close there like this. For the key, we are going to be passing our index, and for the class names I'm going to specify like margin for the top of 20 pixel, and now let me just close there like this. And inside there I will only just write my lorem ipsum, and let's just save this file right now. And these are all of the texts which do not have any meaning, so I'm gonna hide there right now. If I just save my file and refresh this, so it's gonna give us this a lot of text right here. So what I'm going to do is that I'm gonna go into my globals.css file, and here I'm gonna just select my entire body and change the background color of that to like 101010. I'm gonna save this file right now, and also for the display it's gonna be set to flex. And I'm going to also provide the justify of content. It should be the justify content, and it's going to be set to totally center. I'm going to also provide the align items of totally center, and the height will be set to 100 viewport height. Let's just save this file right now and refresh it. So it's going to give us all of their text again and again and again. Now we want our scroll indicator to be right here at the top. So for that we already write all of our code, but we have to specify our styling right here. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to write my style. And here for this style we are going to be providing the width, and the width will be coming from this line width. So I'm going to copy there, and now let me just place it right here, save my file. And here you can see it's going to give us that scroll indicator. If I can highlight there, so it's going to give us this scroll indicator right here at the top. So as soon as I scroll down, it's going to increase right here, and it is looking super awesome. And I guess you've probably seen this one in a lot of different websites. So if I go to the top like this, let me just go a bit fast. If I go to the top, so it's going to just decrease the size of there, but if I go to the bottom, it's going to increase the size of there like this. Okay, so I'm going to also provide a bit of transitions today. So let's just provide a comma, and let me just provide my transition. Come on, it should be transition. And here I'm going to write like we only want to provide the transition for the width. We want to provide there on the 0.1 second, and it's going to be set to totally ease. Save my file, and now let me just refresh there and go to the top. And now this is looking a bit smooth right here. This is looking amazing. And yeah, that was at about 4 hour scroll indicator. So that was at about 4 hour scroll indicator. And now we have to create another project which will be our loader. So I'm going to go to my page.tsx file. I'm going to comment this line out, and now we have to define our loader.tsx. and here inside there, let's just use our RAFCE, save my file, go to my page.tsx, and I'm going to just render my loader component from my components. Save this file right now. If I check this out, so here you can see it's going to give us that loader, in which is looking cool. So what I'm going to do is that first of all we have to import our motion. So I'll just import like every single thing, if I can do that today. Import every single thing as motion from where, from the motion, and then the React client. That's the first thing that we have to do. And now inside there I'm going to just remove this loader from there. Provide my class name is going to be set to flex, and items will be set to totally center. Justify will also be set to totally center, and height will be set to totally screen. And inside this div we have to create our Motion.dev, and I'm going to close there like this. Okay, so inside there we are going to be once again defining another Motion.dev. So I'll just use like Motion.dev and close this file right now. We're not going to be closing it like this. We have to close there like this. I'm going to save this file right now. First of all, we have to provide a bit of classes for this Motion.dev. So I'll just write like relative, and I'm going to also provide the width of 16. Height will also be set to 16, and border will be set to totally 4. I'm going to also provide like border for the top will be set to totally 4. Border color will be set to blue of 500, and border will be set to totally solid, and I'm going to also make it totally rounded full. Let's just save this file right now. Check this out. So it's going to give us this rounded border, and which is looking cool. I'm going to also animate this. So if you want to animate this, we are going to be using this animate prop, and for that we have to use our rotate, and I'm going to rotate that on a 360 degrees. So let's just write like 360. It will not show us nothing because this is a circle, and no matter how much we rotate there, it's going to look exactly the same. I'm going to also provide the transition, so I'll just write like transition, and for that we have to provide our duration. Or you know what, let me just comment this line out. I'm going to comment there for a few seconds, but now let me just take care of this Motion.dev. So I'm going to write like the class name. So now this one is totally relative, so we have to mark this one as an absolute. So this one will be the parent. Let me just show you this. So this one will be the parent, and this one will be now the children of that parent. So I'm going to mark this as an absolute. ABSOLUTE, and inset will be set to 0. I'm gonna also provide border all around of 4 and border blue of 300. So let's just write like 300, and border will be set to totally solid and rounded totally full. I'm gonna save this file right now. And once I do this, so it's gonna give us that inner border inside there, which is looking cool. Now I will only provide the style. So for this style, we're going to be using the border on the top of color. So I'll just write like transparent. So I'm gonna make that wholly transparent. I'm going to save my file right now, and it's gonna just cut out that specific portion of this circle. So that's totally done. We can now provide our transition for this div. So I'll just write like the duration will be set to only 1 second. I'm gonna also repeat there. So let's just mark the infinity, and also we are going to be using the easing, and it's gonna be set to totally linear. I'm gonna save this file right now. And if we check this out, and now if I just refresh this, so it's gonna just start this scrolling right here, and which is looking cool. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to provide our animation for the second circle. So I'll just write like animate, and here we're going to be providing the opacity. Come on, opacity, and that's gonna be my keyframe. So we are going to be starting from 1, then we are going to be going into 0.5, and then finally 1 back. Let's just save this file right now, and if I just refresh there, and here you can see it's gonna also change the opacity of there. So that's totally done. I'm gonna also provide the transitions today. So for this transition, we have to provide the duration of 1 second, and repeat will be set to infinity, and also the easing will be set to ease in and out. Okay, so let's just mark it like this, save my file, and now if I just refresh there, so this is how our simple loader looks like right here, and which is looking cool. So now let me just close this file right now. So those are about 4 our draggable cards. I'm going to hide there. I'm going to comment all of them out, and now we have to create our carousel. So let's just save this file right now, go into the components, and now we have to create our carousel.tsx, which looks something like this. And now let me just hit enter right now and use the RAFC inside this, save my file. And now we have to go into our page.tsx file, not this one, but the page.tsx file, and we have to import our carousel right here. Let's just import this so that we can use it right here. I'm not going to close it like this. We're going to have to close it as a self-closing tag. Save my file. Let's just go into our carousel, and now let me just take care of that. Now we are building a carousel, so for that we're going to need different images. So now let me just place all of that images, and you can find all of that images in my GitHub repository. And if you want to use your own ones, you are more than welcome to do that. Okay, so we have a few images. I'm going to just hide there from here. And the next thing that we have to do is that we have to mark our component as a use client, because in this one we're going to need a bit of interactivity. Okay, so we have to import first of all the use state, and also we have to import our motion. Okay, so let's just import the motion from where? From the motion, and then from the React.js. I'm going to save this file right now. Go into my carousel right now, and the first thing that we have to do is that we have to create different states. So I'll just use like first of all the current index, and it's going to be set to the set current index, and it's going to be equals to the use state, and the initial value will be set to 0. Underneath that we have to provide for the hover state, so is hover, and then set is hovered, and it's going to be equals to the use state, and the initial value will be set to totally false. Underneath that we have to create a show thumbnail, so it should be show thumbnails, and then set show thumbnails nails like this, and it's going to be equals to the use state, and the initial value will be set to totally false. I'm going to save this file right now, and now here for this UI we have to delete there, and now we have to provide different classes. So I'll just use like it should be relative, and also width will be set to 50%. I'm going to close there, rounded totally large, and overflow, this is right like overflow will be set to totally hidden, and inside there we're going to be using our Motion.dev. And inside this Motion.dev we are going to be iterating over through all of our images. So I'll just use like images.map, and for this images we're going to need the image and also the index out of there, and here for that we are going to be using a div. And now let me just close there like this. Now let me just take care of this div, then we are going to be taking care of the rest of them. So for that we are going to have to specify the class names, but we are going to be rendering our classes totally dynamically. So I'll just use like flex, and margin for the bottom will be set to 2 rem, and also we have to provide the transition on transition, and then opacity, and we also have to provide the duration of 3 seconds. And now we are going to be rendering our thumbnail totally dynamically. So if we have the show thumbnails or is hovered, so in this situation what do we have to do? We have to provide this opacity of 100 today. But if that's not the case, we are going to be setting the opacity to 0. So let's just save this file right now, and this is how currently things looks like. Now inside this div, we're going to have to first of all provide our key. So I'll just write like key and the key will be set to index. And when somebody clicks on this, we're going to be firing this function. And here we have to use our select side, and we're going to be creating the in a few seconds, and we have to paste our index inside there. Okay, so that's totally done. Now we are going to be also providing our classes totally dynamically. So I'll just use like the class names, and here we have to specify the width, and width will be set to 10 rem, and that's totally done. We are going to be also providing the height of 5 rem, and we also have to provide margin for the top of 2 rem, and also the cursor will be set to totally pointer, and rounded, let's just make that totally large. The overflow, come on, overflow will be set to totally hidden. Come on, not follow, but overflow like this. Overflow will be set to totally hidden, and border all around will be set to 2. I'm going to comment this line out because we're going to take care of that in a few seconds. And now let's just render our current index. If the current index is equal to the index, so in this situation we're going to be providing the border of blue of 500. And also if that's not the case, we're going to be changing the border to totally transparent, transparent like this. And now let me just save my file, and that's totally done. Okay, so now inside this div we have to create our image. So I'll just use like img, and now let me just close it like this. And for there we have to provide the source, and the source will be coming from the image. So I'll just use like image. I'm gonna write my image right here. And also for the alternative text, we are going to be just writing like I don't know, thumbnail. And here let's just write like index +1. You don't even have to do that, but I just want to do that. And now for the class names, the width will be set to totally full, the height will also be set to totally full, the object will be set to totally cover. And once we save our file right now, we cannot see anything, and I'm gonna tell you why we cannot see anything in a few seconds. So that's totally done. And now let me just uncomment there, and here we have to create this select side. So I'm going to come here, and here we have to define our select side. And now let's just paste our index, and the index will be set to totally a number. And here inside there we have to use the set current index, and it's going to take the index inside there. And set show thumbnail will be set to totally true. And also we have to use windows.set timeout, and we have to remove there a few seconds later. So I'm going to just use like set show thumbnail, and we have to change that to totally false. And now let me just provide like 5000 inside there. I'm gonna also go into my globals, and for these globals I'm going to just replace them with this new content. So first of all, I'm just changing the body color to totally black. I'm also providing a bit of styling for the button, and when somebody hover over this, we are going to be changing those styling right here. And this is how currently things looks like right now, and nothing is showing right here. So I'm gonna close there, and the next thing that we have to do is that we have to first of all hide this Motion.dev. Let's just hide there, and now underneath this Motion.dev we are going to be defining our dev. I'm going to also give it the class of, and inside this div we are going to be defining our Motion.dev. And now let's just close it like this, and inside there we are going to be iterating over through all of our images by using the map method, and we have to paste our image and also our index inside there. And what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just paste my div inside there, and we have to close there like this. I'm going to provide my key, and for this key it's going to be coming from the index, and I'm going to also provide the class names, which will be minimum. Okay, so that's totally done. And now inside this div we have to create our image, and now we have to render those images right here. So for the source, it's going to be coming from the image, and also for the alternative text I'm going to just write like slide, and here we have to paste our index +1 inside there. And also the class names will be set to width of totally full. I'm going to save this file right now, and this is how currently things looks like. If I click on this one, so it's going to give us all of that images right here. We can totally select our images, but our main image is not changing to this new images right here. So we're going to have to take care of that. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go into this Motion.dev, and here we have to space, or you know what, we're not going to be going into this Motion.dev. We have to go into this div, and we have to provide like on mouse enter when somebody enter over the mouse. So in this situation we are going to be using like set is hover, and we have to mark that to totally true. And also on mouse leave, so in this situation we are going to be firing this function, which will set the is hover to totally false. Come on, let's just change that to totally false. It should be false like this, and save my file. And now let me just refresh there, and this is how it looks like right here. If I hover my mouse over to there, so it's going to give us all of that images. If I click on each of them, so it's going to just give us or activate that specific image. But now I want to make it so like whenever I click on each of the image, I want that specific image to render right here. So we're going to have to go into our Motion.dev, and here we have to specify initial value. And for that initial value, the X property will be set to 100 pixel, and that's going to be the initial value. I'm going to also provide the animate prop, and here we have to provide the x value, and it's going to be coming from the negative current index and then times 100. So we have to divide there by not divide, but we have to multiply there by 100%. That's totally done. I'm going to save this file right now. Underneath there we have to provide a bit of transitions today. So for this transition, I'm going to write the duration of 1 second, and also the class name will be set to totally flex. And let's just save this file right now. And here you can see it's going to give us all of that images, and now if you click on there, it's going to totally change all of that images, and which is looking super cool. That's totally done. Now we have to take care of those buttons. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to also hide this div, and now underneath this div we have to create our buttons. So I'll just write like button, and we have to close there, and inside this button I'm going to just render my HTML entity. So I'll just write like the end symbol first of all. So end symbol, and then pound symbol 100, and then 94, and now we have to close this. So it's going to give us one kind of button. And now if you duplicate that, and if I just change that to like 95, so it's going to give us that other arrow right here. Okay, so when somebody clicks on this button, so in that situation we are going to be firing this previous slide. And also when somebody clicks on this button on click, so in this situation we are going to be firing this function, which is a next slide, like this. And here for that we also have to provide our class names. So for this button we are going to be providing these classes. So now let me just save there, and let me just show you there. First of all, we are providing the absolute. The left side will be set to 4, transform, translate on the y-axis of 1 of 2, then padding all around of 2, and shadow transition of the opacity, and duration will be set to 300. I'm going to also check if we have the is hovered. So in this situation we are going to be providing the opacity of 100, but if that's not the case, we are going to be setting the opacity to totally 0. That's going to be totally it for the first button. And once again for this button we have to specify these classes. So now let me just show you there. You can pause the video and you can type all of these styling by yourself, or you can copy that from my GitHub repository. So I'm going to copy this name. Now let me just go to the top and define those functions right here. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write like const previous slide, and here we have to just create this function, and I'm going to use like set current index, and inside there we have to provide our previous index like this, and we have to provide like if our previous index -1 and then plus the images length, and now we have to divide there by the images dot length. Okay, so now let's just save my file, and it's going to give us the previous image. If we test this out, so now we have to also take care of this next slide. So I'm going to copy there, and now let me just define that function right here. So I'll just use like const and then next slide, and here inside this function what do we have to do? We have to use, or we have to just remove these curly braces, and we have to use our set current index, and here we have to provide our previous index. Okay, so let's just provide there. I'm going to also wrap the inside these parentheses, and let's just use our previous index +1, and now let's just divide there by images dot length. Okay, so now let me just save my file, and this is how my images looks like. If I click on this icon, so it's going to change this image. If I click on this icon, so it's going to change it to the previous side. If I click on this one to the next, it's going to change that to the next slide right here, which is looking cool. But now we have to just center all of that stuff into the middle, and to do that I'm going to have to go into the globals. And here for the body, I'm going to just write like display of flex, justify of only center, and items align items of only center. So let's just save this file right now. And if you just click on there, I'm going to just make the as a whole section. I'm going to copy there, go to the bottom and provide my section right here. And now I'm going to just provide a bit of classes to this. So I'll use like the class name of flex, and justify will be set to only center, and items will also be set to totally center. I'm going to save this file right now, so it's going to make the as a totally center right here. So if I click on this, so it's going to give us the next image, and so on and so forth. And this is how it currently looks like right here. So yeah, that was it about our simple carousel by using the Motion.dev and also Next.js. So that was it about the loader. Now we have to create another project which will be a draggable card. So we have to create another component with the name of Draggable Card.tsx, and we have to use our RFC, save this file, go into our page.tsx, comment this line out, and we have to import our draggable card. But this one will take a few props which we are going to be providing in a few seconds. But now let me just save my file, close there, go into my globals, not this one but globals.css file. We have to comment out all of that and save our file, and this is how our card currently looks like right here. So first of all, this card will require a few things. it's going to require the children, and it's going to also require the style. So we have to annotate there. So I'm going to have to define my interface for this. So I'll just use like interface. I'm going to give it the name of like draggable card prompts, and here inside there we're going to be annotating the children, which will be coming from the React node. If you guys don't know what I'm doing right now, you should definitely check out my 50 hours of React.js course. It's going to also require the style. It's going to be coming from the CSS properties. Okay, so let's just import that, and we have to annotate our component with that interface right here. So I'll just use like draggable card prompts. I'm going to save this file right now. Now we have to import our motion. So I'll just import every single thing as motion. From where? From the motion and then the React client, and that's going to be totally fine. Let's just save this file right now. Now we have to take care of this card. So I'm going to delete that from here, and inside there we are going to be rendering our children, which we are now destructuring from our component. So what I'm going to do is that we have to mark this div as a Motion.dev. So this is how it currently looks like. So first of all, we have to make that wholly draggable. So for that, we are going to be specifying this drag property today. Then we have to provide different constraints for our drag. So I'll just write like drag constraints, and here for the left side we are going to be providing like 200. For the right side we are going to be providing positive 200, and for the top side we are going to be providing negative 200. And also for the bottom we have to specify 200 like this. I'm gonna save this file right now, and this is how it currently looks like. While hover, when somebody hover over there, so in this situation we are going to be changing the scale of that to 1.1, and while somebody tap on this, so in this situation we are going to be changing the scaling of that to like 0.9, and also we are going to be providing the styling which will be coming from this prop right here. So I'm gonna copy that and place that right here, save my file, and it should be only one curly brace like this. Also we have to provide a bit of class names today, so I'll just use like rounded 2xl, and also shadow will be set to wholly large, padding all around of 5, margin all around of 2, and width will be set to 52, and height will be set to 72. I'm going to also provide the flex, and items will be set to wholly center, and justify will also be set to wholly center, and text will be set to wholly wide, and finally we have to provide a text of extra large. Save this file right now. If I check this out and refresh there, currently we are only getting this card right here, which is totally draggable, but it is not looking as cool, and it is just looking totally transparent. So we are gonna have to do something with there. I'm gonna close my draggable component, go into my page.tsx file right here, and now it requires the children, and it's gonna also require the style. So we have to specify the style right here. So I'll just use like style, and for this styling we are going to be providing like different background colors and so on and so forth. So I'll just write like background, and for this background we are going to be providing what linear gradient. So I'll just use like css linear and then gradient, and here for that we have to provide like 135 degree. I'm going to also provide a color today, so I'll just use like F093FB, and I'm going to also provide like 0%, and let's just provide another color which will be F556C, and it should be 7. I kind of forgot the name of that, and it should be 100%. And now we have to close there like this. I'm gonna save this file right now, and also we are not going to be closing our component like this. We are going to be closing our component like this. I'm going to close that like this, if I can close there like this, and here we have to provide our card 1. You can basically provide anything that you prefer. I'm gonna save this file right now, and this is how our first card looks like right here. So we can totally move this around, and we are also providing our different constraints today. And if I hover over this, so it's going to just scale it up right here. If I click on this, it's going to scale down, and this is looking cool. So that was our first card, and now let me just duplicate there a few times. So 1 time and 2 time. Okay, so I'm going to just change there to the card 2, and this one will be the card 3. So let's just change that to the card 3, and I'm going to just delete this last one. And now let me just save my file. So now it's going to give us all of that cards. Let me just refresh there. This is how currently things looks like. But you know what, let me just stack them up. So I'm going to just provide my div with the class of flex, and also justify will be set to wholly center, and items will also be set to wholly center. And you know what, I guess that's going to be fine. But here we also have to provide the height of 100 viewport height, and we're going to be also providing the background of that same background, which is F3 F3 F3. And now let me just close my file or close my div. I'm gonna cut that right here and put that right here, save my file, and this is how my cards currently looks like. We can totally move this around, but now you know what, we have to change the gradients of there. So if you want to change the gradients, so I'm going to just delete this line of code and replace that with this new one, which is a different color and also different degrees. So that's totally done. I'm going to also delete this line of code and I'm going to change the with this new one. So now let me just save my file, and if you check this out, so this is how currently things looks like. If I want to move this around, we can totally do that. And this is our draggable card, which is looking super amazing right here. So that was it about the carousel. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to delete all of that stuff from here. I just want to make things clear. So now let's just delete all of that. And if you care about all of that code, you can find that in my GitHub repository. So now let's just create our sidebar. So I'll just use like sidebar.tsx. And I'll just use my RFC inside there, save my file, and here we have to import our sidebar right here. Okay, so let's just zoom in a bit and let's just import our sidebar component, save my file, and here we have to provide our class names. So it's going to be set to flex, and justify will be set to totally center, and also the items will be set to totally center. The height will be set to totally screen, and the width will also be set to totally full. Background gray of 950, and let's just save this file. Okay, so I'm gonna save that right now. Check this out. So this is how currently things looks like, and this looking better. Now let me go ahead and go inside my sidebar, and now let me just take care of that. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to just mark my component as a use client, and then we have to import our motion. So I'll just import the motion from where? From the React or motion, and then the React.js. And also we have to import the use state, and that's going to be totally done. Now we are going to be defining a lot of variants, and then we are going to be using them inside our UI. So basically these are going to be just a state for our animation. So I'll just write like sidebar variants, variants, and here inside there I'll just write like the open state, and for the open state the x-axis will be set to 0, the opacity will be set to totally 1, and for the scaling we are going to be passing 1 inside there. For the closed state we are going to be passing the x value, and which will be set to 100%, and I'm going to also provide the opacity of 0 today, and the scaling will be set to 0.8. Okay, so let's just save this file right now, and that's going to be it for our sidebar variant. Now we also have to create a backdrop variant, so I'll just use like backdrop and then variants, variants, and here inside there we have to provide the open state, but we have to provide our curly braces. So for the open state we have to provide the opacity of 0.6, and also for the closed state we have to provide the opacity of 0 right here. I'm going to also provide my comma there. That's going to be it for the backdrop variant. That's totally done. Now we have to create another variant for the container variant. So I'll just use like container variant, and inside there we have to provide the open state, and inside this open state we are going to be providing our transition, and for this transition we are going to be providing our stagger children, come on, stagger children, and here we have to specify our 0.2, and I'm going to also provide the delay of children, and it's going to be set to 0.1 like this, and it should be CHILDREN like this. And now let me just save my file. And that was it about for the open state. Now let me also take care of the closed state. So I'll just use like the closed, and inside there let's just provide our transition, and here we have to provide our stagger children. Come on, it should be the children, children like this. That's going to be set to 0.2. I'm going to also provide the delay of children. Okay, so delay children, and it's going to be set to 0. Okay, so I'm going to just change that to the children, and now let me just save my file. And that was it about for our container variant. I'm going to hide that. I'm going to also hide this one and this one. Now let me just also take care of our item variant. So I'll just write like const item or item variant, and here inside these variants we have to provide the open state, and the opacity will be set to 1, the y-axis will be set to 0, and for the scaling we are going to be providing 1 inside there. I'm going to also provide the closed state. So for the closed state the opacity will be set to 0, and I'm going to also provide the y-axis which will be set to -20, and for the scaling which will be set to 0.95. I'm going to save this file right now. Now let me go ahead and go inside the sidebar, and first of all we have to create our actual state for the is open. So I'll just write like is open, and then set is open. It's going to be set to the use state, and the initial value will be set to totally false. That's totally done. We also have to provide our relative class for the div. So I'll just write like relative. Let's just delete this sidebar from there. First of all, we are going to be taking care of the backdrop. Then we are going to be taking care of the sidebar. After that, we're going to be taking care of the toggle buttons right here. So you know what, let's just start from the first one, which is a backdrops. I'm going to start by defining my Motion.dev, and I'm going to close the like this. And for that, we have to specify the class name, which will be set to totally fixed. The inset will be 0. Background will be set to gray of 800. And here we also have to provide the initial state, and it's going to be set to totally closed. So initially we want it to be totally closed, and on the animate state we are going to be checking if is open is set to true. So in that situation we are going to be providing the open, but if that's not the case we are going to be setting that to totally closed. Okay, so that's totally done. Now we also have to specify our variants, and for these variants we are going to be using this backdrop variant. So I'm going to copy there and place them right here, and now we have to provide our transitions for that. So for this transition the duration will be set to 0.3, and also when somebody clicks on there, so we are going to be firing this function which is a set is open, and now we have to set there to false. I'm going to save this file right now, and that's going to be it for the backdrops, and I'm going to also hide there. Now let me just take care of this sidebar, and it's going to be a lot of fun, and there's going to be a lot of code to write. So first of all we have to start by defining our Motion.dev, and I'm going to just close there like this. Okay, so first of all we have to provide the class names which will be set to totally fixed, and also for the top we are going to be providing a 0, for the left side will be 0, and height will be set to totally full, and width will be set to 64. I'm going to also provide the background of totally gray of 900, and the text will be set to totally white, shadow will be set to totally large. Okay, so initially we also want it to be closed. So I'll just write like initially we want it to be closed, and here we also have to provide the animate state, and we have to check like if it's open. So in that situation we have to provide the open state, but if that's not the case we are going to be providing the closed state. And let's just save this file right now. And for the variants we are going to be using the sidebar variants right now. And now let me just also provide my transition, and for this transition the type will be set to a spring because we want to use a spring animation, and the stiffness or the bounciness will be set to 300, and I'm going to also provide the damping, and damping will be set to 30. Now let me just save my file, go back, and that's totally done. And here inside there what we have to do, we have to create a div with a class of padding all around of 4, and inside there let's just create a button, and I'm gonna close there like this, and here it's gonna just render an icon. So I'll just use like IOMD arrow, but first of all we're gonna have to install there. I'm going to stop my server and install my npm I and then react icons, and that's totally done. Now let me just use my npm run dev once again, and here we are going to be rendering our icons. So I'll just use like IOMD and then arrow back. Okay, so let's just use the import there and close there like this. And for that we are going to have to provide our class names. So the height will be set to 6, the width will also be set to 6, and that's totally done. Okay, so if I save my file right now, and now let me just refresh there, currently we cannot see anything because we are not even providing any stats and nothing right now. So now for this button, when somebody clicks on this, we are going to be firing this function which is a set is open, and we have to specify a false inside there. And now for the classes we are going to be providing the absolute, top will be set to 4, and the right side will be set to totally 4, z index will be set to 10, padding all around of 2, background gray of 800, so let's space like 800, and text will be set to totally white, rounded totally full, and also for the focus state we're going to be providing the outline of totally none inside there. And that's going to be it for our first button. Okay, so we're going to take care of this sidebar in a few seconds, but now let me just hide there, and now let me just take care of these buttons, and then we are going to be taking care of our sidebar. So I'll just write like button, and now we have to close it like this, and inside there we're going to be rendering our content based on this state. So if our state is open is set to true, so in that situation we are going to be showing one UI. If that's not the case we are going to be showing another UI. Okay, so let's just provide like IOMD and then arrow back, not this one but or ARROW, and then back. You know what, let's just write like IO and then MD arrow back. Okay, so now we have to render there, and I'm going to specify like the class names. Height will be set to 6, and the width will also be set to totally 6. I'm going to copy that from here, and now let me just go inside there, place that right here with this styling, but I'm going to just change that to the forward. So just write like forward, and now let's just save this file right now, and that's totally done. And now let me just provide a bit of styling for this button. So I'll just use like the class names. It's going to be set to totally absolute, top will be set to totally 4, left will be set to totally 4, z index will be set to 10, padding all around of 2, background gray of 800, and the text will be set to totally white, rounded full. Okay, so rounded totally full, outline of totally none. Okay, so when somebody clicks on this we are going to be showing our set is open, and we have to mark the is not is open. Okay, so let's just save this file right now, and here you can see it's going to give us our arrow icon. So if I click on there, it's gonna give us that backdrop, and it's gonna also give us this icon. If I click on there, so it's gonna hide there. So now we have to take care of this UI, which is now inside this sidebar. I'm going to go into my sidebar once again, and now let me just take care of that. So underneath this button, we have to define our h2, and I'll just write like filters, and here we have to put the class names. Text will be set to 2XL, and font will be set to totally bold. Margin for the bottom will be set to 4. Save my file, so it's going to give us that filters. Underneath these filters, we have to define our Motion.dev, and I'm going to close them like this. And here, first of all, we have to provide our class name. Spacing on the y-axis will be set to 4. And also for the variants, we are going to be using our container variants. And also for the initial state, we have to provide closed. And also on the animate state, we are going to be checking is open. So in that situation, we have to use the open. But if that's not the case, we are going to be using the closed state. Okay, so that's totally done. Now let me go ahead and go inside this Motion.dev. And inside this Motion.dev, we have to define yet another Motion.dev. And I'm going to close them like this. And now for these variants, we are going to be passing our item variants. And now inside there, we have to use our h3, which will say like category. And here we have to provide a bit of classes to this. So like text will be set to extra large. Font will be set to semi-bold. And now let's just save this file right now. And if I click on there, it's going to give us that category right here. And now we have to just provide a lot of categories. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write like UL, and inside there, let's just write our li, and then the label. And for this label, we're not going to be providing our HTML4 today, but instead I'm going to write like the class name, which will be set to inline, flex, and item will be set to totally center. Margin for the top will be set to 2. Inside this label, we are going to be defining our input field, and now let's just close it like this. Also, we have to provide the type of checkbox, and the class will be set to form, and then checkbox like this. Underneath it, we are going to be also providing our span, which will say like option 1, and we have to provide a bit of classes to this. So I'll just use like margin for the left will be set to 2, and I'm going to save this file right now. And I'm going to just select my li, and I'm going to just duplicate the 1 time and then 2 time. So this one will be for the option 2, and this one will be for the option 3. Let's just save this file right now. And here you can see it's going to give us their options right here. So if I just expand there, so it's going to give us all of these different options which we can choose from. So that's going to be it for the category. And I'm going to hide this UL from here. So let's just hide there. Or you know what, let me just even hide this entire Motion.dev. Okay, so now we are going to be defining yet another Motion.dev, which will be the Motion.dev like this. And we're going to have to close there. For the variants, we're going to be using our item variants. And also inside there, we have to provide our h3, which will have the classes of text totally extra large, and the font will be set to semi-bold. And let's just provide our price range inside there. Okay, so let's just change that to the price, and I'm going to save this file right now. Here we have to specify our input field, and the type will be set to range. And I'm going to also provide the minimum, and the minimum will be set to 0. The maximum will be set to 1000, and the class name will be set to width of totally full. And I'm going to also provide the step, and the step will be set to 10 steps. So let's just save this file right now. And now it's going to give us the input range slider right here, which is looking cool. And that's totally done. If I click on there, so we are now getting all of them one by one. Now let me just hide this Motion.dev, and underneath it we have to define yet another Motion.dev. So I'll just use like Motion.dev, and we have to close they like this. And for the variants, we're going to be using our item variants. So let's just use like item variants, and inside there let's just use our h3 with the class of text extra large and the font of semi-bold. So I'll just use like font of semi-bold, and it's gonna say like ratings. And now underneath it we have to use our ul, and then li, and then label. And for this label, let's just use our inline flex, and also the items will be set to totally center. Margin for the top will be set to 2. Okay, so let's just delete this HTML4 from there, or I guess that's gonna be fine. But inside this label, we have to specify our input field, and which will have the type of radio. And I'm going to also provide the name of rating, and here we have to provide the value of totally 1 inside there. And for the class names, we have to provide our form radio. And let's just save this file right now. And we are now getting our form radio, which is, yeah, looking cool. So now underneath this input field, we have to define our span with the class of margin for the left of 2, and 1 star would be fine. And yep, this is how it looks like. And now we have to just duplicate this li 4 times. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so now let me just go to the top and change this star to 1, this one to 2, this one will be set to 3, and we have a 4, and then we have a 5 right here file. And if I click on this, it's going to give us all of our star of ratings and so on and so forth. which is looking cool. So yeah, that was it about for our basic navigation in Motion.dev and also in our Next.js. So that was it about for the sidebar animation. Now let's create our scroll animation. So I'm going to just delete that, and I'm going to also, if I can highlight that today, god damn it. So let's just delete that. I'm gonna just remove that from there and go to my components, and inside there we have to create our component with the name of scroll animation.tsx and use our RAFCE, save this file, and here for this home we have to use our scroll animation. So I'll use like scroll animation, and we have to close that like this, save my file, go into our scroll animation, and now let me just take care of that. So the first thing that we have to do is that we have to mark our component as a use client, because here we are going to be using the useTransform and also the useScroll. So first of all, we have to import our motion from where? From our motion and then the React.js. So that's going to be the first thing that we have to do. We would also need to use our useScroll, so we have to import there, and also the useTransform from the Motion.dev. Now first of all, we're going to need the scroll on the y-axis progress, so we are going to be destructuring them from the useScroll. So let's just destructure there. I'll use like scroll on the y-axis progress, so progress, and it's going to be coming from the useScroll. So that's going to be the first thing that we have to do. Now we have to create our animation for the first section. Okay, so we are going to be also creating there for the second and also for the third section. So I'll just write like second section and also for the third section. So we're going to start by defining our useTransform, which will be coming from the Motion.dev. So first of all, for the motion value, we are going to be passing our scroll on the y-axis progress, and it's going to be starting from 0, and when it starts from 0, so in this situation we are going to set that to 100, and when it reaches to the 0.1, so in this situation we're going to set that to 0. And now let me just store that inside the y1 variable like this. You can give it any name that you prefer, but in my case that's going to be totally fine. Now let me also create a transformation for the opacity. I'll just use like the useTransform, and for the motion value we are going to be passing our scroll on the y-axis progress, and also when it starts from 0, in this situation we are going to be setting that to 0. Our opacity will set to 0, and also when it reaches to 0.1, we're going to set our opacity to 1. Okay, so let's just store the inside the variable with the name of opacity, and it's going to be set to this useTransform. Now let me just also create one more for the scaling. So I'll just use like scaling is going to be equals to this useTransform, not the state but just a useTransform. And here we have to specify our scroll on the y-axis progress as a motion value today. And when it starts from 0, so in this situation we're going to be setting that to 0.8, which will be our scaling. Okay, so when it reaches to a 0.1, so in this situation we have to set that to 1. Okay, so that's going to be for the scaling. And now let me just save my file, and then was our animation for the first side. Now let me just define our animation for the second side. So for that I'm going to just once again use our useTransform. Okay, so now inside there is a space over scroll on the y-axis of progress. When it starts from 0.2, so in that situation we're going to have to set that to 100, and when it reaches to 0.3, so in that situation we're going to set that to 0, which will be our y-axis 2. Okay, so let's just save our file right now. Now let me just create my opacity. So opacity of 2, and it's going to be equals to this useTransform, and it's going to require the motion value, which will be set to the scroll on the y-axis progress, and we have to specify 0.2, and that's going to be the starting point of my opacity. And when it reaches to a 0.2, so in this situation we're going to set that to 0. Okay, and when it reaches to the 0.3, so we're going to set that to the 1 opacity. Now underneath that we have to just also take care of the scaling. So I'll just write like scale of 2. It's going to be also equals to the useTransform, and for the initial value we have to scroll on the y-axis progress, and when it starts from 0.2, so in this situation we have to specify 0.8, and when it reaches to the 0.3, so in this situation we have to set that to only 1. I'm going to save this file right now, go back so you guys can see everything a bit better. And now let me just take care of the third one. So I'll just use like const and then y3, and it's going to be equals to this useTransform, not the state but the useTransform. And here for the motion value we are going to be specifying the scroll on the y-axis progress, and now it's going to start from the 0.4. so in this situation we're going to set that to 100, and when it reaches to the 0.5, so in this situation we're going to have to set that to 0. Now underneath that we have to also take care of the opacity of 3, and it's going to be equals to the useTransform. Okay, so we have to specify our scroll on the y-axis progress, and it's going to start from 0.4, and here we have to set that to 0. Okay, and when it reaches to the 0.5, so here we have to set that to 1. Okay, so I'm going to also provide the scaling, so scale will be set to 3 in this case, and we have to use our useTransform, and we have to specify our scroll on the y-axis progress, and when it starts from 0.4, in this situation we are going to set that to 0.8. Okay, so when it reaches to the 0.5, so in this situation we're gonna have to set that to 1. Now let me just save my file, and that was it about for all of our initial states, and now we have to use them inside our UI. So now if you want to use them, we're gonna have to mark our component and provide our class names of overflow of totally hidden today, and inside this div we have to first of all define our first section, just like we define our animations for there, like animation for the first section, second and third sections. So we have to create the first section, then the second section, and then the third section. So I'll just write like second section and then the third section, and now let me just save my file right now. So first of all we are going to be defining our Motion.dev, and now let me just close there like this. And here we have to specify the class names. The height will be set to totally screen, and flex and items will be set to totally center. Justify will be also set to totally center. Background will be set to blue of 300, and now we also have to provide our styling. So for this styling we are going to be providing the y-axis, which will be coming from this y1. I'm gonna copy them, and now let me just place the y1 right here, save my file. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to provide our opacity, and our opacity will be coming from this opacity right here, or you know what, let me just provide a 1 and 1 right here, and this one will be opacity 2 and 3 and so on and so forth. I'm gonna copy that from there, and let me just provide my opacity right here. And also for the scaling we are going to be providing our scale of 1, so I'm gonna copy that and place that right here, and that's gonna be totally done for the first section. Okay, so inside there what do we have to do? We have to create our div with the class of text of totally center, and also padding all around of 8, background totally white, and let's just make that totally rounded large, and shadow will be set to totally large. And inside there let's just use our h2, which will have the text of totally 4XL. The font will be set to totally bold, text will be set to totally blue of 700, and inside there we have to just say like welcome to the journey. Okay, OURNEY, and let's just save our file, and this is how it looks like right here. So we are now getting our welcome to the journey, and we are going to be providing our animations in a few seconds. But now underneath this h2 we're going to have to specify our paragraph, which will have the margin for the top of 4, and text will be set to totally gray of 600, and here it's going to say like scroll down to see more animations. And now let me just provide my comma, save our file, and this is how it looks like right here. Okay, so that's totally done. Now let me go ahead and go to my second section, and for that, you know what, we are going to be providing exactly the same things, but you know, I'm gonna just copy that. I'm going to just copy that and place that right here, save my file. Instead of providing a blue, I'm gonna just change that to totally green, and this one will be set to the y2, and also the opacity of 2, and also the scaling of 2. Okay, so that's totally done. The styling will be totally fine. H2 will be totally fine, and it should be green. Okay, so I'll just write like green, and here for this paragraph I guess that's gonna be also totally fine. So I'm going to also change this text to amazing scrolling effects or something like that. Basically you can specify anything that you prefer, but in my case that's gonna be totally fine. And feel the scroll based animations come to life. And now let's just save this file right now. And once I scroll down here, you can see it's going to give us that second animation. So if I just scroll down, so it's going to give us that first card, and if I just scroll down, so it's going to give us that second card right here. But now let me also take care of that third one. So I'm going to just copy every single thing inside there. Let's just copy that from there, and now let me just place that right here, and I'm going to just change a few things inside there. So first of all, for the color, I'm going to just change that to the purple, and also for the y-axis of 3, and also for the opacity of 3, and for the scaling of 3. Also change this color to purple, so I'll just use like purple. And here I'm gonna also have to change this text to the enjoy the scrolling, CROLLING, there we go. And also let's just delete all of them, change that to more to discover as you come on, DISCOVER, as you continue scrolling like this. I'm gonna save this file right now, and if I just scroll down even more, it's gonna give us this last section right here, and that's totally done. Okay, so this is how my animation will look like from start to finish, and this is looking super amazing. So those are about the vertical scrolling. Now let me just show you how we are going to be working with the horizontal scrolling. So for that, once again, we have our src, and inside there we have our app, and nothing is inside our page.tsx file. If I go to the components, totally empty. If I go to the utils, and inside there we have our data.ts file, and inside there we have a few cards which will have the object, and inside each object we have a URL, and then we have different images for our cards, and that's going to be totally it. If you want to get all of their images, you can totally go to my GitHub repository and copy all of them from there, but if you want to use your own ones, you are more than welcome to use them by yourself. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go ahead and go to my components, and here we have to define our scroll carousel.tsx file, and here inside there let's just use our rafc and save my file. Then we are going to be also creating our card.tsx file, and let's just use our rafc and save this file right now. Now let me go ahead and go to my page.tsx file and render my carousel scroll component, which is our scroll carousel, and let's just import there like this. I'm gonna save this file right now, go into our scroll carousel, and now let me just take care of that right here. So what I'm going to do is that I'm gonna mark my component as a use client, and we have to import a few things. So first of all, we have to import our motion from where? From our motion, and then from the React.js, and also we're gonna need the useRef. So I have to import the useRef from the React.js, and also we have to import our card component, which we just defined, but we did not take care of them, which we will in a few seconds. Also, we have to import our cards from our data, so I'm gonna have to just import them manually. Okay, so let's just import them from where? From the utils. Let's just go ahead and go to the utils folder, then go to the data.ts file, and that's totally done. Now let me go ahead and go to my scroll carousel, and inside there we have to use our useRef and define my reference right here, which will be set to initially now. I'm gonna just store the inside the target ref, and now let me just store there like this. After that, we are going to be using our useScroll from where? From our motion. So let's just import there. Next thing that we have to do is that we have to specify our target inside there. So I'll just use like target, and for this target we are going to be providing our target reference, which we are making right here. Now we have to store there inside the variable, but you know what, we're not going to be storing there. We're going to be destructuring our scroll on the y-axis progress from there. So I'll just destructure there from this useScroll. I'm going to use the scroll on the y-axis progress, and not the x-axis, but from the y-axis like this. And now let me just copy there, and now we are going to be using there inside our useTransform. So to do that, we are going to be using our useTransform, not the state but the useTransform. And here for the motion value, we have to specify the scroll on the y-axis progress, and when it starts from 0, we're gonna have to change that to 1%, and when it reaches to 1, so we have to provide over negative 95% like this. Now let me just store the inside the x variable like this, and I'm gonna save this file right now. And here we have to just remove this text from there, and I'm gonna specify this section right here, and for that we have to provide the class names of totally relative, and height will be set to 300 viewport height, background will be set to totally neutral, and 900. So I'm going to write like 900 right now, and for the reference we are going to be providing our target reference right here. Okay, so I am going to just copy this target reference, and now let me just provide that right here. That's totally done. Now let me just save my file and go inside this section, and first of all we have to define our div, and for this div we are going to be using the class names of sticky. I'm going to also provide the top of 0, and let's just provide a flex. Height will be set to totally screen, items will be set to totally center, and overflow will be set to totally hidden. Okay, so that's totally done. And now inside this div we have to define our motion.dev, and I'm going to close there like this. And for this motion.dev we are going to be using our styling, and for this styling, for the x-axis we are going to be using this useTransform value of this x. We can totally provide there like this. So you know what, let me just provide there like this, but now we are using the ES6, so we don't have to do it like this. So I'm going to just provide only x to there. I'm going to also provide the class names. It's going to be set to flex, and gap will be set to all around of 4, and inside there we have to just iterate over through our cards, which is our images. Now I'll just write like map, and here we have to specify our card inside there, And now for each card we have to render our card inside there, and now let me just close there like this. For the prop we have to specify the card which will be the data of that card, and for the key we are going to be also providing this card right here. And now let me just save my file and go inside this card, and that's going to be totally it. We are not going to be doing anything fancy, but now let me just go to the top, and here we have to specify our card right here, and I'm going to also annotate there as any. Okay, so now let me just delete there, and here for the key we are going to be using our card.id, and also for the class names we are going to be using like group, and also relative width will be set to 10 rem. And now let me just provide the height of 10 rem, and we are going to be also providing the overflow of totally hidden today, and background will be set to neutral of 200. Now inside this div, what do we have to do? We have to define another div, and now let me just close there like this. And here for them we have to use our styling. So first of all we have to provide the background image, which will be coming dynamically by providing this URL. And here we have to just render our card.url right here. That's going to be the first thing that we have to do. And also outside from this background image we have to specify our background size right here, and here we have to just set that wholly cover, and I'm going to also specify the background position, and which will be set to wholly center. So let's just save this file right now, and this is how it looks like right here. I'm going to also provide the class names today, and it's going to be set to wholly absolute, and inset will be set to 0, z index will be set to 0, and the transition will be set to transform, and the duration will be set to 300. I'm going to also provide the group of hour, and when somebody scale this we are going to be using like 110. I'm going to just write like card.url right here, save my file. So now let me just refresh there, and this is how it currently looks like. And as you can see, as I scroll down, our carousel will change. We are not going on the y-axis, we are now working with the x-axis right here. So you know what, if I just scroll it down, so this is how our carousel will work on the horizontal side. So yeah, that was amazing project as well, and we have still a few more left. So that was it about the horizontal scroll, but now let me also show you the sticky navbar. So if I go to the app, and inside there we have our page.tsx file, we don't have any content, nothing inside there. But if I go to the components, still we don't have any components, nothing inside there. So let's just start by defining our sticky nav.tsx file, and I'll just use my rafce inside there. I'm going to also create my card.tsx file, and I'll just use my rafce inside there. Now let me go ahead and go to my page.tsx and define my sticky navbar inside there. So I'll just use like sticky and nav, and let's just import there from the components. I'm going to save this file right now, go into my sticky nav, and now let me just take care of that right here. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go to the top and mark my component as a use client. Underneath that we have to import our motion, so I'll just use like motion from where. So let's just import there from the motion, and then from the React.js. Underneath that we have to import our card from our card component, and now we have to use the inside our sticky nav. But first of all we have to define our menu variant and also our expand row variant. Okay, so I'll just use like menu variants, and which will be a stats for our animations. Now I'll just use like hidden, and the height will be set to 5.6 rem. And now let me just save there. Underneath that we are going to be also providing the visible, and for the visible state the height will be set to 29 rem. Okay, so we also have to provide the transitions for there. So I'll just use like transition, and here for that we have to provide our duration of 0.3 seconds, and let's just save this file right now. Underneath that we also have to create our expand row variant, so I'll just write like expand row variants, and here inside there I will provide the hidden. So let's just use like hidden, and for the hidden we have to specify the opacity of 0, and for the y-axis is going to be set to 50. Okay, so let's just provide our comma right here, and for the visible we have to provide our function which will take the index, and let's just provide our any inside there, and here we have to provide the opacity of 1, and the y-axis will be set to 0, and the transition will also, and for the transition we have to provide the delay, and the delay, come on, delay, and the delay will be the index times 0.1 seconds, and the duration will be set to 0.6 seconds. So now let me just save my file right now. I'm going to hide this one, and I'm going to also hide this variant right here. Now let me go ahead and go to my UI. So first of all we have to provide a bit of classes for this div. I'll just provide like background of totally black, and the minimum height will be set to totally screen. And inside this div we have to define our Motion.dev, and I'm going to just close there like this. So here we have to specify our class names, and it's going to be set to totally fixed. top will be set to 0, width will be set to totally full, padding all around will be set to 8, background totally white, and text will be set to totally black. I'm gonna also make the like rounded totally large, and for the shadow I'm gonna also provide the large shadow right here. Okay, so initially we want to hide this, so I'll just use like hidden, and also while we hover over there we are going to be making that totally visible. And for the variants we want to use the menu, so let's just use like menu variants. And now let me just save my file, go outside from there, and now let me go inside this Motion.dev, and inside this Motion.dev we have to use our dev. Ends can be set to flex, and flex will be set to totally column. Inside there, let's just create another div with a class of flex, and then the justify will be set to totally between, and the items will be set to totally center. Inside there, we have to use our flex, and items will be set to totally center. And inside there, once again, we are going to be defining yet another div, which will have the classes margin for the left of 2, and the font will be set to semi-bold and uppercase like this. I'll just write like HuXn inside this, save my file. And now underneath these div, I'm going to define yet another div with the class of totally hidden, and I'm going to also provide arbitrary classes to there. Like for the medium we want to use flex, and spaces on the x-axis will be set to 5, and text will be set to totally center. And inside there we have to use our link component from the next navigation, and we have to just close there like this. Okay, so I'll just write like products, and I'm going to also duplicate there a few times. I'm going to change that to the use cases, CASES, and also change this one to the resources, and also change this one to the pricing. And I'm going to also create one more for the join. Now for this link we are going to be providing the href, which will not go to anywhere, but it will only go to the home. I'm going to also provide the class names of text totally black, and the font will be set to totally bold. I'm going to copy all of them from there, and I'm going to just provide there for the rest of them like this. Or you know what, we have to cut this last one, which will be their join. We have to wrap the inside the flex, and items will be set to totally center. And inside there, let's just define our join right here. If we preview there, this is how it looks like right here. First of all, we have our HuXn, then we have our product and use cases, pricing, and join, which is looking cool. Okay, so that's totally done. I'm going to hide there for a few seconds, so I'm going to just hide this one. Now underneath this div we have to define our Motion.dev, so I'll just use like come on, if I can write there, I'll just use like my Motion.dev, and I'm gonna close there like this. Here we have to specify the class name, which will be set to flex, and flex will be set to totally column. Pairing for the y-axis will be set to 6. And now for the variants we have to specify our expand row variants like this. And now inside this motion we have to specify our span, and which will have the class of block, come on, block, and also the width will be set to totally full, height will be set to px, and background will be set to gray of 300. So let's just write like 300, and inside this span we are not going to be writing nothing inside there. So underneath there we have to define yet another Motion.dev. I'm going to close there like this, and here we have to specify the variant, which will take that expand row variants. And I'm going to also provide the custom custom, and the custom will be set to 1. For the class names we have to provide the flex, and items will be set to totally center. Margin for the top will be set to 5, and inside there we have to specify our span, and which will just say like apple. And here we have to provide a bit of classes to this, so I'll use like border, and border will be set to totally black, rounded, totally full. Padding for the x-axis will be set to 2, and text will be set to totally small. Okay, so that's there. Now underneath this span we have to define our padding, which will be set to margin for the left of 2. And now let me just provide like MacBook. Okay, so let's just save this file right now, and if I hover over this, so it's going to give us that line, and it's going to also give us this MacBook Pro right here from the Apple's product, and that's totally done. And now underneath this Motion.dev we have to define yet another Motion.dev, and I'm going to close it like this. Here we have to specify our variants, and variants will be coming from the expand row. So let's just use like expand row variants. I'm going to also provide the custom, and the custom will be set to 2 in this case. And for the class names we have to specify the flex, and margin for the top will be set to 5. I'm going to save this file right now, and here inside this Motion.dev we have to use our card, and we have to import the, we are already importing this. Now let me just close it like this. I'm going to also provide the title, and this title will say like my amazing card, which we will restructure in a few seconds. Now let me also provide my description, so description, and for this description I'm going to say like this is some random text. And here we also have to provide our image URL, and that image URL will be this image URL right here, semi file. I'm going to also duplicate this card once again, and change that to maybe my amazing card title 2. Or you know what, I guess that's gonna be totally fine. So I'm not gonna change nothing inside there. Instead, I'm gonna go into my card component, and now let me just take care of that. I'm going to go to the top, and here we have to destructure a few things from there. So we have to destructure the title and then the description and also the image URL. And now we have to destructure there right here. Here inside this div, first of all, we have to provide the class names, which will be set to flex, and flex will be set to column. Margin all around of 5, background totally white, and rounded totally large. For the shadow, we have to provide the larger shadow, and for the overflow, we have to make that totally hidden. And now let me just save this file right now. And inside this div, we have to provide our image, and I'm going to close it like this. For the source, we have to provide our image URL, and also for the alternative text, we have to provide our title, and also for the class names, which will be set to totally full, and the height will be set to 28. The object will also be set to totally cover. Okay, so let's just save this file. I'm gonna go back, and that's gonna be it for the image. But I'm gonna also create another div with a class of padding all around of 4, and inside there, let's just use our h3. The font will be set to totally bold, text will be set to totally large, and here inside there we have to specify our title. And I'm gonna also create a paragraph which will have the classes of text totally gray of 700 like this, and also margin for the top will be set to 2. And here we have to render our description. Save this file right now, and here at the top we have to define our interface with the card props, and here inside there we have to provide our title, which will be set to totally string. And also for the description, let me just copy that from here. What the hell am I doing with my life? God damn it. So let's just write like string, and also the image URL will be set to totally string. Okay, so now let me just copy this card prop from there, and we have to annotate our component with this card prop. Save this file right now. Now let me just refresh. Then if I hover my mouse over to there, so it's gonna give us that amazing card, and this is looking super cool. And if I just hover outside from this, so it's gonna hide there. If I hover over in, it's gonna give us this amazing advanced navigation menu right here, which is looking super cool. Welcome to the final project. So in this one, we are going to be working with the progress steps. So if I go to the page.tsx file, there is nothing inside there. If I go to the components, still there is nothing inside there. So let's just start by defining our progress steps.tsx file, and I'll just use my RAFC inside there, go into our page.tsx file and render there right in here, just like that. I'm gonna save this file right now, go inside our progress step, and now let me just take care of that. So the first thing that we have to do is that we have to mark our component as a use client. Also, we have to import our use stat because we are going to be using that. The next thing that we have to do is that we have to import our motion from where? From the motion and then the React.js. That's already done. Now here we are going to be also providing different steps. So I'll just write like steps, and here that's going to be an array of objects. So I'll just write like title, and that's going to be step 1. You are more than welcome to provide any title in any description which you prefer, but in my case I'll just write like title and description, and the description will say like this is the first step dot or something like that. I'm gonna provide my comma, and I'm gonna just duplicate there a few times. I'm gonna just change this title to like the step 2, 3 and 4 and 5. I guess 4 would be fine. Okay, so let's just remove that last one, and I'm going to change that to the second step, SECOND. I'm going to also change this one to the third step, and this one to the final step. There we go. And I'm going to hide there like this. So that's totally done. So now inside there we have to use our use state, and the initial value will be set to 0, and we have to destructure the current property. So I'll just use like the current step and then the set current step. Okay, so let's just save this file right now. And also we have to go into our UI, and here we are going to be providing our class names. So first of all, we have to provide our flex, and flex will be set to column. Items will be set to totally center. Padding all around will be set to 5. And inside this div, we have to define another div, and I'm going to close it like this. The classes will be set to totally relative, and flex justify will be set to between. I'm going to also provide the width of 40 rem, and also the margin for the bottom will be set to 5. Let's just go back, and this is how it looks like right here. Inside there we have to use our Motion.dev, and I'm going to close it like this. And here we have to specify our class names, which will be set to absolute and h1. Background totally blue of 500. Margin for the top will be set to 1 rem, and I'm going to close it like this. And here we have to use our style, and for this style we have to provide the width first of all, and width will be coming from the current width. So I'll just use like current step, and then we have to add 0 to there, and then we have to divide there by steps dot length, and now outside from there we have to multiply there by 130, and this is going to be our width. Now we also have to provide our transition. So for this transition we have to use our width in 0.3 seconds and easing. Let's just save this file right now, and that's going to be it for our Motion.dev. Okay, so we're not going to even closing there like this. I'm going to just close there like this. Now let's just iterate over through all of their steps. So I'm going to copy the name of there, and here we have to just use our steps.map method, and here we're going to be passing each of the step and also the index. Now outside from there we are going to be using our Motion.dev, and now let me just close there like this. First of all, we are going to be providing our class names. So I will just use like the class names, and we have to render our classes totally dynamically. So the height will be set to 10, the width will be set to 10, and also this is provide a flex, and also the justify will be set to totally center. Items will also be set to totally center. Let's just make that totally rounded. I'm gonna also provide the border of 2, and here we have to provide like if our index is less than or equals to the current step. So in this situation we are going to be providing our background of blue 500. But if that's not the case, we have to change the background of gray 200. And now let me just save this file right now. That's going to be totally it. I'm going to also provide the while hover, while somebody hover over there. So we are going to be changing the scaling to 1.1. I'm going to also provide the transition, and the transition will be set to duration of 0.2 seconds. Let's just save this file right now, and inside this Motion.dev we have to check if the index is less than the current step. So in this situation we have to show one UI, but if that's not the case, we are going to be providing null inside there. So here we just have to provide our check icon right here. So let's just save this file right now. Now underneath this Motion.dev we have to create our paragraph, and I'm going to close there, and here inside this paragraph we have to provide our step.title. But what the hell is going on? You know what, we have to wrap there inside the div. So I'll just write like div, and we have to close there like this. So I'm going to cut there and wrap my every single thing inside this div, and that's totally done. For this paragraph you have to provide the class names. So here we have to use like margin for the top will be set to 2, and here inside there we have to provide our index if our index is less than or equal to the current step. So in this situation we have to use this text of totally blue of 500. But if that's not the case, so in this situation we are going to be providing a text of gray 500. And now let's just save this file right now, and that's going to be it for our step title. Now underneath there and also underneath this one we have to take care of the Motion.dev. So I'm going to close there, and here we have to specify our class names. So text will be set to totally center, and also padding all around will be set to 5, width will be set to 40 rem, and I'm going to close it like this. Height will also be set to 10 rem, and the border, let's just make the rounded large, and shadow will be set to medium. Okay, so for the key we also have to specify our current step, and here we have to provide our initial state. So initially we want there to have the opacity of 0, and for the y-axis we have to provide our 20 inside there. And when somebody want to animate this, so in this situation we are going to be providing the opacity of 1 to there, and the y-axis will be set to 0. And let's just save this file right now. So for the exit state we are going to be providing the opacity of 0, and for the y-axis we have to provide the opacity of -20 to there. And for the transition we have to provide the duration of 0.3 seconds like this. Okay, so here inside there we are going to be using our h2 with the class of text only extra large, and the font will be set to bold. Okay, so here we have to use our steps, and now we have to provide our current step, and now we are going to be only accessing the title out of there. Underneath we have to create our paragraph with the class of margin for the top of 2, and here we have to render our steps. And now let's just provide our current step inside there. And now from this current step we are only interested in this description, so it's going to also render their description right here. And now underneath this Motion.dev we have to define yet another div, and that div will be for our button. So I'll just use like flex, and also margin for the top will be set to 5, and then spacing on the x-axis will be set to 4. Inside there we have to render our button, and we have to close there like this. I'll just write like previous, and here when somebody clicks on there, so in that situation we are going to be firing this function which is a previous step. And also let's space for class names today. So I'll just use like pairing for the x-axis of 4, pairing for the y-axis of 2, text of totally white, and also background totally blue of 500. I'm going to also mark that totally rounded, and here inside there we have to specify our current step. If our current step is set to 0, so in this situation the opacity will be set to 50, and cursor will not be allowed. But if that's not the case, we are going to be providing nothing at all. So let's just save this file right now. Underneath we have to also disable there. So we are going to be using our, if our current step is equal to 0, so we are going to be disabling there. I'm going to just comment this line out, and I'm going to just duplicate this button right here. So let's just duplicate there and change this previous to the next. And here for this disable state, what we have to do, if our current step is equals to the steps.length minus 1, like it's going to give us the last step, in this situation we are going to be using the next step right here, semi-file. And now let me just comment this line, or you know what, I'm not going to comment there, I'm going to also even uncomment this line out. And now let me just define this function up above. I'm going to copy the name of there, go to the top, and here we have to define our next step and also our previous step. So for the previous step, first of all, we have to create this function, and if our current step is greater than 0, so in this situation we are going to be using our set current step and pass our current step minus 1 inside there. This is going to give us the previous step. But if we have the next step, so in this situation we are going to be using, like, if our current step is less than the steps.length minus 1, so in this situation we are going to be using the set current step and pass our current step plus 1 inside there. And now let me just save my file, check this out. So if I just refresh there, and if I click on the next, so it's going to give us that line, and it's going to also give us this check mark right here. If I click on the next once again, so it's going to give us also that next step right here. But I'm going to have to go into our global.css file and remove this black color from there, and let's just start from scratch. If I click on this next, so it's going to give us that next step, and here you can see that line, we're also getting this step. If I click on this next, so it's going to give us the third step. Click on there once again, it's going to give us the final step, and now our cursor is not allowed. So if I go to the previous one, still our cursor is not allowed. And that was it about our progress steps by using the Motion.dev and also the Next.js 15.